the NFL Draft. A night of excitement, hope, and promise. A night where the present becomes the past, and the future is now. Tonight, the landscape of the National Football League will change permanently, and new legends will be born. Welcome to the 2021 NFL Draft.
What's going on, you guys? Welcome into the SFS Draft Show live here from Sizzle Fantasy Sports Studios and Erik's basement. Tonight we've got a whole lineup.
It's the Bear Cave. Come on,
the
now.
Bear Cave.
Yeah.
Tonight, we've got an entire lineup from start to finish of the 2021 NFL Draft, where we're going to be breaking down every pick that happens throughout tonight, and we're going to be giving you all the information you need about your team's players. There's been a bunch of news going around today. Obviously, with the draft, there's a lot of stuff to talk about, so we're not going to waste any time, and we're going to get right into things here on the SFS pre-show. So we're going to be breaking down some of that news I talked about. We're going to be forecasting some of the top selections in tonight's draft, and we're going to be talking about a giveaway, of course, that being the draft guide giveaway for the 2021 SFS Fantasy Football Collection. So tonight, we're going to be giving away 10 free draft guides to each and every one of you who are watching this. You have the opportunity to receive one of these draft kits. All you got to do is head over to Sizzle Fantasy Sports on Instagram and hit us up with the follow. And if you want to get yourself even further ahead of the game, go ahead and go to sizzlefantasy.com in a separate tab and get yourself set up with an account. Without further ado, we've got you a commercial to get you some of that information.
Hey guys, Gavin here. Make sure to head over to Sizzle Fantasy Sports on Instagram and give us a follow. You're going to need to be able to do that to have your chance to win a 2021 Draft Guide Bundle giveaway that we're doing 10 of on today's stream. So head over and do that and stay tuned for more info.
All right, you guys, you heard it there. Check out Sizzle Fantasy Sports on Instagram. Hit us up with a follow, and we'll get into more details when it's time for our first Draft Guide giveaway. But Erik, we are fans of teams in the NFC North, and there was some very, very big news that happened today. Aaron Rodgers, my quarterback of my Green Bay Packers, is reportedly desired to no longer be a member of the football team. Tell us what you think. As a Bears fan, give us a little bit of perspective from that side of things, and tell us what you expect from the Packers going into draft night here on this big round one evening.
It's always fun when Aaron Rodgers has his controversy with the team. Who knows? Aaron Rodgers, will he be back or will he play another 3 or 4 years with the Packers? I feel like it's every year that there's contract issues with him. I think there's extra pressure on him this year because of Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes taking those cuts in their contracts to make room for more players, because that's clearly what has helped the Buccaneers last year and the Chiefs get into that final game and win a Super Bowl. The Packers have been close, but it hasn't been enough. And the thought is, if you make room for those extra players, that it bolsters a team that can make that long distance run. So Aaron Rodgers is great and he deserves a lot of money. I'm a Bears fan and I can admit that Aaron Rodgers is fantastic, but is he the kind of guy at this point in his career that should be saying, I need more money, I need more money? No, because the Packers have been so close and all it takes is just a little cut. Be a little selfless. I know he is selfless in some situations, but I definitely think his image is being hurt even more, especially in the eyes of the other NFC North fans. They're like, oh, Aaron Rodgers back at it again with more issues with his contract. I think that he does deserve his money, but he needs to understand that the way the NFL is moving, you need to make those compromises to help your team be even better.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I think that you have to make, and especially as the leader of a football team, if you're going to be the quarterback of a championship level team in the National Football League, we've seen it. I forget exactly how many years it's been, but essentially since Tom Brady has been in the National Football League, quarterbacks who make more money than him outside of players with the last name Manning are not able to win a Super Bowl. So you're going to have to take some sort of a pay cut, a sacrifice. I think that Rodgers is a bit hurt right now internally because he feels like Green Bay isn't committed to him long-term. And unfortunately, I think that's the reality of the situation. If you look at the short term, the short-term situation, yeah, maybe he is tied to the team for 2 to 3 years in the eyes of Green Bay, but they do see a future past Aaron Rodgers. I think that's a smart move from an organizational standpoint. You can't put all of your eggs in one basket, and I get the argument. Yeah, you want to push everything to the center of the table like Tampa Bay has done for the Buccaneers to make that Super Bowl run in the present. Green Bay isn't exactly the biggest market of a football team. They're trying to stay relevant. They're trying to keep themselves in the mix of things when they're not necessarily having a top 3 quarterback on their roster. So I think Aaron Rodgers, it really sucks as a Packer fan, and it hurts to know that he's looking for a different situation. And obviously he could come out and either debunk or confirm these rumors at any point, but he is obviously staying quiet to this point. So we don't know what the situation is going to be right now. Reportedly, San Francisco has offered up some sort of a package involving the number 3 overall pick. And that was before we heard the news about Rodgers wanting out. So maybe something changes in the near future. Maybe Green Bay makes a deal tonight. I sure think that probably wouldn't happen. I don't see any incentive for Green Bay to move off of Rodgers tonight. But nonetheless, there's a lot of interesting storylines here. And I think there's a lot of ways that the Packers could go about things. So obviously, a non-draft player taking over kind of the draft news for tonight. But I think that this is probably one of the biggest events that might happen all offseason, although despite some of the disgruntled quarterbacks this year, we haven't seen any of them on the move yet.
Yeah, we've got a few comments here. What's really cool is that we can pop them up here. We got a comment about Rodgers thinking that he's going to go to San Francisco, possibly the Rams or Vegas. Those are interesting teams. The Rams, because of California, I can see that, I suppose, but they've got Stafford there. That's just 2 old guys. Raiders, interesting because they are having some conversations about quarterbacks. They were one of those teams that were looking after Deshaun Watson, and San Francisco clearly is possibly going to take Mac Jones. We'll have to discuss that later on, but it's an interesting storyline.
Don't get me started on that. I'm going to have to. I believe it or not, my last mock draft, if you guys tuned into that, you would have saw that my end prediction is that San Francisco goes Mac Jones at 3, much to the dismay of me. So I'm not a fan of that pick. Baseball Kid 2016 says Rodgers to Denver tonight. Rick Frankie says Rodgers to San Francisco. LA or the Raiders, as you touched on there. Nick McGinn asks if it's only 1 through 21 selections tonight. It is 1 through 32. Unfortunately, this ticker that we have up on the screen is not able to fit them all. So once we get into the back half of the draft, we'll put those up on the screen for you guys. Thanks for pointing that out, Nick, so I can clarify that there. Let me know in the chat, you guys, who do you think Aaron Rodgers could potentially land with if he is to be on the move? Like I said, I think it's highly unlikely that anything happens. I don't think Green Bay is going to be willing to ship him out of town. But let me know your thoughts. A serious answer. Where do you think you could see him landing? Let's get some interaction with you guys in the chat here. We've got a while before the draft kicks off, just over half an hour. So let us know what you guys are thinking. I don't know. I think if Aaron Rodgers really wants out of Green Bay that bad, there's not too many football situations that are much better than the Green Bay Packers. I think that he's, there are some arguments to be made. The defense has let him down. Maybe he doesn't have enough weapons in Green Bay, but come on, Aaron, you've got the best left tackle in the National Football League in most people's opinion. He is coming off an ACL injury. But that's a pretty significant luxury to have on your team. You've got the best wide receiver, or at least a top 2 guy in that, at Devonta Adams. And the rest of your weapons produced pretty nicely when given the opportunity last year. Not to mention Aaron Jones was brought back on a long-term deal. So the main thing facing the Packers right now is Aaron Rodgers' attitude towards the team in the cap situation, which is mainly brought about because of Aaron Rodgers. All of the largest contracts on the Green Bay Packers football team restructured this offseason in order to free up some more cap to keep the crew together. Unfortunately, Rodgers is the lone man out from that conversation. So I think there's a lot of stuff to consider here. And it's something really interesting to talk about. We could probably talk about this all night, to be honest. I mean, there's so much stuff. Baseball Kid 2016 says the possibility of him going to Denver. That's an interesting one there. I think that, Denver's a pretty darn good football team. That defense is getting a little bit older, but they have some really strong veterans on that side of the football. Von Miller, Kareem Jackson, notably, they just brought in Kyle Fuller from the Bears. Vic Fangio, their former D coordinator, is obviously the head coach there. So some connections to Chicago there for you, Erik. I could possibly see it if Aaron Rodgers went to Denver. I'll tell you what, maybe he wouldn't have as good of an offensive line, but he would have one hell of a wide receiver core. He would have Noah Fant, Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton coming back off injury, and then KJ Hamler and Tim Patrick to go around with that. Rick Frankie says maybe it's Jordan Love traded in a new contract for Rodgers. That would truly show the franchise is investing into Rodgers. I agree with that. I think that, if there's one way to, you have to give up something in return either way. Either you can completely tear things down and start over with Jordan Love, which I don't think Green Bay wants to do, or you can cut your losses and accept last year as kind of a flunk in a fluky draft and honestly a failure from the front office. I think last year looks kind of foolish right now. I thought it looked smart initially to draft A.J. Dillon in the second round if we were going to let Aaron Jones walk and then have a cheap running back contract. But then we go and turn around and hand over $50 million to the star back. So last year's draft doesn't make much sense. What do you make of it, Erik?
I think that there's been lots of discussion, not a lot of big stuff, but of Love making a move or at least being traded. I know there's teams that are interested in him, and I've been discussing it. It's basically like a draft pick, but he has sat behind Aaron Rodgers, who is a very proven great quarterback in the NFL. So who knows what he picked up from him. He's already had experience. He hasn't played in a game yet, clearly, but he's a young talent. You could compare him to one of the prospects this year. You just really don't know, but he has experience behind a great QB. So who knows? What would it be worth it? Like, it depends what the Packers would get for him, but it wouldn't be a terrible idea to trade a second or a third to get a guy who you would have drafted in the first round anyway. So are you getting more value if you just take a gander on a young talent?
Yeah, I was one of the defenders of the Jordan Love pick. There didn't seem to be too many last year. I loved the idea of taking a pure prospective talent guy, a player who needed a lot of development and a lot of growth and maturity to happen. And I thought there was no better place to help Jordan Love maximize his ceiling than in Green Bay. He's had 1 year under Rodgers' belt, so if a team wanted to go out and pursue him in a trade, I would totally understand it, although the reps, he didn't take a single snap last season. Preseason was obviously not a thing. He never suited up for a game last year. So he's had the learning in the film room. He's had the film study with Aaron Rodgers, but he hasn't necessarily had a number two quarterback role truly. So I think a team could certainly be interested in him. The one thing that would just really sting as a Packer fan, though, is knowing that if we trade Jordan Love away, you're not going to get a first-round pick back in return for him, at least not one this year. So you're going to have, rather than a return on investment, that value of that asset is depreciating as we speak, and the longer he sits on the bench, to be honest. And that's not good. That makes you look foolish last season, and it makes you really have that 2020 hindsight when you look back and see some of the receivers that were still on the board at that critical point in the draft when we moved up and selected Jordan Love with the 20, I want to say it was like the 21st overall pick or something like that.
Yeah, it's really interesting how I don't think the Packers have a single receiver that's under six feet tall.
I don't think we do either.
They have the tallest receiving core of any team in the league. So that means they're probably not going to ever have a Randall Cobb out of this draft. It would be surprising to me, but there's not a lot of at least shining tall guys in this draft after those top few. Clearly there's been talk of Rashad Bateman being the guy that the Packers want.
I would love that.
I would not be surprised if the Ravens went after him just before at 27. So who knows? Maybe we see the Packers trade up and try to get Rashad Bateman. I think that they are in need of that other receiver to go with Adams. Not that those other guys are terrible, but if you can develop another good route running receiver that can just help Rodgers out and just combine that talent, it would be very dangerous.
For sure. Nick McGinn says, Time Turner says Rodgers is staying in Green Bay. A better chance that Love is moved opposed to Rodgers. I completely agree with that. It's much less likely that you move a superstar quarterback than you move your bench prospective talent. I love him, but I think that Rodgers will remain a Green Bay Packer throughout the night. I would really be shocked to see him moved after tonight as well, because I think if there's a time when you get the best return for what you're looking for on the open market, it's probably draft day when those picks are all that more valuable. So let's see, you guys. Keep the questions coming. Love to hear from all of you. We want to hear what you guys think about tonight's draft. Let us know your favorite team. Ask us questions. Ask who we think is going to your team and some potential guys that we see as landing spots and nice fits for your favorite NFL franchise. So keep the comments coming in. Ethan also Brooks, what's up? Ethan says, who do we see the Lions taking tonight? The Lions are a really interesting pick. I think there's a lot of positions they could greatly utilize. And the luxury for the Lions is that at the number 7 spot on the board, there's a variety of ways that they could go, and they're not necessarily in a rut if a certain player goes before their spot. Rashawn Slater, Penei, Sewell, Micah Parsons, all great options if they fall there. Maybe even Jamar Chase falls to that spot. There's a variety of different outcomes we could see happen for the Lions that all have a positive impact on that football team and make a day one impact, which is ultimately what you're looking for and a huge deal. So I think that's a great situation to be at for a team at the 7 spot. And I think the Lions should walk away with some nice talent at the top of the board.
Don't be surprised if the Lions are one of those teams who are in trade talks, teams looking for a QB trading up if a guy falls like Trey Lance. You can see teams like the Broncos, even though they got Teddy Bridgewater, it's possible that there's moves that happen with teams like the Lions. I think that if they really are going in for that run game, Rashawn Slater makes sense, but Micah Parsons would be a spark plug for that defense. The Lions have a lot of stuff they need. So I think if they just get one of those top talents, clearly they will at that spot. Even if they move down, I think that they're getting more value for the kind of players that they're looking for. So I think it's interesting with the Lions. I expect them to do a good job in this draft and make a good move for the team.
Yeah, I think there's a ton of options for Detroit at the top of the board. Getting to some other people in the comment section, you guys, if you're tuning in, you're enjoying the stream so far, make sure you give this video a thumbs up so others can find it and we can get a big crew in here for the NFL draft. The more of us, the better, and the more fun this night will be because we're going to be on live the entire night. So it's going to be a long night if we don't have anybody watching. So make sure to help us get some other viewers, share this video, do whatever you want to make sure that we are able to have a big audience in here tonight. Time Turner asks, what do I think the Falcons are taking at the number 4 spot? He's pretty sure it's going to be Kyle Pitts. I think that he is probably on the right track here. Kyle Pitts looks like an absolute phenom, and unless they go quarterback, I think it's Kyle Pitts for the Falcons at 4. That makes this offense virtually unguardable. There's been talk about Matt Ryan. They want to move on from him and whatnot, but Matt Ryan's a solid quarterback. You can win a Super Bowl with Matt Ryan. Obviously, we saw him win an MVP and get to the Super Bowl. Kyle Pitts would make him exponentially better, especially with the upgrade to an offensive head coach in Arthur Smith. So I think that's the move. Otherwise, we might see a Justin Fields slip to that 4 spot. If they're really ambitious, they could take the hometown kid at 4.
I think that if they don't trade, it's going to be Kyle Pitts. He's just the best talent available at that spot, like you said. Wide receiver isn't as much of a need, so it wouldn't be Jamar Chase. Kyle Pitts has had so much hype on him. He is an absolute monster. I think that offense is pretty strong, but like you said, it would just add another level. I am a big Hurst fan, but he's not really a tight end, Kyle Pitts. He's going to play everywhere. I expect a trade. I expect there to be 4 quarterbacks taken in the top 4 picks.
Really? You think we're going to have a first time ever top 4 picks, 4 quarterbacks?
You know what? It's 2021. You never know what's going to happen. Football has been very dynamic in the offseason. So who knows? It would be very exciting. I wouldn't be super surprised, but I do think it's more possible that the Falcons stay and they get that best player available.
My man Pete, going back to talking about that Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love discussion, says a reigning MVP has never been traded or on another team since the year following that MVP. He's absolutely right. There were 2 players that retired after winning the MVP, but they have never suited up for another team. He says the Packers will not trade Rodgers or Jordan Love. And honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if this were the case either. We've talked about how Jordan Love on the move might potentially give Rodgers some reassurance or vice versa. but I think that it's more likely the Packers stay put. This is a very, very traditional franchise. They're not the type of organization that goes out and makes boisterous moves. They don't do many things very aggressively, although Brian Gutekunst has done that more so since he's taken over as GM. Nonetheless, I have to agree with you here, Pete. Thanks for stopping by the stream today. Nick says, who do we have the Ravens taking? They are his favorite team. Nick, what's up, my man? I remember you from fantasy season, and I can't wait to get back into that content for you guys. Speaking of which, if you missed out when we first went live, Sizzle Fantasy Sports on Instagram. You guys need to go check that out and drop us a follow so you are eligible to win a draft guide bundle today here on our live stream. Nick, I think there's a variety of ways the Ravens could go about things. Obviously, they just went out and traded for a big fella, Orlando Brown, or they traded away him, and acquired the Chiefs' first-round pick. So the Ravens now have 2 picks between, I think it's 27 and 31 overall. That's potentially big for them, as this is a team that's had a couple more holes pop up over the last few years with players leaving in free agency. Who are some top guys you think that could head there, Erik?
Like I said before, Rashad Bateman is someone they could be looking at. There's a lot of receivers in this draft, but I think that they still need some line help. We saw that be an issue with a team that runs that much. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take a Jaylen Mayfield or one of those tackles that possibly fall, a guy that's a little more dynamic. I don't expect a guy like Elijah Vera-Tucker to fall to 27, but players like that can move around because they lost Marshall Yanda. They have holes now that they lost Orlando Brown. So a tackle is definitely at least their second pick in the first round. And that would really help them because, again, they're a running team. Lamar just needs help in the pocket. He's been struggling to have time to throw, and then he runs and does his thing. That team could be really nice if they have good value in those first 2 picks. I think a receiver is definitely necessary, but it's possible that they don't go receiver and they could honestly go 2 linemen there and get a receiver in the second round, as there's a lot of really good receivers in the second round.
Yeah, I think you have to do right by Lamar Jackson. At least in the top 2 rounds, go out there and get him a true wide receiver 1. Hollywood Brown's a really nice splash play guy, but go out and get him someone that can win at the point of catch and get him someone who can dominate and physically impose himself on other cornerbacks. A guy like a Terrace Marshall, who I think could play a really nice big slot role for that team. Maybe that's a second round pickup. Maybe that's their last first round pick, because I think he's a little bit lower of a graded first round talent, although I really, really like him and his potential. You talked about a guy like Rashad Bateman, who runs excellent routes. He has some of the best separation numbers in this draft class against man coverage. I think that could be something big. I also think the Ravens need to address pass rush. Maybe a guy like Jason Owa at the background of the first, a guy like Joseph Osai, guys with some speedier pass rush, maybe a little bit more physically inclined than they are technically inclined right now. But guys, I think could have a big impact on that Ravens team and walk in and beat rookies that we see. Honestly, if we're looking at the NFL from a holistic perspective, the teams that win the Super Bowl have rookies come in that contribute day one, and those guys are kind of the driving force behind some Super Bowl runs. Look at Tampa Bay this season and what Tristan Wirfs did for that franchise, and look at other guys like Antoine Winfield, who were superstar playmakers. I think these are the type of players the Ravens could be looking at here at the back end of the first, and getting a couple guys at the back end of that round could be a really, really big bolster to this roster.
Yeah, and we were talking about your Packers earlier. I think that's part of the thing that they need if they're going to make that run, if they're going to make that full-on Super Bowl run and make it all the way, because, like you said, the Buccaneers showed how a great draft can make all the difference in the big moments, and those guys can step up, and that just helps them later on. It makes them better players in the future, and it builds a culture. I think that getting those strong, not only talented players, but guys that are going to buy in is really important. We see Winfield really show his emotions on the field. He's an exciting player.
Absolutely.
I believe it was him and Tyreek Hill who did the peace signs to each other. Yep. Tyreek Hill went past him in the first game, and then it was in the Super Bowl, I believe, was it?
Yep.
And he gave him the peace sign, and everyone's like, "What's going on?" And then they remember Tyreek Hill gave him a peace sign.
That's some old-fashioned beef.
Yep, and I thought that was exciting, and he takes pride in his team and his play, and I was very excited. I was hoping he would land on the Bears because I loved how he played, and he had some injuries, but when he was back, he was a great player.
Yeah. Rick, one more note on the Lions. Keep your questions flowing in, you guys. Make sure to like this stream so others can find it and we can get more people in here chatting about the NFL draft. We're going to have highlights, analysis. We're going to have some graphics and some breakdowns when every pick is made. And we'll even be feeding Roger Goodell announcing the picks to the stream here. So you're basically watching the TV broadcast if you're here with us tonight. It's going to be a great show. We're going from start to finish. We've got you covered with every pick here on night one for round one. Rick says the Lions need wide receiver and linebacker. If they keep their pick and do not trade back, he believes they will elect to pick Devonta Smith out of Alabama, obviously the Heisman Trophy winner, or Micah Parsons out of Penn State. I think these are both very real possibilities. I think Devonta Smith fits kind of that offensive culture that Jared Goff comes from in Los Angeles, where Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp weren't necessarily physically imposing wide receiver ones, but these were guys that run really crisp routes. They run the entire route tree to perfection, and they're just really reliable and consistent receivers on a week-to-week basis. I think Devonta Smith, there's a lot of concerns about his height and his weight. I think that's legitimate, but I think that he can flourish in the right system. I think that if he's able to avoid injuries and getting banged up from aggressive corners, he's going to be a really darn good player in the NFL. So I think that he could potentially be one of the players that lands to the Lions at that number 7 pick.
I think that if it was to be Devonta there, he's said to be the best route runner in the draft. I do think size does matter as a wide receiver in the NFL when there's those strong press corners that are going to stuff a guy like Smith. Clearly hasn't struggled with it so far. He has played against very good corners, but I think it's a little different in the NFL. I think that the league is a little tougher when it comes to wide receivers getting out of their stance and trying to make space, because he kind of just blazed past people and Mac Jones threw it over the top. We said that so many times and it just never gets old and it's hilarious. And Mac Jones is possibly going to be taken at number 3 overall. And it's possible if Devonta is the one who goes at 7, there's talk that the Giants are going to draft one of those Alabama receivers. So Waddle would probably end up going to the Giants. It's interesting stuff. We got Colton Hogum has a comment here. If the Saints are moving up, there is talk of the Saints, some little talk. But here's
an interesting point. The NFL posted the draft order for tonight, and the Saints official Instagram account commented, "Are you sure the order is going to stay like that?" You tell me. Are the Saints on the phone right now? Are they trying to make a move? They didn't tell us or anything.
That or their social media person is going to get fired because they gave out some info that they were not supposed to give out.
Stop it, Kyle. You weren't supposed to tweet that.
That was not supposed to get out.
Yeah, I think the Saints. Sorry, you got something to say?
Oh, it's also said, I've got some jerseys back here.
Yeah.
This is the 49ers jersey, but it's been said that Shanahan and their GM are the only ones who know who they're going to pick. The rest of the 49ers team members are not aware of who they're going to pick, but I'm sure it's written somewhere, and we're not gonna know until the pick goes through, and it's exciting stuff. We'll see.
Yeah, you're going to see me. I don't even like the 49ers. I mean, I don't even have anything vested in this team. I'm just praying for their fan base that it's not Mac Jones and that they pick Trey Lance, because you don't need to start him day one. Go for the guy at the upside. I think that you've heard me talk about this enough in my mock drafts, but you're going to see me be very excited for a team that has very, very harshly embarrassed my favorite team on national television for an NFC championship game if they make, in my eyes, the right pick there at number 3. So that'll be an interesting one, though. The Saints are reportedly rumored to move up for corner is supposedly what they're looking for. Lots of holes to be filled, though, obviously, with all those cuts they had to make to stay afloat and above the cap after having, what were they down? Like, what did they start at? Minus 70 million?
Minus 70 million, which is like absolutely incredible. I don't even know how that. I wonder what the most ever is. If someone wants to look that up and comment, we'll put it on the screen. The most cap deficit of any team, that has to be up there. Another thing is with with the Saints trying to get a corner trading up, I expect a lot of teams to try to do that. I think there's been talk of a lot of corners because so many teams need corner. I think that there's going to be a lot of corners who go in the first round who no one would have expected to go in the first round. There's Greg guys Newsome. Like the two. Yep, Greg Newsome could even go higher than Eric Stokes and Campbell out of Georgia. So sure. Those guys are sneaky going in the bottom of the first round to a team like the Bills who are in need of corner. Like I said, every team could use a corner. I am hoping that the Bears do consider corner. I really like Asante Samuel. He's the most skilled corner in my opinion, but he's small. His very dad athletic, was fantastic in the NFL. So you would think, he's got the family name. He learned a few tricks from his dad, and hopefully that size isn't too big of a deal because it's expected that Jalen Johnson will be that big man. He'll be that number one corner, and then Asante can grow into playing in the slot, but also playing at that number two.
Yeah, you guys, we are under 15 minutes away from the slated start time for the 2021 NFL Draft. I can't wait. I am super excited to get into these picks, finally know what happens, who's going to be taken. Erik, we kind of already touched the tip of the iceberg here with this segment, but let's go over those top 5 picks. Let's do a top 5 mock draft. We'll go every other pick, starting out with myself, with Trevor Lawrence at the top overall pick. You've got
good choice.
The New York Jets with the number 2 pick. Who do you think's going off the board to the Jets tonight at 2?
I've got the Sam Darnold jersey here. I am a big Sam Darnold fan, but I'm glad he got out of the Jets because it wasn't working out. And now he's on the Panthers, but it's time to replace Sam. And I think there's no longer the Sam plan, so it's going to be Zach Wilson. He's the guy. I know that you have mocked Fields there, and it would be a big surprise if he went there. I think Justin Fields is super talented. He's one of the most athletic quarterbacks in that top part, and I just think that the talk has been Zach Wilson, and I know what your thoughts are. You think that he's not going to be able to fit with the Jets, the new Robert Saleh, but it is interesting. I'm very curious. What do you think about Zach Wilson, or do you expect it to happen?
I think that he will be the second overall pick, and don't get me wrong, I love this kid's arm talent. I think he's a heck of a player. The competition is actually quite legit at BYU, which is one of his knocks. Although some of the teams he played are kind of scrubby. Nonetheless, though, the thing that worries me about Zach Wilson is I'd rather see a guy like Justin Fields who's played in a pro-ready system like Ryan Day. Obviously, Zach Wilson has played in that as well, but more real-life NFL-type scenarios for Justin Fields, and a guy who I think is more built to play within a scheme. Now, I think Justin Fields has all the world of potential, but what worries me is just how often Zach Wilson, almost like a Drew Lock, goes out and ad-libs and makes the play on the run. I just think the Jets are such a disaster as an organization that the two sides might start to run into each other and cause problems, but it could make magic. You never know. I mean, his comp is Aaron Rodgers, but Aaron Rodgers had 3 years to sit behind Brett Favre. So we'll see what happens, and we will get into that a little bit later. But Baseball Kid 2016, also known as my buddy Logan Stewart, says, according to Zach Stevens, Mark Schlereth just reported that a deal for the Broncos to land Aaron Rodgers is as close as a deal can get done. I don't know. Someone fact check Stu on that one. I'm not sure how legit that is.
I know he's a Denver fan, so yes, who knows?
Stu's maybe a Denver fan, so he's excited. He's drooling right now. Yeah. His heart's racing. Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Fact check it. It might happen. You never know. That would give us one heck of a story to talk about here. Obviously, they just traded for Teddy Bridgewater like literally yesterday. So
it would be very interesting to see Aaron Rodgers playing for Denver. It would almost be like the Peyton Manning move from the Colts. He's going to put together some kind of team, and he'll be with Vic Fangio if he was to go there and put it all together.
Said check my DMs. So a perfect time to shout out Sizzle Fantasy Sports on Instagram. If you guys want to get hooked up with a free 2021 draft guide bundle with both our season-long guide and our rookie dynasty kit, head over to Sizzle Fantasy Sports on Instagram and hit us up with a follow, and you will be eligible to win one of those kits today. So I'm going to listen to what Stu said here, and I am going to check my DMs, to which I currently don't see anything, but I will continue to
I've got another little piece of information here. We got Goodell. He's fully vaccinated, and he gets to hug the draft prospects. That's like his favorite thing ever. That's
loves excellent. He can hug the 4 people that are actually there, because Caleb Farley's got COVID and Trevor Lawrence isn't even going to be there. So great. We'll give a virtual hug to extend to the rest of the players.
There's 13 prospects there. I think that the one that everyone is basically looking at is Zach Wilson, because he's the one that's going to go the highest of those 13 that are there. I think Jamar Chase is there as well. But it's really Lawrence is the face, and I believe he's staying at Clemson right now, which is fine. He already knows what team he's going to, and I think he wants to respect the place he played at, the place that got him where he is, and it's exciting stuff.
All right, breaking news, you guys. So Stu sent me the tweet, and it is, in fact, actually a tweet that happened. Unfortunately, I'm not exactly sure who Zach Stevens is. So, Stu, hey, we're going to give you a massive shout-out, buddy, if this actually happens. And props to you. We heard it from you first. But right now, until he doesn't have a check mark next to his name, so I can't trust him too much. I would love to see that, though. Potentially what's going to happen. You guys, make sure you've liked the stream if you haven't already. We've got Scott Grant in here. We've got Baseball Kid 2016. JK LOL Genius stopping by. What's up, man? Haven't seen you around here yet. Let us know if you have any questions or want us to run over anything before the NFL draft officially gets started. So I believe we never finished our top 5 mock draft. I went Trevor Lawrence at 1. You went Zach Wilson at number 2. So I've got the number 3 pick, and That's the interesting one. The San Francisco 49ers. This might be the pick of the draft, you guys. The draft starts at number 3. We've been hearing it for weeks now. I've got the choice between Justin Fields, who is the outside looking in prospect here at 3. I can go Mac Jones, a.k.a. Michael McCorkle Jones is actually his real name if you decide to type that into your search browser. I'm being serious. Try it.
It is McCorkle.
And the third choice is Trey Lance out of North Dakota State with a massive ceiling, which I think would be highly intriguing and very interesting to pursue. At the end of the day, right now, what I'm trying to do is accurately predict who I think will land in what spot. So I have to take Michael McCorkle out of the University of Alabama,
good old
the defending national champion Crimson Tide. So I don't love the pick, but I think that is what the reality is that we're going to have here. So Mac Jones, number 3 to San Francisco. Who's your pick for the Falcons at number 4? We are just about underway with the Jags on the clock at number 1.
In my mock draft, I have a trade. The Patriots trade up. They've been a little more aggressive. They were aggressive free agency, and I think that they take Justin Fields at that number 3. They see at number 4, sorry. And at 3, they see Mac Jones go. They're like, Justin Fields is one of those best guys. And I think the Patriots want to make a culture change. So they take a guy like Fields who's super athletic, and he technically sits behind Cam Newton, and we see what happens there. And he's kind of a similar player. I think Cam still has the mind of a guy who can play that run and pass game. And I just think it's possible. If not, it's going to be the Falcons taking that best player available with Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, so you actually mocked a trade just now into the top 5. So at the 5th overall pick, I've got the Cincinnati Bengals, and I'm going to have them staying put at 5 to round out the top 5 draft selections. And reportedly, they've narrowed down their choice to either, there you go, Joe Burrow, baby.
Protect this man. Protect him.
So I've got the choice. I hold the fate of Joe Burrow and his NFL career in the palm of my hand. I can either take Penei Sewell, the widely proclaimed, generational offensive tackle prospect out of Oregon, or I can take Joe Burrow's former teammate at LSU, in which he won a national championship, and this particular player won the Biletnikoff as a true sophomore at LSU, which is very impressive, I might add. So, with that being said, I'm going to take Jamar Chase in the sense, hang on, you guys. This is a very split topic, by the way. This is what I'm predicting to happen. If I'm the GM, I'm pulling the trigger, no questions asked. Penei Sewell, protect your franchise quarterback. I just see the Cincinnati Bengals going out there and saying, hey, let's get Joe a weapon and get him a guy that he played with in college. I think it's a very real possibility. I will absolutely 100% fight for Joe Burrow and this organization to take Penei Sewell. I think that's the right move, and I've been preaching that all offseason long, so I'd love to see that happen. I just would not be shocked at all if they took Jamar Chase, so that's why I'm going to predict that there.
We got a beautiful performance going on right now. I just got to say that. It is a fantastic song by a fantastic band, but I do think that top 5 is really interesting, and I expect even more trades under the top 5. I mocked a lot of trades. Is it realistic? You never know. Like I said, I think that this year could be a very odd year. I think a lot of teams are feeling more aggressive. They're feeling like young talent is really valuable, and they're realizing that making moves is the difference between winning those big games in the playoffs and losing sadly when you make it every year. That's
all right. We've got a couple more things I want to touch on before we get started with the draft, which is just minutes away, and we'll hear from the commissioner, and we'll put that to the stream here for you guys in just a second. But Erik, I want you to give me a couple sleeper picks you could see being big-time impact players in tonight's draft that aren't necessarily household names just yet, and maybe 1 or 2 bust candidates that you don't think will work out wherever they land.
I may get some heat for this. I'm not a Micah Parsons fan. I just really don't like players like that. He's had issues in the locker room. He's very athletic, just like Jason Owa, and I don't like either of them because
no sacks.
Those are the kind of players that look really flashy in the combine or pro day, and they show decent film, but they don't translate because they're just ultra athletic. A guy that I really like is a tackle who's been moving up the board is Tevin Jenkins. He's a aggressive guy. He's almost like one of those Buccaneers. I believe Jenkins is his name. He is a guard for the Bucs, and he's just a mean, just gritty guy who you want on your line to kind of.
Jensen? Are you talking about Jensen?
Jensen.
Yeah. All right.
He is one of those mean guys that just he will do whatever he has to do to make that block, even if that means he has to get a little gritty. And I think that's what some teams need. I think that the Colts are a team in need of another guy like that. They have Nelson, as you can see. I have my Nelson jersey here, and I'm a big fan of Quentin Nelson. They got Ryan Kelly there. So if they added another guy that's just gritty, very smart, but also will get in there and make big moves, I think that's important.
Yeah, if you guys are just stopping by the stream, if you've just arrived with us, the NFL draft is just about getting underway. We're going to hear from Commissioner Goodell in just a little bit here, and we'll have that and stuff and more for you guys throughout tonight. We've got a lot of stuff in store. A draft guide giveaway. Sizzle Fantasy Sports on Instagram is where you need to be for that. And stay tuned into this stream all night long to get access to your 2021 Fantasy Football Draft Bundle, which is what we do here on the SFS channel. We love the draft. It's been a long offseason, if we're being completely honest. It's been a bit slow, but we're looking to kickstart things off here again and get you guys rolling back into some fantasy football content. And we'll have some great dynasty stuff for you guys next week after we learn some of these landing spots. Erik and I will be updating our rankings and whatnot. So make sure to check that out, you guys. We've got some more comments down here in the comment section to get to, but I'm going to go over some sleeper candidates that I think could be big-time players in tonight's draft. I think, first of all, a wide receiver that not too many people know about, you need to keep your eye out for here. Maybe he falls into day 2, but I could see a team sneaking in here, and between picks 23 and 32, Elijah Moore from Ole Miss is a very clean route runner. This guy's good underneath, in the middle of the field, and on deep routes. I'd personally love to see the Packers, my favorite team, go out there and draft Elijah Moore. However, Brian Gutekunst has said we're looking for more size in this draft class, more than versatility and speed guys. So I don't think that's going to end up happening. But this guy, he honestly reminds me of just a touch smaller Antonio Brown between his stature, between his routes, and his explosiveness. I love what Elijah Moore has to offer, and I think he could be a stud wherever he lands at. A guy I'm not too sure about is Mac Jones. I'm going to get some heat for that one. I think if he lands in San Francisco, he could be a fairly successful player, and obviously I think a guy who has a lot of the same skill sets as a Jimmy Garoppolo, who is currently their starting quarterback. I think he'll translate well and do nice in Shanahan's system. But if they happen to take Trey Lance or a different prospect at number 3, I would look out if I was an NFL franchise and be very cautious before selecting Mac Jones over another one of these project quarterbacks per se. Because look back to the last 5 years, these guys with the high ceilings in the draft have been the most successful players, and these are the guys to keep your eye on. So just a little bit of the insight into tonight's draft. Make sure you've liked this stream once again if you haven't done so already, and help others find our stream for you guys tonight. It's going to be a great night. We're just about underway here. I see that we've got some introductions going on the Draft TV right now from ABC. So we are getting close to kickoff here. Big picture thoughts tonight, Erik. What does the draft mean to an NFL team?
Like I was saying earlier, we see the Buccaneers with these really good draft picks like Antoine Winfield, who were one of the biggest differences in those big games, making big plays, stepping up. I think that another part of it is you think about a guy like Penei Sewell, who has been said to not be as technically sound as a guy like Rashawn Slater. But you see that ceiling that he has. You see how if you keep him on your team and you develop him, he could be the best at that position. He has that athleticism and he's coachable. So you know that he can be a guy that is protecting Joe Burrow for a long, long time. So I think you get value there. And another big thing is drafting players, like I said earlier, a lineman who can play several positions is really valuable. A guy like Kyle Pitts is really valuable because he can play several positions. If you're drafting someone in the first round, 1, you're getting a young guy. 2, you're getting a guy you want him to be coachable, and you want him to be adding as much value as you can. That's why you look at later round guys who can move around, those kind of running back, receiver guys. We've seen Kenneth Gainwell. Clearly, he's not going to go tonight, but a player that can play in the slot or can play in the backfield is really valuable, and you're going to get a little more out of them than someone who's maybe a project and you don't know if you can develop them.
Yeah, I think that, the NFL draft as a whole, in general, this is a huge night. This is going to change franchises. This is going to make rebuilding teams turn into playoff teams. Playoff teams will turn into contenders, and teams that flunk tonight and mess up their drafts will start to slide and kind of regress. So tonight is a big deal, regardless of what team you are. If you're the Texans and you don't even have a pick tonight, this is still a really important day because some of those prospects you might be hoping fall to you when you have your first pick on day 2 in the 3rd round. Things could be pretty costly based off of previous decisions made by that front office under a separate regime. So obviously we see right now them paying the price for some of the actions of Bill O'Brien and that former, like I said, that regime. So a lot of organizations are in sticky spots tonight. We're going to see teams like the Jags select their franchise quarterback. The Jets will also likely be in the quarterback market. It's all but done and delivered. All but done and delivered for Zach Wilson at number 2 out of BYU. I think that with this quarterback class, there's a lot of interesting things that are going to happen at the top of the board. And I'm hoping we have some interesting picks to shake things up and make tonight a little bit more interesting. So you guys have got an announcement before we get too far into things. SFS merch, if you guys have been around here on the channel, is officially live on our website, sizzlefancy.com. At the top left corner of your screen, you guys can go type that in and click on the SFS shop to get some of our gear and be hooked up with some of our official merchandise. Let's tune into this and have another look at what exactly we've got to offer.
A big announcement today, you guys. SFS merch is officially here. Head over to sizzlefancy.com and click on SFS shop, where you'll be redirected to our merchandise home screen. You'll find t-shirts, crew necks, hoodies, hats, and more, all with different colors, styles, and logos to choose from. So head over, rep the brand and style today, and be a consistency king with us in 2021. We'll see you there.
All right, you guys, you heard me talking about it. Be a consistency king. Get yourself hooked up with some SFS gear, and let's get rolling back into fantasy season. I can't wait. I've talked about it for months. I could not wait any longer for the NFL draft. I've been waiting for so long. It's finally here. We're going to get the answers we've been looking for. Let's turn back to the chat and let's answer some questions. Scott Grant and Rick Frankie joking around about Tim Tebow working out for the Jaguars. Yeah, I saw one of the fancy guys out on Twitter posted that he's trademarking Tebow with a little bit of a play on words where he's got tight end 1 instead of.
I did see that. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, so Tim Tebow is not going to come back and be a superstar, you guys. You can come back and get me later if he comes back and does something, but he's past his prime. I think Tebow's in his 30s now. He's been around for a long time. Obviously had a brief stint with a baseball career. Tim Tebow is just looking for some attention, I think. Maybe he makes the roster for Urban Meyer. You never know. It's a young team, and they do have a really glaring need at the tight ends position. Probably it's something to keep your eye out for on day 2 with their picks, because I wouldn't expect them to draft a tight end with their second pick in the first round. But nonetheless, some interesting stuff to talk about there. Obviously, we've talked ad nauseum about the Aaron Rodgers situation, and I'm sure we'll talk about that a lot more with our special guest tonight on the show, Scott Gran, who will be joining us for the Green Bay Packers selection. Let's see what else we've got here down in the chat. Who do we see the Steelers taking, Eric? I'll let you take this one.
Let's find it. Where'd you find that?
I scrolled up a little bit.
I see. There we go. Steelers. Well, the talk is Najee Harris. I'm of the belief that even though I love Travis Etienne and Najee Harris, that it's not worth a first-round pick to take a running back. I do think the Steelers are willing to do that, but they also may go with an athletic lineman. They are in need of a lineman. They lost Villanueva, and they also lost Pouncey on their line this year, and the quarterback situation is already struggling. So if they're not protecting Big Ben, and then they're going to extend Mason Rudolph for some reason, and then they've got Dwayne Haskins there, so I don't even know what they're doing. But I think that if they took Najee, that it would be nice to have him on that team. I think he fits well there. They could power run, and he could add another dimension because he can also catch. I love Najee Harris. Again, I just think that there is more value at a position that has so many guys that you can really plug in at running back. But the thought is Najee Harris is special, and it's worth investing a first-round pick in a player that can do the things he can do at his size. So Najee Harris is what I've mocked.
Yeah, I think Najee Harris is probably the pick. I don't think it's necessarily the right pick if you ask me. I think you have to protect Big Ben Roethlisberger, take a Tevin Jenkins if they're still on the board, or the best offensive tackle prospect available. To me, what really crumbled the perfect 11-0 Steelers at the end of last season was their line could not block in the run game, and they could not fit any holes. And you might be saying, well, Najee Harris, top running back potentially in this draft class, other than Travis Etienne, who I actually like his skill set just a smidge better. But I think for Pittsburgh, Harris is the better fit. That's besides the point. We'll get into that if this happens to be the pick. Nonetheless, Big Ben's not mobile anymore. He needs to be protected, and you have to have movement at the point of attack and at the line of scrimmage if you're going to have a run game to begin with. So, I think Najee Harris would be a fine pick. Maybe have another dominant running backs like a Le'Veon Bell prospect that they had, 3-4 years ago now. I think it could be a successful pick for this team, but I think if you look at the running back position, we know that first-round picks aren't necessarily the smartest way to go at the running back position, especially in a draft class like this year, which doesn't necessarily have the most dynamic or top-end talent in this crop.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's see.
What else do we got in here?
Does Devonta Smith fall? Owen McFarlane. Is that how you say it? I hope so. Devonta Smith could fall. My thought is, like I said, the Giants are expected to take one of those Alabama receivers. What, you see a funny comment down there?
Yes, sir. Coach Tom Yashinsky.
Oh, I heard he told me a prediction. Our football coach, he said, I've got a buddy, on the inside that says that Trey Lance is going to be that number 3 pick. But we'll see.
If he is, I'm throwing a party. Also, your man crush, Erik, Joe Thomas, is on the screen right now.
He better be.
He was just a second ago.
Good.
Back to the Devonta Smith, though. I think he absolutely could fall. I don't think he'll be the first wide receiver off the board. And actually, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Goodell, who is up on the podium. So let's pause for that.
Welcome to the 2021 NFL Draft. Come on, Cleveland.
He's excited.
Boo. Boo the commish, guys.
My basement for nothing. Let's go.
Drop a hashtag Boo Goodell in the chat.
As you can see, I have a few friends here with me. Let me introduce them, even though they don't need to be introduced to Brownie fans. First, Jarvis Landry.
Let me know if you guys can hear the commissioner all right. We're just going to wait until he's done talking, but let me know if you guys can hear him loud and clear down in that chat.
Big Joe Thomas. We all agree that over the past season, one thing that we missed the most was all our fans, all of you. And we can't wait. Bernie.
Got some Bernie chants from the Cleveland faithful.
Think about that. And we can't wait to have all of you back in First Energy Stadium and every stadium across the league this season.
This is why we don't like Commissioner Goodell, because he's taking forever. He's holding up the live stream. He's holding up the Jaguars pick
to celebrate our fans.
Stalling.
We're going to have an NFL fan from out here that's vaccinated come up to this stage for each draft pick tonight and sit in that chair, which is a chair I did the draft from in 2020.
Oh, all right, Roger.
So I'm going to let Jarvis and Bernie pick the Jaguar fan who comes up first.
Oh. Thank you for commenting, Paige, to let us know that you can hear Commissioner Goodell and all he has to say. And one lucky fan has been chosen to come sit up on the draft stage for the announcement of what is likely to be Trevor Lawrence first overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Give his little pregame speech and get you a little fired up before we start tonight. So, Big Joe.
Here we go. Joe Thomas.
What's up, Cleveland? How about them Brownies, huh?
I do wish that the commissioner had said Jaguars instead of Jaguars.
Here we go, Brownies. Here we go. How about this night, Cleveland? Let's get this draft started.
Yes, Joe. Thank you. We've been waiting long enough. I've waited my whole life for this moment. All right. Oh, that fan's really feeling herself. She's hyped to be up there.
Time to get this rolling. You ready? The 2021 NFL Draft is now officially open.
There we go.
There it is.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock.
I wonder, oh man, who's it going to be?
There we go, you guys. All righty. You heard the commissioner, you guys.
Comfy.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are officially on the clock. Here we go. The NFL draft is underway, and we've got ourselves, a 10-minute timer for each NFL team. It's a no-brainer, you guys. It has to be Trevor Lawrence. I think that if the Jags swayed from this pick here, they'd be quite foolish. I'm actually a little bit interested to see how much of that clock they really use to make that decision, because I think at the end of the day, the work is already done. Urban Meyer's talked all offseason long about honestly giving us very non-concealed hints that the pick will be Trevor Lawrence here at number 1 out of Clemson. Obviously, he, of course, was the Heisman Trophy winner, or excuse me, what am I talking about here? National championship winner his freshman season at the University of Clemson. I apologize for that little blip there. 3-time ACC champion with the 5th highest win percentage in college football history. Here we go. Trevor Lawrence, they've got him up on the screen for the cable TV networks. I believe that it should be just a matter of time here. Erik, let's talk about something a little bit more interesting. Who do we see the Jaguars taking with their second pick all the way down there at, I believe, 25, 26, somewhere in that range?
I think that the Jaguars' offensive line is actually pretty strong, so I don't know if it's worth using that second first-round pick on a offensive lineman. I think it's definitely okay if they do, but I have Trayvon Merrick going there. I think their defense needs to be built up a little bit more. We've talked about him all day. Antoine Winfield was drafted by the Buccaneers in the first round, in the second round last year, excuse me, and we see how a safety can make a big impact, and Trayvon Merrick is the best safety in this class. So that defense needs help. I think the offense could be pretty potent, but getting a guy like Merrick could definitely be a big help.
Yeah, I think that was a great point about Antoine Winfield and the impact that a safety can actually have on their franchise in year one. I mean, I thought Antoine Winfield was a very nice sleeper pick for Tampa Bay. I thought that was great value at that spot. I couldn't believe how impactful and how immediate the translation was for him and how important he was to that football team. He got injured and they saw the consequences of that while he was off the field. Antoine Winfield, I think, is a guy who probably looking back should have went in round one of last year's draft, but we didn't really have the great opportunity. And honestly, we don't have that this year either, where we can take a look at, and these general managers can't really meet personally with a lot of these players. It's a lot of Zoom meetings, no NFL combine again this year, obviously. So a lot of things have changed, but I think that there's definitely a lot of unique and dynamic elements here. We're getting close to the 6-minute marker here for the Jaguars, and the pick is not in. They're really going to make us wait here.
Who will the Jaguars pick?
I wonder if the NFL told them to wait so that all their guys could break down this pick. Scott Grant is out here to debunk the myth of Aaron Rodgers to the Denver Broncos. Various reports on Twitter, Broncos and Packers are not in discussion for Aaron Rodgers. You know, I don't think so either. It's a pipe dream for Denver fans. I think, you know, it might be nice if it happened, but not likely. Let's go back to some comments that I think we missed here after all the commotion and the unexpected commissioner running up there, but then also taking 5 minutes to say 2 sentences.
Coach Yash told me today that he's going to be traveling to Minneapolis. He's in the airport at the Chili's. That is just that's commitment to SFS. I respect that, Coach Yash. And you're asking who the Oilers are taking, which is technically the Titans. And I mocked Elijah Moore to the Titans, which would be really interesting because I think they're in need of another receiving threat. They lost Corey Davis, and they kind of need a slot guy. Khalif Raymond didn't play enough to play in that slot, but he was kind of their speedster. So Elijah Moore would be awesome there because I think he did practice with A.J. Brown a little bit too, Odell Beckham as well, route running guys. So I think that would be really interesting.
Yeah, the Titans have been one of the toughest teams for me to mock for this offseason because I'm not so sure there's a guy that walks in day one is just an immediate impact stud for them. They have so many team needs, and they've lost a lot of guys because of salary cap problems that they could go wide receiver, defensive back, pass rusher, which they greatly need. They whiffed on an offensive line prospect last season, so they might want to double down and address that situation. The Jags are under half the time on their clock here. Still no choice, but obviously, everybody knows who it's going to be.
The Jags are just clowning us at this point.
A great question here from Pete Ide. Regardless of who is picked and where they land, who will have the best career? He says Kyle Pitts or Penei Sewell. I think those are pretty darn good picks for that spot. I'd probably have to go with Kyle Pitts. I think regardless of where he lands, as long as he gets an offense that uses the tight end enough to make him a competent pass-catching weapon, he's going to be a stud. And Kyle Pitts is an awesome talent. He's a generational prospect. Guys that big don't move that fast. He's going to be able to catch the football, dominate smaller defenders, and take advantage of bigger defenders that try and match his size because they're just not going to be able to keep up with him. So Kyle Pitts, I don't care if he lands in a crammed offense. I don't care if he's the only hope for an offense in the receiving game. He's going to dominate, and we saw him do that at Florida with Kyle Trask.
He said it about himself that he thinks he can be the greatest ever at the position. So maybe he can
concern me a little bit.
Believe it into existence that he can be the greatest tight end. There's a lot of great tight ends, so that's kind of a tough thing to get into. I mean, we see Gonzalez and Gates and those amazing, and even Rob Gronkowski. And is Kyle Pitts going to be? Is he going to have enough longevity, being a guy who can play around so much? Is he going to be included so much into the scheme that it's going to cause issues? Another thing with the blocking, maybe that keeps him more healthy because we see tight ends get beat up so much.
We do.
Some tight ends that are always hurt, and partly because they're blocking. Blocking will put wear and tear on a guy who's not just running routes, not getting any contact. So that is an interesting thing there. I think Penei Sewell most definitely could be a guy that's around forever. He's known as one of the best tackles around the league. It's totally possible. I don't know if that'll happen his first year. He could struggle, but I see him doing well. I think he'll live up to all that hype.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of, obviously Trevor Lawrence kind of seems like he's going to be a lock.
Mm-hmm.
Best quarterback prospect in theory since Andrew Luck back in 2012. I think that was the Robert Griffin III draft class as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of really, really talented players in this class, but I think it's got to be between one of those three guys. The defensive players in this class haven't overly excited me. I think there's some nice prospects, but no one just jumps off the board and screams can't miss player like a Chase Young, Joey Bosa, Nick Bosa, those type of pass rushers, which honestly, now that I think about it, Ohio State having those three guys is quite ridiculous. That is a crazy pass rush rotation.
Mm-hmm.
So the clock has actually restarted back to the top, and the pick is in. All right, put it up on the screen, Erik. The pick is in, and I got to pay attention to make sure we get when the commissioner goes up so that I am able to share that with you guys when he announces, of course, the expected draftee in Trevor Lawrence here at number 1. I always love how they drag out this process. So, of course, the Jets will be on the clock after this. You think they'll drain the clock all the way down as well?
I don't expect that. I sure hope not. That would just be silly.
Like, these teams know who they're picking. We don't need to drag this out. Otherwise, we're going to be here till 1 a.m., which is a very real possibility. I think I've actually went to bed after like pick 25 the last couple of years, even though I love this stuff. But being on a Thursday night, it's not always the most convenient thing.
No.
The Jacksonville Jaguars know who the pick is going to be, yet they don't want to tell us.
Roger, this is the part where you walk on the stage and you say what the pick is.
They've got a band playing or something. So, alrighty, you guys. Hopefully, any moment now we'll get word from Mr. Here he comes. Here he comes. Alrighty, let's tune into the commissioner. Stand by. He's taking a sweet time getting up there, too. Here it is.
With the first pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence, quarterback.
Hey.
There we go. So Trevor Lawrence it is, number 1 overall, the star quarterback out of Clemson. Here he is for you guys, Trevor Lawrence, and some of his highlights from his career at the University of Clemson. This was a no-brainer. We've been talking about it for ages now, but Trevor Lawrence, the best quarterback prospect in this draft class. He's the most pro-ready of the bunch as well, in my opinion, even more so than a Mac Jones. We've seen more games out of Trevor Lawrence here, 3 seasons as a starter, won the national championship game as a true freshman. This guy's got the size, the arm talent. He's even got some athleticism. They try and run some quarterback option stuff with them there at Clemson. Hopefully Urban Meyer doesn't get too fancy and try and do that with the Jaguars. But nonetheless, I think this will be a very good coach and quarterback relationship. Hopefully the Jags can turn things around here with Trevor Lawrence as their new signal caller.
Yeah, I think that he's got all the intangibles that you need. He's shown us great things at Clemson. He's shown that he has that NFL type accuracy, that thinking. He can make his reads. He can also scramble. He's got that prototype that you need in guys that has really been changing, and that's kind of why we hate on Mac Jones, because he's just another one of those pocket passer guys. We want to see guys who can make dynamic plays and can make a big difference on a team that needs a boost on offense, hasn't had a QB. The Jaguars, we saw Gardner Minshew make those moves, not consistently. So if we can see Trevor Lawrence do those kinds of things and be a solid QB, I think that the Jags are moving in the right direction. And then I think, that second first round pick is defense, and then they bolster that defense to help him out so that he's not coming on the field every single time the other team gets the ball.
Yeah, so quick note, you guys, we're already about halfway through the clock, but the New York Jets are officially on the clock. They've been on the clock for a solid 5 minutes now, but obviously we had to break down the Trevor Lawrence pick. So we're expecting Zach Wilson here at number 2 overall. We'll continue talking about Trevor Lawrence a bit more before we get into that selection. I think that this makes a lot of sense, and what I love the most about this pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars is how the team is already somewhat in a solid situation structurally from an offensive standpoint. The line is not all that bad. He's going to have some help with the Jaguars. They just franchise tagged their left tackle this season. They've got some decent interior offensive linemen as well. Maybe I'd love to see them go out there and get another right tackle for Trevor Lawrence to truly protect him in that pocket. But I think that there's a lot of things to work with here if you're Trevor Lawrence and a Jaguars fan. Marvin Jones, DJ Chark, Laviska Shenault from last year's draft class, James Robinson out of the backfield. That tight end position is kind of a glaring need, but there's a lot of directions this football team could go. I think it should work out pretty well in the end for Trevor Lawrence and the Jags. Now the tough task is building around him. We're going to see this over the coming days here. Urban Meyer in his first draft as the coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars is going to have to put some really nice prospects around him, and hopefully they can all help each other reach their fullest potential.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. Like you said, the league is changing tonight. I think that this is going to be that Zach Wilson pick, and it's another one that's super exciting because you're changing the face of the franchise. We got Sunshine, and now we got Zach Wilson, who kind of looks like Jay Cutler or Drew Lock, which is hilarious because I just feel like they all have like the same face. And hopefully that doesn't mean that Zach Wilson is a pick machine like those two, but I have high hopes for Zach Wilson and the Jets as we jumped on the Jets bandwagon early. So we're hoping that this can be it. But hey, who knows? Maybe it's Justin Fields here and we all get shocked.
If it's Justin Fields, I would give props to the Jets organization and what they're doing over there. I'd love to see that pick. I'm a bit weary. How far is Justin Fields going to fall? Because it could be quite far. And in that situation, that might get a little hairy for him, and he might land somewhere that isn't too great for him. But nonetheless, here, 3 minutes left until the Jets pick is official. Scott Grant with a little joke here, baby shark, do.
The DJ shark, yeah. It is pronounced shark.
Shark.
Yep, like charcuterie or just a shark, like the things that swim in the ocean.
Here we go. Xander G says Fields has fallen to 9 unless someone trades up. I think it's a very fair point. Unless we see a New England Patriots move up to that 8 spot with the Panthers, heck, maybe even the Pats move up to the 9 spot with the Broncos. I think that he's going to slip that far. I'd love to see them go quarterback to start the draft off here 4 in a row, but that's never happened before, so it's fairly unlikely. The pick is in for the New York Jets, and we should have that coming by momentarily. I think we all assume it's going to be Zach Wilson. They've panned the camera back to him. The family's hugging each other, so it seems like that is probably
seems like that's what happened. What's
going to happen. For a kid that goes to BYU, he sure looks like he's very tan. He's very
yeah, that is true. Maybe he's got a tanning bed. Who knows? Or maybe he's a spray tan. Maybe he does it. Maybe he does it Trump style.
Nice.
A little spray tan in. Who knows?
All right, you guys. I was gonna drop another video for you all, but since the pick is in, I'll wait until the 49ers are on the board. Man, I can't wait for that draft pick. That is going to be some interesting stuff. Wilson is better groomed and less angry, smoking Jay. I don't know what to make of that, but it's there. You guys, make sure you've liked the stream if you haven't done so already. The pick is in for the New York Jets. Help other people find this stream. Share it if you'd like to as well, and help us get noticed out there so other people can drop in the stream and check out what we've got here to offer for you guys. SizzleFantasy.com, top right corner of your screen, or top left corner. When I point, it's with my right hand, though. You guys should go check that out and look at our draft guide collection for the 2021 season and check out some of our brand new merch that's dropped. But Commissioner Goodell is slowly making his way to the podium, and it looks like he's going to tell us who the Jets have picked at the number 2 overall spot in about 10 seconds or so. We'll have that ready to go for you.
With the second pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Zach Wilson, quarterback, BYU.
There it is, you guys. Zach Wilson out of BYU. As expected, another pick Wilson off the board. Mute that quick. Zach Wilson out of BYU. This guy has got the arm talent, or at least the ability to throw from an off-center position, not in a balanced play style. Similar to Patrick Mahomes or Aaron Rodgers. He doesn't have the pure arm strength or talent of those guys. And here we see Zach Wilson making his way up to the podium as the first player at the actual NFL draft. And he is getting into it, high-fiving the Jets fans. He's excited to be a New York Jet. You know, I would too. Joe Douglas is being, or at least the moves he's made so far have looked pretty good this offseason. But Zach Wilson, what do you make of the pick, Erik? I know that you've been more of a fan of this than I have, but I'm still going to support the guy because I love the gangrene.
It looks like they went with a trucker hat style this year. I just thought I'd mention that. Zach Wilson looks fantastic in that Jets hat, and I think that he will. I think that he will be nice with the Jets. I'm hoping that he isn't becoming that Drew Lock guy that we expect him to be. Super reliable, but we don't see it. We see him kind of force balls in or try to make too many plays because he does do that. The thought is he played at BYU and he kind of played scrubs, so he thought like he has to play Superman and he has to make all these moves. Hopefully he can get a little more honest and understand that his talents are great, but he's in the NFL now, and he's not the only one who needs to make things happen. He needs to play as a team. He needs to be that leader, and I think that he can, and I think he's coachable. I think it's a little different than what some may expect. He, like I said, has all that talent. I think he is deserving of being that number 2 quarterback.
Yep, and with that pick being made, Zach Wilson, if you're just joining the stream here, to the New York Jets at the number 2 overall spot. What that means, though, is the San Francisco 49ers are now on the clock. It's time for the 49ers to make the pick of the draft. The NFL draft starts now in the eyes of many NFL analysts, such as myself and Erik, who really, this is where things start to get murky, foggy, whatever you want to call it. We don't know where the 49ers are going to go here. If I hear the 2 words Mac Jones out of Commissioner Goodell's voice, I will not be too impressed with that selection. But nonetheless, I think it's a very real possibility here. And the 49ers have a franchise-changing and career-changing decision to make for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, who, honestly, one more losing season, these guys could be in the hot seat. They're kind of revered as the what would you want to call it? These are the it kids for the National Football League. We talk about them like they're geniuses, and Kyle Shanahan has one winning season as a head coach, and that was obviously when they went to the Super Bowl, but they came up short after trailing double digits in the fourth quarter. So this is an important pick here for the 49ers. This is a big deal, and I think that getting this pick wrong could be very costly for those guys.
I do respect that they made that move into the 3rd pick because they are trying to make a change because they know that their offense really wasn't Jimmy Garoppolo. It was that run game. So if they were to have more competent quarterback play or at least more playmaking, that means Trey Lance or Justin Fields. Clearly, it's between Mac and Trey Lance, at least from what we've heard. It would be complete smoke and mirrors if they took Justin Fields, but him and Trey Lance are the only 2 that are really going to make those big plays. Mac Jones is not. He's kind of like a Jimmy Garoppolo carbon copy. He could do that play action passing, Kirk Cousins kind of thing. Not that Kirk Cousins or Jimmy Garoppolo are bad, but they didn't work out for both teams, the Vikings and the 49ers, in giving them enough oomph to make that full-on win. I think they need more playmaking, and hopefully that means Trey Lance. I would just absolutely love to see Trey Lance go to the 49ers.
I would as well, but you guys, we've got a big announcement here. So those of you who are here from the fantasy football world of SFS, we're going to be doing our first draft guide giveaway immediately following the San Francisco 49ers picks. So get your phones out and ready. It's a little bit of a competition between those of you guys watching at home. Get your cell phones out. Go over to Sizzle Fantasy Sports on Instagram and give us a follow if you haven't done so already. Here is some more information on that draft guide giveaway.
Hey guys, Gavin here. Make sure to head over to Sizzle Fantasy Sports on Instagram and give us a follow. You're going to need to be able to do that to have your chance to win a 2021 draft guide bundle giveaway that we're doing 10 of on today's stream. So head over and do that and stay tuned for more info.
All right, you guys. So giving you a little bit of a heads up, you guys are going to need to have a screenshot that you've subscribed to the channel. You're going to have to show that you've given this video a thumbs up so others can find us here on YouTube while we're doing this live stream. And I'll get to that more after this pick is made. And I will tell you guys how to become the first winner of a draft guide here on the SFS channel during our live stream of the NFL draft. The 49ers have about 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the board here to make their decision. This is one I think that with the Jets and the Jaguars, I kind of got impatient, but you can't fault San Francisco for taking their time here and trying to make the best decision for that franchise. This is a big deal. They could potentially bust if this doesn't work out like we talked about. And as you said, Kirk Cousins, Jimmy Garoppolo, those have been nice and productive players in their system, but they haven't given them what it takes to go over the top and win the big game, which is obviously that Super Bowl. I think Trey Lance is that guy for this organization. And honestly, if I was running the organization, I might even take Justin Fields first. But that's reportedly out of the discussion for the 49ers, and it's down to Mac Jones or Trey Lance. So a decision has to be made. The pick reportedly is in, and I guess we'll have to tune in to Commissioner Goodell momentarily to see what this pick is going to be. However, he is currently not going up on stage because Zach Wilson is being interviewed. So it looks like we've got ourselves another minute or so before that pick is made.
My fellow Bears fan, Xander G, says Mac Jones is going next. He's got it set in stone. He's got Brian Urlacher there. The Mutt card, I can see it. You love to see it. I mean, go Bears, and Urlacher was legendary. But Mac Jones, if he goes, we will be sad, but we're kind of expecting it. The odds are in his favor, which is just fantastic. Mac Jones, I suppose. Let's see.
So the pick is in. I'm fully prepared to launch Mac Jones's highlight tape as soon as this pick is made. But I would absolutely love to go back through my files and search out that Trey Lance highlight tape because I think he's got a whole lot more to offer to this organization. This is where the NFL draft starts, you guys. Everything gets exponentially more interesting after this pick is made. Like I said, right after we break down this pick, draft guide giveaway time. One of you lucky viewers right now will get access to the 2021 SFS Draft Guide Bundle absolutely free for heading over to Sizzle Fantasy Sports on Instagram and giving us a follow and following the directions I give you after this pick is made. But here comes Commissioner Goodell. This is a big deal here. Last take. Who's it going to be, Erik?
God, I hope it's not Mac Jones.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback.
Boom!
Dakota State.
Let's go, Trey Lance is your pick for the San Francisco 49ers at number 3 overall. How about them Niners making the move, pulling the gutsy decision? It's Trey Lance out of North Dakota State, the big-bodied quarterback with a heck of a lot of potential here. Reportedly, might be in a relationship with Colin Cowherd's daughter. little interesting note to add there. Colin Cowherd speaks very highly of Trey Lance if you've ever tuned into any of his segments. Nonetheless, I love this pick here. I'm proud of you, Kyle. I'm proud of you, John Lynch. This was the right choice. Mac Jones, I had him in my final mock because I was eerily depressed that this was actually going to happen. And honestly, things get a whole heck of a lot scarier for my Packers, who now have to deal with the 49ers and that roster with a young quarterback, and not to mention a young rookie contract with that plethora of talent around him. You guys, they're going to be able to extend, sign so many different players. I mean, they're going to be able to afford and keep that roster intact. And if this pick is a hit, they just got themselves an absolute franchise changer here at number 3. This pick was awesome. What are your takes, Erik? I think this could not have started off better for the 49ers.
First off, Coach Tom Yashinsky was correct, and it was Trey Lance.
Yes, sir.
That is very exciting. And I am very happy that Mac Jones did not go there, because Mac Jones is not worth a 3rd overall pick. I don't think he's even worth a 1st-round pick. I think he would be a 2nd-round QB because he's not dynamic. And I think that the 49ers were kind of doing smoke and mirrors here. I think they wanted people to think that they were going to go with another Jimmy G carbon copy, but they went with what I said. They need a playmaker to add that extra element to an offense that is really powerful in the run game, but when they have to pass, it struggles. So this is really exciting. He's got a nice receiving core to throw to. I think Ayuk is even going up in value now. So we're going to see a very interesting team there. This is so exciting because now we can see these 3 dynamic QBs that just went really shape the league. This is very exciting because we'll see. Does Lance start right away? Is Jimmy G going to make a move? Or is Lance going to sit behind Jimmy G? Who knows? But I think Lance will play this year.
Yeah, Trey Lance is an absolutely phenomenal talent. And honestly, if they don't want to bring Trey Lance off the bench to play a game this year, here's my prediction. I'll say it right here, right now. Trey Lance will start a football game for the San Francisco 49ers, whether by choice or not, because Jimmy G will find a way to get himself on the injury list and find himself missing time. Nonetheless, though, you guys, we've got stuff to move on to here. We are absolutely not done talking about Trey Lance tonight, but we've got some other stuff to touch on as well. The Atlanta Falcons are officially on the clock here. They're actually under halfway left on the clock. I just happened to get around a little bit later to that pick because of talking about some other things, you guys. But it's draft guide giveaway time. We've got a draft guide giveaway, our first of 10 that we'll be giving away here on the stream tonight. Ready for one of you guys. If you haven't already, you still got a chance. There's 9 others. You might not win this time around, but head over to Sizzle Fantasy Sports on Instagram, and all you got to do is give us a follow and screenshot that you've subscribed to the channel, and B, like this stream so that others like you looking for NFL draft content can find this video and hopefully find our channel and content out there as well. Screenshot that puppy to me, send her on over, and tell me your favorite NFL team and who you'd like to see them select, and I'll be picking one lucky winner out of my DMs in just a couple minutes here. Don't worry, if you don't win the first time around, try again the second time that we do a giveaway. Like I said, 9 more opportunities. You don't have to win the first time. Plenty of chances for you guys here. So send me those DMs. Show me that you've liked and subscribed to the SFS channel, and let's get cooking here, giving away some draft guides. I will announce the winner via stream, and I will DM you and help you personally set up that account. You guys are going to get access to a plethora of awesome content from Erik and I and some of our buddies that have helped us compile some stats. We've got an awesome concept called Consistency Kings, which you'll see on our merchandise, that is founded based on the idea that consistent fantasy players who are consistently great and above average, and guys who are able to meet a certain bar on a week-to-week basis, give you the utmost chance to win your fantasy football leagues. So head over, you guys. If you don't win the draft guide giveaway tonight, check it out nonetheless. See if it's something you're interested in, and we would love to have you join our community and be a part of the SFS family, because each and every single one of you guys means so much to us, and we love interacting and engaging with every single one of you. So drop some comments down in the chat. Let us know if you have any questions about the board tonight. If you want our thoughts, our takes, something that we haven't brought up and addressed yet, have it head down there in the chat section. We will absolutely get to each and every single one of your guys' comments tonight. It's a great night. Trey Lance just got picked over Mac Jones. I couldn't be more thrilled about it. And I'm not even a 49ers fan. In fact, the 49ers, as I talked about earlier, crushed my Packers in the NFC Championship game just 2 years ago. But this is draft night. The NFL draft is one of the most fun events of the year, and this is by far the best product I think that we put out here on the SFS channel. So I'm very excited about that as well. What say you, Erik? And the Falcons pick is in, so potentially something to watch here.
It's clear that they're not going to trade it here. So if it is Kyle Pitts, then we predicted properly. It would be really exciting. I think that they want best player available. I don't think it's worth taking one of those defensive players at number 4, but it's possible that they take a guy like Surtain because I know they are looking for a corner. It's a big hole in their defense. So who knows?
Yeah, I'm expecting Kyle Pitts here. I'd be a bit shocked to see the Falcons take a corner at number 4 overall. I just don't know if the value is there. Absolutely. It's a day one plug and play. It helps the secondary out a lot. That's a unit that's been atrocious, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
But I think with Arthur Smith as your new head coach, with him being an offensive-minded head coach, they're going to look for some better personnel. I think a sneaky under-the-radar pick here could also be Penei Sewell. Matt Ryan has kind of been a sack dummy in the last couple of years of his NFL career. Maybe they look to get him some added protection. Here's Commissioner Goodell with the Falcons' 4th overall selection, as he is currently bringing up the lucky Falcons fan who is able to be on stage for this pick. Without further ado, here's Commissioner Goodell.
With the 4th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Kyle Pitts, tight end, Florida.
There it is, you guys. Kyle Pitts, potentially the best tight end prospect ever to come out of the college football system, heads to the Atlanta Falcons, and they just got a 3-headed monster of pass catchers. Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Kyle Pitts. Those are the top 3 pass catchers for the Atlanta Falcons. Let's put a little bit of a fantasy spin on things. How do you think Kyle Pitts plays out in Atlanta as a fantasy football player heading into his rookie season? By the way, a quick note, I think he's going to look very, very nice in those black and red brand new Falcons uniforms from last season. I think that's going to be a good look for him.
I think that Kyle Pitts has the face of a legendary player. I don't know what it is, but he just looks like he's going to be great. But yeah, I think that he is one of the most athletic, dynamic, what is it? Versatile weapon.
There you go.
Is what everyone calls him. That's something that, like I said, is important in a first-round pick. We'll see how he's used. Will he be used properly as more of a receiver than a tight end, and or will he have to be on the line and block? I'm curious. I know that he can block, but is he going to be more of a receiver for the Falcons?
Yeah, I think he is absolutely going to have to be used as more of a receiver. Unfortunately, this kind of defeats the purpose of Hayden Hurst last season. Yeah. But nonetheless, this offense is completely loaded now. They have to Atlanta has to address defense or interior offensive line, maybe even the tackle position as well with the rest of this draft, because they need so much help on that side of the ball, and even lost some guys this offseason in free agency. But Kyle Pitts is going to have himself a field day with the Falcons. I think playing in a dome is going to be awesome for him as well, playing down there in Atlanta, Georgia. So big moves for the Falcons there. I'm running the tape again so you guys can just get a glimpse as to how dominant Kyle Pitts is. There you see him go up in double coverage and just moss those 2 defensive backs. Kyle Pitts is a different breed, and he runs past secondary players like wide receivers do. He's a scary, scary player. I see him compared to Megatron, and I can't fault analysts for making that comparison either. There we see him make a catch on Jaycee Horn, who is one of the more dominant corners in this draft class, who we'll probably see within the next 10 picks or so fall off the board. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, I'll have to go check my DMs in just a second here to see and declare the winner of that draft guide giveaway. Got an announcement for you guys. The Cincinnati Bengals are now on the clock.
How about that?
And they've actually been on the clock for 5 minutes, just like this has gone the rest of the time because they take so long to announce the picks. However, here we go. Cincinnati, what do you think, Erik? Jamar Chase, Penei Sewell, what say you?
They need – where'd it go? They need to protect this guy. It's just we don't want to see this jersey with any grass stains on it.
We don't want to see Joseph with a stain.
If your quarterback is on his back, you're not winning football games, as Gavin would say. So I think
that is exactly what I would say.
Yes, I know, and I think that if you get a guy like Penei Sewell, you're not only getting a guy that's defending your quarterback, you're getting a guy that's going to be on the team for a long time who could become a generational talent. Again, he may not have the technique completely down, but his athleticism and his body type allows him to grow into that. And we see tackles develop really well. So I think Penei Sewell is the correct pick here. Jamar Chase is a fantastic receiver. He has great route running. He's very physical. He already looks like an NFL receiver, but I think the best decision here is Penei Sewell.
Alrighty, so 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Remember, you guys, keep sending in those submissions for that draft guide giveaway. If you haven't done so already, you've got a couple in, but I'm only choosing one per round here. So drop those down in the Sizzle Fantasy Sports direct message box. A couple of comments here from viewers. Lucas Martin says he has a sneaky feeling that Mac Jones falls and Justin Fields is the next quarterback taken. Got 3 quarterbacks off the board already. I mean, we've got ourselves Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, and Trevor Lawrence all gone. I think that Justin Fields absolutely should go before Mac Jones. You know, then the game becomes, how far does Mac Jones fall? And for a guy who he had to have expected that he was going to be the 3rd overall pick, I mean, that's got to be kind of crushing to Mac Jones hearing all this stuff about him. And then all of a sudden he isn't the pick at number 3 by the 49ers. Who's the team you see him fall into, Erik?
I think that you're talking about Jamar Chase.
No. I was talking about I was reading comments. Mac Jones falling.
Comments about Mac Jones. I think it's possible that next time if you want to put him on the screen, that's even better. You just click him. I think that Mac Jones could possibly fall under the top 10. And even under the top 15, because I think that's really what should happen. And that's what's really funny about this draft is that it could end up looking way closer to initial mocks that happened a long time ago. Like our first mock might have some things right that we never would have actually thought of later on, like having Najee Harris go to the Steelers. And that's something that people didn't really expect for a little bit.
I believe that was my first mock. I had Najee heading to the Steelers.
Mm-hmm. And now we see Mac Jones is probably going to fall here. There's teams that just don't see that he's worth putting a high 1st round pick into. There's more talent that you're going to get more out of. That's what we had. We had Mac Jones like 15 and under in our initial mock drafts, and then kind of the hype forced us to move.
Yeah, the amount of hate I got for not having Mac Jones at 3 in some mocks was unbelievable. And the more I put Mac Jones at 3 in my mock drafts, the more boring they got. So that tells you something about Mac Jones. The pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals, regardless of what we're talking about here with Mac Jones. I think personally watching his highlights here that you see on the screen, it looks more like a highlight tape for those elite wideouts there at the University of Alabama. But I won't hate too hard on him. We'll take him down from the stream here for a second because we've got the Cincinnati Bengals. And Erik, my fingers are crossed. Let us know, you guys in the chat, who you think the Bengals are taking really quick here before they put that pick in and have Goodell announce it. I'm hoping Penei Sewell if I'm Joe Burrow, even though my buddy Jamar Chase obviously played with him in college. I just think it's a better choice for the organization to head out and pick a guy who's going to be a pass protector and a dominant run player. And on the screen right now, they are showing the abuse Joe Burrow took last season playing quarterback for the Bengals. And I unfortunately just had to watch his knee pop out of socket again. So please protect your quarterback. If your quarterback is on his back, I'll say it again, you're not winning football games in the National Football League. Penei Sewell is a prospect you do not see every year at the pro football level entering out of college. You have a unique situation here, Cincinnati, where a player who was potentially a top 3 pick just a month ago when Miami was sitting at 3 falls to you at 5. You've got your dream situation. We've been talking about this since Burrow went down in November. Make the right choice. Pick Penei Sewell. I love Jamar Chase. I get the hype, and I get why you might want to go there. But wide receiver is so much more deep. You've already got T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, who I think are very, very nice pieces at the wide receiver position and guys who have a lot of potential that were productive with Burrow last year. So I'm hoping Sewell is the pick here for the Bengals at 5. And this potentially means that I might start off 5 for 5 in a mock.
How about that?
With the 5th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
My heart's racing for Joe.
the Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase,
Oh,
wide
geez.
receiver, LSU.
That is all right. Let's get Jamar Chase ready here.
Let's have a moment of silence.
A moment of silence for Joe Burrow.
His kneecap, his ligaments in his knee, his tendons. Draven Mayberry, another influencer here on the social media market, plays some games over on Twitch. He's got himself a really nice following. Draven, if you want to crash some of your viewers into our stream, you wouldn't mind. He's excited for Jamar Chase, and I would be too, because he's going to make some nice plays on TV, and he's going to be a beast in the passing game. But what are you going to do about Joe's knee?
Yeah.
Joe's knee is coming fresh off of surgery. Joe's knee needs protection, and Joe's knee won't last forever if you don't do the proper measures to keep him protected. You better go out there, Cincinnati, and make a move for another top lineman in this draft class, because if you don't, you're going to regret it, and things could end miserably for such a talented player. Draven, let's keep the chat a little PG here, if you don't mind. Otherwise, we like Jamar Chase as a player. I think this changes how I feel about him personally from a fantasy perspective too. I think he's still a very nice player and a guy who's going to be the wide receiver 1 in this draft class. But I'm interested to dive into and break down how that plays out here. Mm-hmm. So with this, what does Miami do now? What do the Dolphins do at the 6th pick? Because Jamar Chase is a guy who I expected to be available and ready for that football team to go out and make a move for.
Is it going to be the Dolphins taking Penei Sewell, or is it going to be them possibly getting a
what if they want Devonta
Alabama
Smith?
Receiver? Devonta Smith has talked about how he doesn't like Tua as much as Mac Jones. So who knows? I don't know if that would really be that important. Maybe it's Waddle that goes before Smith. Who knows? But I think that the Dolphins have a lot of options here.
There you see it. The Dolphins are on the clock.
I think that.
Oh, the pick is in. That was quick. It's Sewell. I'm calling it. If it was that quick, it's going to be Penei Sewell.
Let's type it in. I'll give it a.
So if you guys are just joining the stream here, make sure to give us a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't been exposed to our content in the past. I believe that Penei Sewell will be the pick here for the Miami Dolphins, who are looking to protect their franchise quarterback they invested into in the 1st round last season in Tua Tagovailoa as the extended form of his name. I think Penei Sewell, it's a crime if he falls past this pick. I would not take one of the Alabama receivers over Penei. I think with Kyle Pitts off the board here, wait until that 18th pick. If you really want a receiver that bad, you can wait until 18, and maybe Jaylen Waddle is still there. There's a lot of names on the board at the wide receiver position. You got to play this one smart. If you are the Dolphins, I think that it's got to be Penei Sewell or bust right now, I think, if you're Miami. I don't know where else they would go because the defensive players in this class, outside of maybe a Micah Parsons, but even then I'd be shocked, aren't worth it at this pick.
Yeah, I think that Penei Sewell would be the best value here. I think that Flores knows what he's doing, and he knows, like I've said several times, that if they pick a guy like him, they can have him for a long time and develop him properly. That's a good coaching staff, so I expect it to be a value pick here for the Dolphins with Penei Sewell.
Yeah, and this is just an example of how we see players falling, great players falling, because of quarterbacks going early, because of I guess it wasn't necessarily a surprise pick, but a pick that maybe we would have been advised against. or I would have advised someone against in taking a wide receiver. Now you go 3 deep at the position. And if you add in, who's the 4th receiver for Cincinnati that's actually quite solid? Auden Tate.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
He's a big guy.
He is a big boy. So they've got themselves quite a bit of weapons there in Cincinnati now. And I think that's quite the interesting situation to break down now. I'm not so sure how much football games this is going to help them win, but it is interesting.
Yeah.
It is an interesting pick.
I think they basically got one of the best talents on the board there after Kyle Pitts, at least at the skill position. So it's respectable. They went with Joe's decision there, which I'm not sure why Joe felt that was what he needed when he just had a season-ending injury. Penei Sewell would be the one that would be the smart move to protect him, but Jamar Chase is awesome. We love him as a prospect, but for the sake of good old Joe, is it worth it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the answer to that question is at the moment, because we'll have to wait and see. If Joe Burrow plays out the rest of his career and has a prosperous, injury-free time with the Cincinnati Bengals, then I think we can look back and say this is a great pick by the Bengals here. But when you had the opportunity to take the best offensive line talent on the board and you passed up on them, you have no excuses as an organization to look back on this in 5 years and say, why didn't we make that pick? Because it was right there. The lineman was there for the taking. It's not the flashy pick. It's not the fanciest pick in the world, but I think it was the right pick. And so I think they may have slightly missed on that one a little bit. But the Dolphins, the pick has been in for quite a while now. Let's get back to some comments here. If you guys are just checking into the stream, make sure you give us a thumbs up here and let us know any questions, concerns, thoughts you have on the picks. Let us know. We'd love to have a conversation with you guys and chat about what's going on in the NFL draft. And we've got Roger up here.
With these 6 picks in the 2021 NFL draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jaylen Waddle.
Wow.
Alabama.
I said that it was possible. So they did like Waddle more than Devonta Smith, which is actually something that I like. I like both of them, but Waddle is the one that I like more. This is an interesting pick. I respect that they took the risk almost, because Jaylen Waddle is someone that people have thought about going much lower than Devonta Smith. So I am excited.
My jaw is dropped here. Scott Grant says, wow. I agree with you, Scott. This is a shocker. The fact that they made that pick so fast.
Yeah, that was a very fast pick
about
for Jaylen
what
Waddle.
they think about Jaylen Waddle. The Lions have less than 5 minutes left on the clock, so I'll put them up on the screen, their little on the clock banner immediately following the highlights here from Jaylen Waddle, which are quite impressive. This guy's an explosive playmaker. He doesn't lose a step in and out of his breaks. Very elite route runner. Very, very great talent, I think. The Lions pick is in already. And they might have just had Penei Sewell fall into their laps. A generational left tackle falls into the laps of the Detroit Lions at the number 7 spot. Of all my mock drafts, I'll be the first to admit to you, I have not once put Jaylen Waddle at number 6 overall. I just talked about him maybe being there at 18. This tells you how much they love the guy. This is crazy.
So did the Dolphins make that trade because they thought that they were going to get Jaylen Waddle? Is their thought that Jaylen Waddle was going to go to the Giants? I really don't understand where that comes from. I think that it's respectable.
He should start day one. I mean, this guy's he's going to be a big impact player, but I believe he also was very open about taking Mac Jones over Tua. So we'll see how that turns out here. He's explosive. I mean, he looks awesome. I liked him better than Devonta Smith personally. And I think that he comps similarly to Odell Beckham Jr. or even a guy like he's honestly a thicker and stronger version of a DJ Moore.
I think just that
as good ability to win at the contested level.
I think it's just the thing that they needed. I think the difference between him and Devonta Smith is that Waddle has more of that dynamic playmaking, that more that lateral movement. That Devontae's more of a deep threat than Waddle. But again, they both can do it all. They're very impressive. Devonta may have that route running on him, but they're both great route runners. But we just like Waddle a little more, and I think that's exactly what the Dolphins needed. They needed that dynamic playmaker, and they got it at number 6, which I think is kind of an overdraft. But
if he's your guy, he's your guy.
Really well on that. Yep. If he does very well on the team, he'll show that he was worth being taken at that spot.
I am absolutely shocked right now if my name is Penei Sewell and it's pick 7 and I'm not off the board. This is ridiculous. The Detroit Lions have just gotten a blessing from the football gods above.
Yep.
Scott Cran just said that in the comment section as well. I couldn't agree with you more, man. I think this was one of the least expected things. I thought Penei Sewell was a lock to go top 5. The fact that he fell past Cincinnati flabbergasted me. And the fact that Tua Tagovailoa is a pocket passer and you pass on the best line prospect in years. Maybe we're finding out some stuff, some concerns about big old Penei Sewell and what they think he can be for that team.
It's exciting. I'm an offensive line guy, so I think that here, you can speak. Just wait.
Okay. Back to the point about Penei Sewell, guys. I very, very surprised that this is the pick here, or not the pick, rather. I think Jaylen Waddle will ultimately be very effective in the passing game for the for the Miami Dolphins. Lions pick is up next year in just a moment. I think Jaylen Waddle will ultimately be a productive player, and I think he's a very explosive guy that can take Tua's game to the next level. But like I said, I am quite shocked that, he was picked over Devonta Smith, which I did say I liked him better as a prospect and as a talent over Devonta Smith. But nonetheless, I think at 6 here, this is quite surprising. And it tells you a bit what some GMs think about Devonta Smith, with him probably maybe he's not even the 3rd receiver off the board just because of how loaded this class is. But I'd be quite shocked if he fell that far. With these guys off the board already, though, that raises some questions. If Philly can even have the chance at one of these receivers at the 12 spot, because I assumed that they would have themselves some pretty good options there on the table at 12, including Devonta Smith or Jaylen Waddle, and 2 of the 3 guys on the top of the board are now gone.
Yeah, sorry if the stream dropped there. We had some issues with that. Some people losing the stream. I think we're all good now.
Yeah, people are coming back.
So you can come back on. Mac Jones has still got his Joker smile. He's waiting to get picked, but it's not going to be by the Lions most likely. That would be a big shocker.
Shocker after shocker. It's almost time for another draft guide giveaway, you guys. If you haven't already, make sure to head over to sizzlefantasy.com and get yourself hooked up with a free draft guide bundle. You guys can do so by heading to Sizzle Fantasy Sports on Instagram and giving me a follow. All you have to do is take a screenshot that you have gave this video a like and subscribe to the channel, and you will be immediately considered for that giveaway. Here's another quick bit of information before Commissioner Goodell comes on the board.
Hey guys, Gavin here. Make sure to head over to Sizzle Fantasy Sports on Instagram and give us a follow. You're going to need to be able to do that to have your chance to win a 2021 Draft Guide Bundle giveaway that we're doing 10 of on today's stream. So head over and do that and stay tuned for more info.
Alrighty, you guys. There that was. And here's Commissioner Goodell with the 7th overall pick.
Lions. With the 7th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Penei Sewell.
There it is.
Oregon.
That's a steal if you're a Detroit Lions fan. Micro Mike, who I've been on with a couple times on his show, the One Pride podcast, is probably absolutely ecstatic right now that the Lions just had him fall into their laps there. I thought Sewell was going 2 spots earlier to the Bengals, but in actuality, here he is, the pick at number 6 overall to the Detroit Lions. That is a steal, and I'm sure, honestly, Dan Campbell, he is a big physical guy. I bet he absolutely loves this pickup here because he loves tough physical players. Look, I think that they've talked for years of Detroit about trying to get that run game going. You can finally get that done here with Penei Sewell coming to town at number 7 overall. You're going to have a guy who's going to protect Jared Goff, who needs to be a pocket passer, and you're going to have a guy who's going to greatly help out DeAndre Swift and Jamal Williams in that backfield. this is a big win for the Detroit Lions. This is probably, at this point, the steal of the draft, in my opinion, with such great value falling down all the way to pick 7. Here's where it gets really interesting. You're the Carolina Panthers. You've got the number 8 pick. Justin Fields is on the board. You just traded for Sam Darnold and moved off of Teddy Bridgewater. Do you open up QB competition here at that number 8 pick, Erik, or are you going to go Rashawn Slater or a different position to try and give Sam Darnold something to work with there in Carolina?
I had the Eagles trading up with the Panthers to get Patrick Surtain. They've been on the clock here for how long now?
8 minutes almost. I should probably announce to you guys the Panthers are on the clock and will probably have their pick in just a sec.
Yep. So we probably won't see them trade this. So I think that they may go with a corner here. I think it's also possible to go Micah Parsons and get that Luke Kuechly replacement. He's been gone for a little bit, but it might be time for another dynamic middle linebacker for that defense. It's also possible that they go Rashawn Slater. They bolster that offensive line, but they could go a lot of ways here. I think that's a valuable pick.
Mac Jones sitting on the phone there. He's up on the screen right now on the television broadcast, which we have the audio for you, and then we're right here breaking down picks with some highlight and some analysis for you guys. Make sure you give this video a like if you haven't done so already. Help others find our draft stream out there. There's a lot of ways Panthers could go with this pick. Any of the top corners would greatly help them out here. We know about Sam Darnold. He does not do great under pressure and when he is under heavy duress. So I think it would be wise of them to go out there and get some prospect or go out and get a top offensive line prospect for Sam Darnold and what he does. Looks like we're having some
the stream keeps dropping
with the stream.
I can see it. Thank you.
We can look into that and try and fix that for you in a moment when we have hopefully a solution to the problem. I don't know why it keeps dropping. I wonder if we got flagged. Yes, it looks like we got flagged. So
they got us. The bots got us.
They got us, guys. So there's 4 of us still.
No
still
more Roger.
Yeah. Okay, you guys. So I'm gonna have to keep that off. I will no longer be playing the commissioner.
You're gonna have to tell me the pick sign because I'm a little behind you.
Okay, I'll let you guys know. 3 of you are still in here, so hopefully it didn't get cut off for everybody. That's unfortunate that they hunted us down that fast.
The YouTube gods were not on our side today.
That is unfortunate. Sorry for those of you watching. We're trying to figure out how to get back up live. And for most of you guys that got kicked off, hopefully you can filter back in here. No more Roger Goodell. So maybe it was for the best that we had some difficulties trying to figure that out. Hopefully we can get some more of you guys in here. That would be nice if we could get this thing back up and rolling. We'll see if I can figure out what the issue is here fairly quickly. But the Panthers pick is in, so we're going to stick to just updating you guys with the draft selections. We are going to no longer be feeding the commissioner through because we think that's what got us flagged and ultimately taken down for a while on some people's streams. So we get back to some comments here in a second when we recover some of our audience that we lost there due to that ban. It looks like, though, we do appear to be back up and live for the time being. So as people filter back in, we'll let you guys know what's going on and hopefully stop having you guys get kicked out of here with some of the issues that we've been having. So we've been on for over an hour. We've seen the top 7 picks go. The Lions just got an incredible value pick. Here we go. I think we're back up and live. We're getting people to filter back into the stream now. You know, the draft board at the top played out very unexpectedly based off of what I would say I think that Jaylen Waddle is probably the shocker to this point. If you agree with me there, Erik, I'm very shocked that he was the second overall receiver off the board at such a high pick in this draft. I think I expected him to be around that 2 or 3 range, but maybe not come in quite as quickly. Maybe somewhere around the 10 or 12 range is where I had Jaylen Waddle penciled in, but he goes at 6 to Miami. Yep. And here is Commissioner Goodell, but unfortunately, we're not going to be feeding that through to you guys because we don't want to get banned again. So here we go with the 8th overall pick of the NFL draft. I will have that for you momentarily.
Wow.
Jaycee Horn, the cornerback out of South Carolina. This guy's a dominating cornerback prospect, very physical player. We'll have his highlights up for just a moment here. Here he is, you guys. Jaycee Horn, the stud cornerback out of South Carolina. 6'1", 205. This guy's a bruiser. When asked who is the toughest player you had to run routes against this season, Kyle Pitts had none other than Jaycee Horn at the top of his list. I think Jaycee Horn here is kind of a, how would I phrase this? I think he is a really high upside pick here who could probably be a boom or bust prospect, but I definitely see things tilting more towards the side of booming. I think this guy has a lot of great intangibles, and I love how physically he plays as a defensive back. He has a lot of great traits and characteristics to his game. So I think Jaycee Horn here, there's some players slipping that I did not expect to fall this far, and the Broncos have a beautiful opportunity now to pick Justin Fields at number 9 if that's what they choose to do here. So a very interesting pick coming up off the board here. Logan Stewart, if you're back around here on the channel, on the stream, let us know who you want to see your Broncos take here at this number 9 overall spot. I think there's a lot of ways they could go. Micah Parsons still on the board. Rashawn Slater out of Northwestern still available on the board, as well as Mac Jones and Justin Fields. So I'll play it for you guys one more time. Jaycee Horn out of South Carolina, the move for the Panthers. What do you think about this draft choice, Erik?
I know that you had Jaycee Horn higher than Surtain in some of your mock drafts.
I did.
I did find interesting.
I believe he was my first corner off the board in my final mock I did.
I really like Jaycee Horn because that team is in need of another number 1, and he's a guy that one of the few, honestly, that can be a number 1 that has that size and that strength. So it's very interesting to see him and Waddle go higher than we really expected. I did expect Horn to maybe make it into the top 10 if a team like the Panthers were to take Surtain and then the Cowboys were to take Horn. So I think that the Cowboys probably take Surtain here at 10, and don't be surprised if the Broncos are the ones who take Justin Fields, and that's just kind of how it goes. That would be my expectation based off things, but we've been surprised tonight, so I would be very interested to see what the Broncos do here. Do they stay away from quarterback with Teddy? I don't think so.
Yeah. So sounds like highlights are what's getting us right now, opposed to the audio. Well, we seem to be fine for the moment. Did we get booted after that one, or are we still up and fine? That's my question. It appears that we're still live and able to be watched here. I don't know. What's the call here? Should we keep the highlights going, or I think it really adds to the atmosphere of the draft.
It definitely does. So I don't know. The YouTube gods are against us today, but that's okay.
That's all right. All righty. So the Broncos clock is winding down here. I just realized I haven't put them up on the screen as the pick. There they are, the Denver Broncos here with the 9th overall selection. The clock is winding down. If you had to put forth your best guess, what would you say the most likely scenario is for Denver here at the number 9 spot?
Looks like we're going to have to go back up because no more clips, I suppose. I think we'll be able to play the audio. Yeah. So we won't be able to play the clips, unfortunately.
What intel do we have that's the clips getting us?
But I think those clips they'll be coming back. I think we could probably use those in a separate video and give our analysis on the picks clearly. So those will still be. We'll use those. You guys can see those clips and we'll talk about them. I think that the audio should be fine. I think we just don't do the clips and give our analysis.
Yeah, so no clips? Is that the final decision?
I think that is the decision here.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I think the audio would be okay. Yep. Okay, so the YouTube gods.
Do we get banned again?
No, we're back, I think.
Or I shouldn't say banned, but they'll freeze us if we are being naughty.
Yep. They don't want us stealing the film from them.
It's unfortunate.
It really is.
It'd be a much better situation if we could put those up there. So hopefully that's back in play eventually. But if we're going to keep getting shut down here, then we should probably stop showing them. So I'll just put out a quick chat.
So yeah, some best player available. We got Devonta Smith on the board. Justin Fields is who we would be expecting to see the Broncos go after if they are going for that QB. I don't think receiver is a need. Patrick Surtain is still there, but it seems like the Broncos should be okay with corner. They just got Kyle Fuller from the Bears. So the expectation is probably QB here. Fields is going to be the best player available. It would have been proper for him to even go at third, but clearly Trey Lance was the guy that the Niners really wanted. Chat here. Yep. See if we can wonder if it changes links when you do that. Should be good then, huh?
Yeah, I think if we refrain from using tape, unfortunately, we should be fine, which sucks because I spent probably 10 hours putting all that stuff together.
Yeah.
And I had highlights for you guys for every even potential first-round pick here. So I was ready to go for you guys, but it looks like it might not be an option to show that footage, unfortunately. It's kind of crazy that they can hunt us down that fast and get a hold of us, but they got us. So here we are. No more video highlights for you guys. We'll give you the best we can here with what we've got. I've got some graphics up still that we can take advantage of. And the Broncos here at number 9. This should be an interesting pick. Should I just go for it and put Goodell up on the through the stream?
What's that? Put Goodell? Yeah, we can give Goodell another shot here and see if that causes any issues.
With the 9th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Pat Surtain Jr.
Interesting.
Defensive back,
So
Alabama. Again, I think the Broncos fans.
the Broncos had the chance to go out and take, they just traded for Teddy Bridgewater, but mind you, it was only a 6th-round pick. So they had every opportunity in the world to go out here and select their franchise quarterback or a guy they believe in more so than Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater. And you can go out here, you can take Justin Fields out of Ohio State. He's slipping right now, and this is very interesting. So the Cowboys are kind of left high and dry. This is a sucky situation for them. The top 2 corners in the class were off the board, and now they're kind of in a weird situation where we don't know who they're going to take now at 10 with what I think is their best prospects off the board. So maybe the move is Micah Parsons now, falling into the double-digit picks here. There's certainly a lot of ways they could go about this, but I like the pick a lot for the Broncos. I think Pat Surtain will come in and really help that cornerback situation, but they must really believe in the quarterbacks they currently have on the roster to produce for them and be what they want them to be, because I think Justin Fields is an incredible talent, and to pass on him here at number 9 when it was thought that he could potentially be a top 3 pick less than a month ago, I mean, this is very concerning for what is causing Justin Fields' stock to fall so drastically down the board here.
I think for the Cowboys, it could be an edge rusher. We could see Kwity Paye go way higher than we expect, or maybe even Jaylen Phillips, who has been
That'd be shocking.
Talked up recently. Micah Parsons is someone who is expected to go higher than those two. He is one of those big talents. I wouldn't be super surprised. Sean Lee just retired, so maybe Sean Lee's replacement is Micah Parsons. Clearly not similar players at all, but Sean Lee finally retired. That guy would never leave. But I think that if they are just taking best value, best player available, Parsons is one of the.
Sorry, I accidentally
You knocked me off.
I got you off the stream there.
Let's take a look.
You're back on.
Otherwise, offensive line is definitely Rashawn Slater is falling. Technically, he's a guy that is worthy of that top 10 pick. So it would be fair to see Rashawn Slater go to a team that had so many issues with the offensive line. We saw Dak get hurt, and we saw Andy Dalton just struggle to stay upright. He was on his back a lot. So that was also because of injuries, and it's not a terrible idea to get offensive line, even if they may not start right away, because you're going to have injuries on the O-line. That's just what happens.
So do we expect Dak Prescott to be ready for week 1, or are we thinking that he might miss a couple games potentially? I feel like he'll be ready to go, but I feel like Rashawn Slater might be in play here if, considering the fact that I've mocked him top 10 virtually every single time I've done a mock draft.
Mm-hmm.
And via Adam Schefter, Dallas is likely to trade out of the 10th pick right now. So with the top 2 corner prospects on their board out of this conversation right now, they are likely on the move. So a couple myths debunked with that last pick there. We will not see Aaron Rodgers become a Denver Bronco tonight. It looks like and
there it is. The Eagles are trading up with the Cowboys. We have
interesting.
A trade.
All right, you guys. You heard it here first. My expectation is Devonta Smith is the draft choice here for the Philadelphia Eagles. I think that they're looking for a complete wide receiver prospect who runs the route tree to perfection. They're looking for a guy that is going to be that kind of dirty work receiver that Jaylen Reagor really didn't prove to be last season. He's a really nice deep threat, really nice athletic prospect, but I think the pick is Devonta Smith here to try and give Jalen Hurts a fighting chance. Scott Graham, put it in the comment section there. I completely agree with you there. Let me know, you guys, if you're watching, who you think the Eagles are going to select with this trade up here. I think this is a big move and something that should be very closely watched. I'm interested also to see what they gave up. So it looks like they swapped ones and a third rounder. So, yes. So Philadelphia trades the 12th overall pick and their third round pick this year to move up 2 spots to the 10th overall pick and select probably their last highly graded wide receiver at their draft range. So Philly went from 6 back to 12, back up to 10. So know
what's even more interesting about this? We saw Jaycee Horn go to the Panthers, And then we saw the Broncos take Surtain, and there was all this talk about the Eagles trading up to get one of those corners, but they already went. And then the Cowboys wanted to get a corner, but they're gone there too. So is it worth the Cowboys drafting a corner that high, or the Eagles drafting a corner that high? No. And then the other storyline is that the Giants want one of those Alabama receivers. So you jump over the Giants one spot and you take Devonta Smith. So what's the story for the Giants now? Are they going to just end up taking Micah Parsons, as a lot of people expected, or are they going to just go out for one of those receivers as well? I don't think it's worth at that point, because it's kind of running thin. But this is very interesting. This is a lot of draft ecology, or whatever you want to call it. I don't even know, but there's a lot of science to this, and I think the Eagles are smart to jump the Giants, because the Giants are going to take
another division opponent. We're probably looking to, like you said, draft Devonta Smith. So if that's the way this plays out, I'd expect Micah Parsons probably to be the next pick to follow suit there. So
we could be surprised, and
what
they
if
end
they
up
took
taking
Justin Fields? What if
the Eagles? Yep, they could be going off of Hurts and giving, or at least giving him competition.
Mac Jones has that gross smile on his face right now. I just want to slap it right
the
off.
Joker smile. Another interesting thing is if they were just to end up with Slater and protect Hurts. Is it that they're protecting Hurts? Is it that they're going to put some competition next to Hurts? Or is it that they're going to give Hurts another guy to throw to? They draft another first-round wide receiver. This is a very, very interesting pick. I am very excited to see.
Yeah, I am as well. I think this pick honestly has we've already seen this happen, but this pick in particular, especially with it being a trade-up, has a huge impact on the way that the rest of the board falls tonight. I think that if they go quarterback, that would be an absolute game changer for the rest of the teams on the board here. I'll put Goodell back through, because it seems like we're fine. We're gaining back some of our audience.
Goodell is okay, but we can't.
We lost some of the audience when we got, what do we call that, shadow banned or whatever from
shadow banned, something like
that. YouTube there for showing highlight clips. Sorry about that, guys. I hope that those of you who stuck around here to see those clips earlier on in the stream got some added value and entertainment out of that. But for us, that kind of sucks, because that was something I put a lot of time into that got shut down by the NFL. So if you guys are new to the stream here, make sure you give this video a like so other people can find it, and go check out some of our social medias that you can find on our YouTube channel homepage. If you guys are interested in entering the draft guide giveaway, remember, all you need to do is submit a picture of your phone screen or whatever you're watching this on. You can even take a picture of a computer screen showing that you subscribed to us here at SFS and liked this stream. That's all you got to do, and you're immediately entered into the draft guide giveaway. It's as simple as that, and you'll be automatically considered to receive a free copy of the 2021 Rookie Dynasty and season-long draft kits. The Eagles pick is in. This one's going to be a big one. We need to see something big here, and hopefully, for the Eagles' sake, they give some talent to Jalen Hurts and try and give him a fighting chance, because what Carson Wentz had to work with last season was not it. Unfortunately, I think the offensive line injuries and the lack of talent around him is mainly what led to his demise there in Philadelphia. So this is a big pick for the Eagles. They're kind of headed down the drain pipe if they don't hit on this pick. We've seen some rough drafts out of them. We've seen some questionable picks over the last 5 or so years. This is a big draft. Obviously, the Eagles superfan EDP is kind of under some public heat right now. Probably won't be.
Cowboys have
I can just see Devonta Smith in the jersey.
Eagles with the 10th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Philadelphia Eagles select Devonta Smith.
There it is.
Wide receiver, Alabama.
I love this pick. As fantasy analyst, Erik, what do you make of this? I think this is excellent. I think this might be the best. We don't know about Jamar Chase day one with Joe Burrow, if he's going to be able to be healthy on the field. This might be one of the best fantasy situations we've seen play out already, because Jalen Hurts does have the ability to roll out of the pocket and make those throws to a guy like Devonta Smith, who is that versatile and good at running routes.
Yeah, I think this is like the Deshaun Jackson esque. Clearly, I think that Devonta Smith is a better route runner than Jackson was, but he has that blazing speed, and he's going to add in that extra value of a dynamic player. They didn't get what they wanted out of Rager, so I think this is a fantastic pick. He kind of fell, and I think that the Eagles did the right thing trading up to get him.
Yeah. So the question begs now, with Devonta Smith off the board, who is your next wide receiver prospect? We've got Rashad Bateman, Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, among others that could potentially go here in round 1. Terrace Marshall, Kadarius Toney. I love as an athletic prospect.
There's a lot of receivers. And I think that there's going to be a lot more corners taken in this draft. Like I said, we already saw 2 go in the top 10, which is not something we really expected, especially back to back. We expected a little later, like the Eagles and the Cowboys kind of dipping their toes in there. And what is it that the Chargers are going to do? Are they just going to
Chicago is about to get their franchise quarterback. They are trading up from 20 to 11 with the Giants. Justin Fields.
The Bears are trading up.
The pick for the Chicago Bears. This is terrifying because I've been reading about Justin Fields all night long. And here we go. The Giants are flipping back. And Justin Fields, who I've graded as my second quarterback in this draft class, is going to be headed to Chicago as the Packers are crumbling. At
Gavin's favorite guy is Justin Fields, or is it Mac Jones? Does
if
Ryan
the Bears pick Mac Jones, I will laugh and kick you off the stream. This is huge. Game changer, a Shefty bomb right there. Those of you guys watching this right now, Austin Ross has been blocked from the chat for spamming. Scott Grant says, Kwity Paye to New York. Well, Scotty, potentially with the trade back now, I think that's perfect value for Kwity Paye back at 20 now. But with the Bears moving up, this is a game changer.
Very exciting. This is very exciting. I didn't expect to have the Bears pick yet.
Oh, man. The quarterbacks fell right into their lap. You're about to get a dynamic playmaker with a huge arm talent. If it is Justin Fields that is the pick here.
Should I type it in? Put it into existence? I'll type it. I'll type Justin Fields.
The celebration that I'm going to hear from the Frankie household of this is the selection is going to be absolutely astronomical.
Oh, man, I am.
Imagine, Erik. Just imagine, in a world,
Ohio,
with Allen Robinson receiving the football from Justin Fields.
I know. I can see it now.
I can smell what looked like a very easy NFC North getting a little bit more difficult with this draft choice. This is a big deal. Yeah. Alex Grotsky in the chat with he knows Justin Fields is the pick. I'd be excited too. Justice Miller tuning into the stream today. Yeah, Justice, I feel you, man, with a drama with our quarterback. Looking kind of unfortunate that the Bears are picking. He's assembling the Bears jersey, the Dick Butkus jersey, if I'm not mistaken.
The good old Dick Butkus jersey is on. 51.
Chicago moves up to number 11 with the Giants in exchange for the 20th overall pick, a 5th round pick, and a 22 first and 4th. So they're moving up quite substantially. The Bears seem to not like first round picks.
The Bears do not like first-round picks. That is a fact. And usually we don't hit on them anyway. So
they extremely enjoy moving up on the board. This saves a dud year. And honestly, with the franchise quarterback falling this far, this is
I can respect Ryan Pace if he does take Justin Fields. I can completely respect the pick. I am hoping that your belief in Justin Fields can manifest, because I did see him looking down a lot of receivers, but you also said he can sit in the pocket, which was your issue with Zach Wilson. Justin Fields is one of the most athletic quarterbacks in this entire draft. I think if he's coached up well, which I think Matt Nagy can do, I think that team, my Bears, can develop around him. There's a good team in place already. So with that playmaker who can just do the right things consistently, because Trubisky would show flashes, and it was only in certain situations. If we can have Justin Fields doing those things all the time, that is very nice.
Absolutely, you guys. The Bears pick is in. This is a big deal right here. This is a franchise-changing move. You don't give up that type of compensation unless you're moving up to pick the future leader of your franchise. The two options on the board, Mac Jones or Justin Fields, are the two potential prospects for Chicago here.
And it's Kyle Trask.
Or Kyle Trask. Theoretically.
Or Kellen Mond. Yes.
They're not going ahead of.
And then when you think of that, you're like, oh, it'd have to be Justin Fields, right? Like,
but what if it's not?
But what if it's not? Then I am no longer a Bears fan. I am officially a full-time Jets fan.
Matt Nagy enjoys moving the pocket, and if he goes out here and takes a statue like Mac Jones, I'd throw a fit if I was the Bears. By the way, you guys, I really wish we had some more of an audience in here from my mock drafts that hated on me for not picking Mac Jones at 3 because look at you guys now. Where's Mac Jones? Not in the top 10.
Not in the top 10, which is exactly right.
Oh, the athletic, versatile quarterback with a high ceiling. That's right.
Versatile weapon.
All right, here we go. Goodell's up. Erik, this could be the audio of your lifetime.
Yes, I know.
Through this year's draftathon, the NFL is supporting our nation's path to recovery from COVID-19.
All right, Roger. I love it, but
by focusing on the critical issues of mental health.
Alex, to answer your question, you just flipped your first-round pick this year and next year with a 4th and a 5th-round pick as well.
Throughout the pandemic, health disparities widen in communities of color, indigenous communities,
into that more after this selection here.
Rural Americans.
Rodgers,
we're joining the message, Roger, but
Foundation
come on, buddy.
As part of a draftathon to meet the basic needs like nutrition, safety, and health. Carlos Nelson, who's behind me, has been doing just that. Leading the Greater Auburn Gresham Development Corporation in Chicago. His dream of creating a federally qualified health center to provide medical care in his neighborhood.
Who is it, Roger?
Is becoming a reality with support from the Chicago Bears, and it will open in 2022. Congratulations, Carlos, and please take it away.
Give it up for Carlos.
Come on, Carlos. Please, Carlos.
Oh, he's going to announce the game changer. If it's Mac Jones, I'm going to fall off my chair.
How exciting is this?
It's exciting. Just tell me, Carlos.
With the 11th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, my Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
Oh. Yes, Cameron, I agree. Can he stop talking and change his decision to Mac Jones?
Because it's been since that skit. It seems like since they've had a quarterback they believed in.
That is absolutely beautiful. You're about to hear a scream. And it's going to be exciting. It's going to be a Rick Frankie scream. So prepare yourself. They're always very good.
That's unfortunate for myself as a Packers fan.
I warned you.
All right. Well,
there he is, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
It was coming, and we knew this for a while. Since they traded up, it had to be Justin Fields here taking this. He's only had 2 goose egg games against Indiana and Northwestern. He struggled, but other than that, Justin Fields has been exceptional, an absolute warrior on the football field. Had one of the best performances in the college football playoff of all time against Clemson in his round 1 winning effort, where he would eventually fall short to the Alabama Crimson Tide in the national championship game. But Justin Fields, my favorite thing about him, and this sounds a little bit goofy, but it's the fact that he is a quarterback that is so athletic but is willing to make the check down play. Justin Fields, when I've studied his tape, is a guy who frequently finds the running back spilling out of the backfield when the play breaks down, opposed to taking unnecessary hits or taking risky throws downfield that might bring about costly turnovers. This is a great play for the Bears here. Cameron Simon joining us on the stream here, probably disappointed that his Patriots didn't ultimately have Fields fall into their laps, but maybe Mac Jones is still in play there, which I wouldn't be quite as excited about. But nonetheless, the Bears lock down their future franchise quarterback. Erik, you're the Bears fan. It's been a long time coming.
You know what I give that?
I like this quarterback.
I give this one of these. I give this one of these.
I forgot about the draft grades. It's a good call.
now we can give you those videos instead of the other videos. But I give that an A. You know what? Why don't we go through the other picks?
We will. Break down the Bears pick though. It's a big
so
moment for you.
I give this pick an A. Maybe you know what? The only reason it'd be an A- is because we're giving up draft capital. But in my eyes, the Bears are not a team who draft well in the first round. We actually have been very productive in the later rounds. You look at Darnell Mooney, you look at David Montgomery, who was a later round pick. I think Cole Kmet will turn out to be a nice piece on our offense. This is exciting as a Bears fan. You finally are seeing Ryan Pace understand what needs to be done. We need to get a new quarterback on this team. So I give it an A. What do you think? What would you give this?
As I was just about to plop a grape in my mouth, I give this pick, I give this pick an A as well. I'm hungry. I didn't eat dinner tonight because we were trying to get this all set up, and then eventually it was all for naught as our stream got banned for using videos. Nonetheless, I'll give it to you here, Frank. An A for the Chicago Bears.
You'll love to see it.
Move up and get your franchise quarterback. This is not a Mitchell Trubisky blunder. He is an Ohio State quarterback, which is probably the main concern with him, but he falls all the way to 11 somehow. Dallas, the pick is in at 12. That's besides the point here. Look, Justin Fields, he's my second-rated quarterback on the board this year. He has a lot of great intangibles, a rocket for an arm. He's mobile in the pocket. This could completely change the tides of the NFC North post Aaron Rodgers, which seems to be appearing to come sooner than expected. So I'm sure we'll eventually get into that nauseating discussion with Scott Gran when he joins us later on for the Packers pick. Nonetheless, though, Justin Fields, I give it an A. We'll put it up there one more time for you. Congrats to the Chicago Bears. That's a hell of a pick. And I'm slightly concerned as a Green Bay fan that's going to turn into a disaster for us trying to maintain a stranglehold.
So what do we think this pick is going to be here? Do we think it's going to be a lineman? Is it Rashawn Slater time? Is it time to get that dynamic guy who can fill in those spots when they have injuries on a line like that? That grape looks juicy. I got to give you that.
Here it is. The eye test, you guys.
This is the Cowboys grape right here. I think there's a grape for each pick. That's necessary now.
Yeah, I'm awfully hungry. I was hoping to get a pizza or something, but we'll have to explore
That's
that.
what I had. I had some pizza. Maybe I'll bring some over.
Yeah, you can do that. We'll have to explore that option. Yeah. By the way, you guys, next year is going to be awfully exciting. Erik and I will be living together in an apartment doing this draft show live next year from the same location. So that'll be an interesting change of scenery, but a little bit different of a spin on things here. The Cowboys, Goodell's coming up to the board. Hopefully these picks get moving quicker because we've been going for 2 hours and we're not even halfway through the first round here. We're on rapid pace to make it till 12 o'clock. So big news here. The Chicago Bears trade up for Justin Fields. You guys let us know in the comment section below. What do you grade the Bears pick of Justin Fields at the 11th spot? But here's Commissioner Goodell.
Through Draftathon, we're partnering with Mental Health America to support resources for those that need it.
Nope. They're hitting them with the noise.
Oops.
An Army veteran from Dallas struggled with anxiety and depression after returning from Iraq. She turned her struggle into triumph and is now a licensed social worker.
Andy Dalton, right
provides
now.
mental health counseling.
That's a great comment, Justice. I love
Kadarius,
that.
we thank you for your service and all you do to continue to help others during this challenging time. Please do us the honor of making the Cowboys pick.
Cheer up.
Come on, Roger.
Oh my God! How about them Cowboys?
No.
You're done. You lost your first round pick.
With the 12th pick in
This
the
lady's got a mean streak.
2021 the NFL draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Micah Parsons.
Oh.
Linebacker, Penn State.
All right.
All right.
Oh, that's
Well,
awesome.
That's about as Dallas Cowboy as it gets with that much crazy energy there. My uncle back at home, Jason Martin, probably loving the pick here. They get one of the top linebacker / edge prospects in this draft class. Micah Parsons is an off-ball linebacker, but of course he is very talented at rushing the passer. Very athletic, flies downhill, hits hard. They've already got two really solid linebackers. They didn't play quite up to standard last year, but they're young, they're talented. Injury has been a concern, but these guys are pretty darn good. Micah Parsons adds to that unit, and I think that I'm at least impressed with Jerry Jones here making a defensive roster pick. My instant draft grade, we'll give it a B. I'm not so sure how they addressed the team need so much in terms of immediate players they want right now. I think cornerback was probably what they were hoping for, but those prospects are no longer on the board. Caleb Farley obviously is a very solid talent, but he's not a guy who is a slam dunk to be a great draft pick because of those injury risks, although I do think he is a great talent and a great player. So Micah Parsons looks awfully happy to be a Dallas Cowboy. He's going to head over and play for Jerry Jones and that football team. At the end of the day, he's a very talented player. But like I said, team need and fit, that's what makes it a B for me here, since linebacker is already a strength per se for this football team.
Yeah, I'd give it a B. I do think we've expected more out of their linebacking core that we've seen. Leighton Vander Esch and Jaylen Smith are their guys, but they haven't done as much as I've expected. I think part of that issue is their secondary. So like you said, corner would have been nice. I think that this is best player available, and they were kind of in a hard spot. Maybe they were trying to trade it like again and not have to pick there so that they could get more value out of a corner later on, because you don't want to really pick a guy like Greg Newsome there. That's a little too high. But Micah Parsons is one of those guys that everyone looks at and is like that. He is a dynamic weapon on the defense that you can develop into one of those star guys that we've kind of seen. You look at Roquan Smith, you look at Devin White, they're those dynamic, really fast. They can cover a lot of field, good tacklers, very good hands. They can make picks. So Micah Parsons is meant to be that guy, but is it a little too much linebacker on that team now? Should they have gone more with a secondary guy? I don't know. It's possible that they should have just traded that again, but
yeah, they got an extra third just for moving back once. Maybe I would have moved back to 20 or so, potentially taking a guy like a Caleb Farley if he fell down that far in the draft. You guys have been streaming for about 2 hours now. Remember that you can go at any time tonight and send me a screenshot that you have liked this stream and subscribe to the SFS channel, and you'll immediately be entered into the 2021 draft guide giveaway. That's all you got to do, you guys. I'll be announcing winners tomorrow after the stream is over, of course. We're going to be up late tonight. But all you got to do, send in that picture, a screenshot, or a photo of a computer with this video liked and that you're subscribed to our channel, and then go from there and send that to us via DM on Sizzle Fantasy Sports' Instagram. So it's as easy as that. But we've also got some other interesting stuff going on here, such as SFS merch, like I am wearing, and Erik is rocking or was rocking underneath that Bears
under
jersey
there
as well. So here you go. You can see some of the options that we've got for you on our site.
A big announcement today, you guys. SFS merch is officially here. Head over to sizzlefantasy.com and click on SFS shop, where you'll be redirected to our merchandise home screen. You'll find t-shirts, crew necks, hoodies, hats, and more, all with different colors, styles, and logos to choose from. So head over, rep the brand and style today, and be a consistency king with us in 2021. We'll see you there.
There we go, getting rolling back into fantasy season here with our Consistency Kings, which is a feature part of our draft guide that I will eventually show you guys as well via another commercial style video like that. But Erik, next on the board here, the Los Angeles Chargers. I'm absolutely losing my mind right now if I'm a Chargers fan. Rashawn Slater is still on the board right now. They have the opportunity to pick my second graded offensive lineman, who's a 5 guy or a 5 positional offensive lineman. He can start anywhere on the board. This is a match made in heaven for Justin Herbert. He can finally get some elite protection after adding Corey Linsley this offseason as well. A great chance here for the Chargers to get some really great talent that's slipping.
I would love to see Rashawn Slater go here to the Chargers. It's the perfect thing for a great young quarterback in Justin Herbert to defend him and really solidify that offensive line that really is one of the only big issues on that offense. So once they do that offense can be so potent protecting that great QB. It's really exciting. I think I would, no question, take Rashawn Slater, who truly should have been taken in the top 10.
Addressing some viewer comments here, we've got some interesting ones. Justin Fields is a 100% vegan dietary human being. And Scott Grant says that in Chicago, he bet he will not be able to faithfully stick to that vegan lifestyle. He thinks he's going to be eating some deep dish Chicago-style pizza. I would blame him. I can't blame him. I would. I love pizza. Pizza's yummy.
Pizza is yummy. That is true.
Pizza is a beautiful thing. Pete-eyed says, good pick by the Bears, but since it's the Bears, it won't work out. You know what? I hope you're right, Pete. Justin Fields, the idea of him in Chicago scares me a bit. But at the end of the day, I think that we might be in for some trouble there. Andy Dalton is, according to Justice Miller, not very excited about that draft pick for the Bears there at number 11, trading up for the future of the franchise. Justin Fields. Erik, an interesting spin on things. Do you think Justin Fields starts day one, or Andy Dalton comes in there and gives him a few starts off the bat?
I think that it might honestly come down to preseason. But I think that the plan is probably to start Andy Dalton and then have Fields come in later in the season. I think it's going to be kind of that same situation with Lance if Jimmy G is not moved from the team. I think that they keep that guy in. Shanahan is so odd saying that, anyone may not be alive tomorrow. So that's his thought. You keep Jimmy G in until he dies on the field because he's going to get injured anyway. So so maybe that's the same thought with Andy Dalton, that you put those old guys in, Garoppolo not old, but the veteran in, and you see how long they last, and the young guy comes in after watching a little bit of the veteran and get that experience.
Karen Simon, a fellow Patriots fan, says that, well, I guess not fellow because I'm not a Patriots fan, but a Patriots fan in that, says the Bears are so smart for that draft pick. A rating from Cam Simon here for the Chicago Bears. If I'm you, Cam, I was probably hoping that Justin Fields would fall down to the Pats at that number 15 spot, or even that the Pats would make a move and trade up for their guy. Mac Jones looks like he's going to fall right in their laps, though, because I don't think Minnesota has any intention of taking him there. Potentially a future franchise pick in Mac Jones heading to New England with that selection, and maybe he even gets some more time to learn the system that Bill Belichick has, although I think he is already fairly pro-ready with the offense he played in at Alabama. The Chargers pick is in. This one's going to be interesting. I suppose just for the heck of it, I kind of stopped doing this, but you guys, Chargers are now on the clock.
How about that?
Bolt up, baby. Here we go. I think Rashawn Slater is the pick here. You got to protect your franchise quarterback. Don't make the same mistake that I saw the Cincinnati Bengals make earlier on. If your quarterback is on his back, you are not winning football games, as I've said all offseason long, and I think that would be a smart choice for the Chargers to avoid here, with another one of their needs being at the cornerback position and those top two guys already being gone. So I think the smart move here is go out there and take that pass protector and get a guy who can play left tackle, right tackle, or interior. Here we go with the Chargers draft choice.
With the 13th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Rashawn Slater Jr.
Good.
Tackle.
Great pick up there.
These picks.
Justin Herbert, I was already in love with him from the standpoint of a fantasy perspective next season, just based off talent alone. Now adding the fact that Rashawn Slater will be pass blocking for him instantly, I think that helps out his ability to be productive in that system. I think he's got some really nice pieces to work with there, and adding Rashawn Slater here at the 13th overall pick to the Los Angeles Chargers is a big deal for this organization. Protect your quarterback here. They've done just that. They addressed it with getting all-pro center Corey Linsley in free agency, and now you go out here and select Rashawn Slater, who slips down the board and I think should have went top 10. So a great move by the Chargers here. This was a very, very smart choice, playing the board well. That fell right into their laps and worked out perfectly. I only had him falling to Los Angeles in one mock draft this offseason, and I think I put out like 15 or something ridiculous like that for you guys. So that shows how highly I regard Rashawn Slater. Very technically sound player. You can tell I'm really invested in this pick because I think this guy is a great prospect and a great talent. If you're the Chargers right now or you're a Chargers fan, be happy about this pick. Linemen aren't the flashy pick, but as I sit across virtually from a former offensive lineman in Erik, these guys matter, and you win the game up front in the trenches. Rashawn Slater is a home run pick here for the Chargers, and in my opinion, the most can't-miss line prospect. Not as high of a ceiling as a Penei Sewell, but this guy has all the intangibles you look for. I think this is an A-plus pick. We don't have the plus on here, but there you have it, a grade A for the Chargers with Rashawn Slater. Take it away, Erik.
Just looking at him walking up, putting that hat on, he looks like a guy that will be fantastic in the NFL. I know that has nothing to do with his talent, but sometimes you can just look at a guy and be like, you know what, I'm going to see him for a long time. That one wasn't tasty, huh? I think that his technique is great. His size is a little under what some would want, but I think that since he can be in several, he can play inside, he can play outside, that really helps that entire team that had issues with the offensive line. You need it when you have such a good quarterback. Look at the Chiefs. When they had injuries, they couldn't really replace spots. And you look at the Packers, they had Elton Jenkins who could move positions and fill those holes to protect the quarterback that is asking for loads and loads of money. And they get paid loads and loads of money. So you got to get a guy who can play several positions and make it more bang for your buck with that first-round pick. And I think, personally, Slater could be the best out the get-go in this entire draft. On the offensive line. And he is one of my favorite prospects just because he has shown all of that diversity on the line. And I just like how he looks. He's awesome.
All right, Erik. So Mac Jones still on the board. I agree. I love the pick there.
The Joker.
And news here, Shefty Bomb for you guys that have just tuned into the stream. Make sure to give us a thumbs up here so others can find the pick, or find the draft show. Wow. I'm really excited about this. The Vikings have moved out of 14, and the Jets have moved up.
The Jets have traded.
What could the Jets be up to? Erik and I, our second favorite team.
That is exciting.
We share a rivalry, Bears and Packers, but on the side, we root for the New York Jets together.
Wait.
Put it on. Who could this pick be, Erik? I think, oh boy, who are the top prospects we got on the board? Because we've got a whole heck of a lot of guys. Mac Jones is still there, but that's not going to be the pick. You're not going to see that happen. I'm trying to think. There can't be a defensive guy that they're that in love with here at 14.
The Sam Darnold, number 14 for the 14th overall pick.
Think through this with me right now, Erik. Who are they trading up for? They have needs at the offensive line positions. Christian Darrisaw is still on the board, a guy I thought might be the pick for the Chargers at 13. I don't think Caleb Farley goes as early as 14 in this draft. Maybe a wide receiver is the move here.
Yeah,
Scott Graham with a good point in the comments. Vera-Tucker, they could be going for a versatile interior offensive lineman that potentially plays on the outside. This is something that could be considered as well. I don't know. They need players at virtually every position. I would like to see what exactly the compensation was they gave up, because they moved up roughly 10 spots. They moved up 9 selections to get up into the top 15 picks here. This is a big selection here. I think the Jets, I like this, being aggressive, go out here. I would like to see them help protect Zach Wilson so that he can stay in the pocket. I think either addressing it with Vera-Tucker playing interior or exterior offensive line. Their interior O-line is really, really lacking right now. Or getting a guy like Darrisaw to maybe play the right tackle. You could have two Maulers to have as your bookend tackles. And I think for a quarterback who likes to ad lib as much as Zach Wilson, that could be a nice insurance policy to help protect him and keep him upright and in a successful situation for the foreseeable future.
I think it is absolutely genius to take an offensive lineman here. And that's not just the offensive lineman in me saying that. Again, these quarterbacks need to be protected. I think that every single team, including the Jags, need to draft an offensive lineman at some point in this draft to protect that guy, at least an insurance policy. Because if your quarterback's on his back, you're not winning football games, as Gavin would say. And I think that Darrisaw or Elijah Vera-Tucker are worthy of being picked at the 14th overall pick. I was expecting the Vikings to want to take, we had him mocked, Darrisaw mocked to the Vikings at 14. So I think this is a proper place for them to choose him. But I like Vera-Tucker better for the same reasons I like Rashawn Slater. He can play inside or outside. You're getting the most value, and that shows the smartest offensive lineman. And some people don't really realize how intelligent your offensive linemen need to be. You look at a guy like Quentin Nelson, we got him here, who is smart. He reads the defense before the play starts, and that's partly because he is so dynamic and can play anywhere. He could be a starting left tackle if he really wanted to, and he understands where the guys are on his team and what he needs to do. He will pick up a guy that's going on the outside that gets around the tackle and knock him out and protect the QB from a shot that could probably knock him out of the game. So I think you need to get offensive linemen that are, one, smart, two, athletic, and both of those guys are Darrisaw and Elijah Vera-Tucker. And I think it'd be really exciting to see the Jets be very intelligent here and protect that guy they just drafted in Zach Wilson.
Yeah. So Scott Graham makes another point here. Greg Newsome could be in play. I think it's a bit early. I really like him as a prospect. He's a smaller, or at least a really lean corner. He's very thin. I think he's a nice pick in terms of his prospect profile and his ability. I think he has really nice intangibles. He's a really smart player, and he also has some fairly good technique. I don't know if he's the pick here at 14, though. I think Vera-Tucker is the more likely selection, which he has just commented as well. So, You guys, the pick's coming up here in a second, but if you have any last-minute predictions, shout those out to us. I would like to see Darrisaw. I think that's awesome. I think Vera-Tucker is probably the more likely pick. You can't go wrong with Vera-Tucker. He's played left tackle last season, and the Jets don't need left tackle, so maybe they kick him to right tackle. Maybe they use him on the interior where he's more traditionally thought of as an interior offensive lineman. Here we go. Go Jets, go, baby. Jets, Jets.
Let's go.
The pick is in. I'm actually really interested. This is one of the picks where a team moves up. I'm not really sure who it's going to be.
I'll put the Colts on next. I think it's only fair we get the Quentin Nelson jersey on, as I'm basically the representative of the lineman now.
True lock here. Stu, welcome back to the stream, man. Oh, I'm about to miss it.
Pick to the New York
Sorry,
Jets.
guys.
With the 14th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft.
I love all these trades. It's fantastic.
The New York Jets select Elijah Vera-Tucker.
There we go.
Beautiful.
USC.
All right, now I'm going to spell it.
All righty.
You'll be impressed, everyone.
Elijah Vera-Tucker, you guys, there's the pick. The Jets go out here. I really like this move by Joe Douglas and the organization. That front office, I think, is doing a very good job. I wasn't overly in love with the Zach Wilson pick because I think that he might be a bit of a loose cannon at times in that offense, but I am partially a Jets fan, so go out here and protect the kid. That's all you can do. Put him in the best situation to win and find success in the National Football League. I think Elijah Vera-Tucker is one of the more versatile guys in this draft, closely behind Rashawn Slater. Out of USC, Vera-Tucker is going to come in. They might kick him to right tackle. They might play him interior at offensive guard. Nonetheless, he's going to help out this run game that I think greatly needs to be addressed here. I think that he is also going to come in there and help protect their brand new quarterback they took with the second pick, Zach Wilson. Scott Grant, he's right on top of things. He's been here all night long. If you guys have been here as well and you haven't given this video a like already, I don't know what you guys are doing, but you should do that so you can enter the draft guide giveaway on Sizzle Fantasy Sports' Instagram. Go hit us up with a follow and screenshot the fact that you have subscribed and given this video a like to get immediate entry into that giveaway where you'll get our season-long and rookie dynasty draft bundles absolutely free just because you are sticking around with us throughout the night here. Hank Olson on the stream here.
Dang
our buddy
right, Hank.
from our playing days in the old gridiron. Hank stopping by the stream tonight, giving us some love here on the channel.
No, just me.
Just you. That's right.
Yeah.
So Mac Jones here is the pick is in. All right, the Pats they already know what's going on here. The Pats are taking Mac Jones.
I think we have a little bit of time. We have a little bit of time here.
We should. I'll put up.
So my draft grade is gonna be a B for Vera-Tucker. I think that that's what they needed to do. I think they needed to go offensive line. It may even be like a B plus or an A. Oh, fantastic.
The Patriots
More food
are on the clock.
The Patriots are now on the clock. Mac Jones. Yep, Mac Jones is the expectation here.
Eric Byron here says Mac Jones on phone happy. Pats take Mac at 15. I couldn't agree more with you, Eric. I think this is the disputable pick here. I think that they're looking for a young quarterback prospect. This is the best draft position that they probably want to have in the foreseeable future. You've got Coach Belichick. Obviously, he's no spring chicken, so he's probably not going to be around to rebuild a program from the bottom up. He needs to get some talent in there and get it fast. And maybe he's trying to recreate that Tom Brady-esque type player. I think it's kind of ironic that he ends up coming here. And Goodell's already up on the podium. Man, he's a speedy fella.
With food insecurity a challenge for so many Americans,
nice.
we teamed up
Another
with Feeding
PSA
America
from Roger
as
Goodell.
part of Draftathon to help fight hunger.
Thanks, Roger.
Don Cox, who's behind me, a former Marine,
We're not fighting hunger
saw a
here.
need in his community and started providing food to fellow
I'm the
veterans.
fruits of my labor.
He and his team have provided more than 5.6 million meals in 10 different states through Food for Vets. Don, thank you for your service to our country
Don's kind of a
and
unit.
for helping those facing food insecurity. The stage is yours to make the Patriots pick.
Put him on the Vikings to protect Kirk Cousins. That's why they
With
traded
the
out.
15th pick
Said we're putting Don in.
in the 2021 NFL Draft, the six-time world champion New England Patriots
You lost me there, bud.
select Mac Jones.
Again, we see something that we expected a long time ago when we had some of our first mock drafts. We had, the Patriots are going to take that Tom Brady-like guy in Mac Jones and not be more dynamic as I expected, because I thought they would make a trade and they'd get that Justin Fields or get that Trey Lance, but clearly that didn't happen, and it was always written in the walls. We should have seen it coming.
Michael McCorkle-Jones, the 15th overall selection to the New England Patriots. Creston, who is getting off of work here, says, did the Slater pick affect Minnesota moving back, and who do you think they're going to get at 23? Christian Darrisaw still on the board here. I think he's in play, although I do think he might fall to the the Las Vegas Raiders. I think that might be their selection there.
Yeah.
I think that the Vikings could also be in play for a pass rusher. We haven't seen any go off the board. Only Micah Parsons and two corners have won on the defensive side of the ball. Everyone else has been an offensive side or an offensive draft choice. I think that this just kind of speaks to the offensive talent in this draft and the lack of dominant and clear-cut defensive stars in this draft class. I think there are very talented players, but there's not too many guys that are a lock for success at this current moment in time. So we'll see what Minnesota does on the move back here. I think it's interesting. Do we recall what the compensation was that they got?
I'm still not sure what the Jets one was, honestly. We didn't
They
really...
moved up. Yeah, that was with the Jets, I believe, right? So the Vikings are back at 23.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we don't know. I don't think Schefter or Ian gave us the deets on that one.
No, they haven't yet. So we don't have anything yet on what exactly the Vikings got in return for moving out of the 14th overall pick.
What's our grade for this? What do we think? For good old Mac Jones.
My draft grade is a B. Mac Jones, quarterback out of Alabama, heads to the New England Patriots. I think Mac Jones is a nice system quarterback. He's not the most dynamic guy. I think he has the lowest ceiling in this draft class. And that's exactly what we see out of how the board fell. The 5th QB off the board, a 5th QB nonetheless. I think that this guy is a player that can get it done in Bill Belichick's system. And we've seen a guy with physical limitations like Tom Brady with really high football IQ take over and be very successful in the NFL. So Mac Jones, not my favorite prospect at the quarterback position. I get proved right here when he falls down and is the last of the crop taken. In my last mock, I predicted he'd go third at the 49ers, almost out of spite, just in case he ended up going there, and I had to live with that. So he ends up going 15 here. Cardinals on the board. Where do we think they go? Because I've mocked corner or inside offensive lineman. I've had Vera-Tucker going to Arizona in most of my mock drafts. I've also had corner, and then in which case I've had Caleb Farley recently falling here for the majority of the time. So their pick was in pretty quick. I'll be interested to see where they go with that. Anyways, you can give your draft breakdown too of that selection as well.
It's quite possible that the Cardinals go with Greg Newsome at this point. It would be appropriate. And something else, this has been a very, very surprising draft, like stunning. What if Kellen Mond was to end up going at 19 to the football team who are looking for another QB? That would be very interesting. I think it's an overdraft, but I think he is as much of a talent as Mac Jones and has a little more upside. So it would be very interesting. There has been talk of him going higher up. So maybe we even see them trade down and then get him. That would be very interesting. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting scenarios to still play out on the board here. You brought up a good point with Greg Newsome potentially being a pick for the Cardinals here at 16. Creston has let us know that the Vikings got 2/3 back in compensation for moving down on the board. The 66th overall and 86th overall pick. I think that is a pretty significant haul for that spot in the draft, not being a top 10 pick. 2 third-rounders, that's an underrated draft selection in my opinion. Yeah. I think that with 2 third-rounders, that's 2 starters for some rebuilding football teams and 2 guys that could potentially have really nice upside if coached up well. So for the Vikings, who are also very well coached on the defensive side of the ball, I think if you invest those picks on that side, you could walk away with some pretty good prospects on day 2 here. And here's Roger with no...
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Zaven Collins.
Wow. That's been the rumor the last couple of days, too.
That is very exciting.
Yeah, so Zaven Collins is a guy that I typically have going in the mid-20s of my mocks, either to the Browns or to the Saints, who are linebacker-needy teams. However, he goes up as high as 16. Yeah, Time Turner and Scott Grant agreeing with us here. Sheesh, says Time Turner. That is a big investment. I mean, he's a very athletic player. I talk about him in my mock drafts. He's a guy who does everything you like to see on tape, and he's very impactful and makes big splash plays. But you invested in the linebacker position last year, and I know they kind of moved Isaiah Simmons around as a box safety and whatnot, and he's just kind of a defensive chess piece. Nonetheless, I think that, that group's going to be really solid. And when you look at their pass rushers too, Arizona's defense might become very real, very fast. I think that they are very young at some spots, but they're also getting a little bit older at some other spots. So maybe it's a smart investment to revamp this unit before it's too little too late, because J.J. Watt, Chandler Jones, those are both very seasoned veterans, late 20s or early 30s for both of them, I believe. So maybe investing some capital back into that spot. on their roster and making it a strength for the time being. I would like to see them come back and add some protection for Kyler Murray later on and address the cornerback position, which is a dire need. But nonetheless, Zaven Collins, one of my top linebackers in this class, just around that range of a Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, is the pick here for the Cardinals. What grade would you give that, Erik?
The knock on Zaven Collins, I'm going to give this a B. The big knock on Zaven Collins is that at Tulsa, he was kind of playing everywhere. He wasn't playing a true middle linebacker. He has great athleticism, great size. He has those things that you want in this next level middle linebacker. How it is, the dynamic has changed of middle linebackers. They need to be hyper athletic, and he has that speed and can stretch the field. I think that the biggest issue is just that he may not be coachable enough out of playing wherever he wants. And he's going to have to learn how to play that solid, dependable middle linebacker instead of moving around everywhere, almost being like a free safety sometimes, almost being like a pass rusher. So I'm curious to see how well he can be coached up. That's really the only knock, because I think that he could be one of the best linebackers, honestly, in the league with his intangibles. We've seen the same thing with Terrell Edmonds, the big boy middle linebacker for the Bills. He's got huge size and speed. So Zaven Collins could kind of end up being that guy if he's coachable enough, if he can get him out of that freelancer middle linebacker style and more into an NFL style.
Yeah, a couple comments here from viewers. Let us know if you guys have any questions or have anything for us that you want us to talk about for you guys here on the stream. Time Turner says, who do we think the Giants take? I believe they traded back to 20, was it? Right?
The Giants traded with the Bears. So yes, the 20.
Yep. So New York team needs, honestly, I don't even really know where they need to go because they addressed the majority of their needs in the offseason. Maybe you add offensive line help for Saquon and Daniel Jones coming back next year. Mm-hmm. I think there's always work to be done there. Their defense is very underrated. I think that's a very solid group. Maybe they invest in a young corner that can play long-term for them. But in general, I think it's a strong team. What would your take on that be?
I think that offensive line is something they've kind of struggled with drafting. I don't know if they choose to invest in an offensive lineman in the first round, but if they traded back, it means that they weren't thinking it was worth taking those offensive linemen up top. So maybe they're thinking more of a Tevin Jenkins or a Christian Darrisaw, and they're seeing more value there later in the draft. Or it means that they're going to want to take those later on receivers. Maybe they really like Rashad Bateman and they know that they can get him later on. So I think that that's a nice spot because we're seeing players go higher than expected, like Waddle, and Collins is kind of expected there, but not like that. It's a little higher than we would have maybe expected, but same with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is bound to go soon, and we have been saying his name for the Raiders for a long time. And if the Raiders don't go with Koramoah, we may see them go with a Phillips or a Kwity Paye.
Yeah, so my draft grade for that pick is going to end up being a B. I think that it's a solid pick. Zaven Collins is a very talented player. I think that there is some concerns, and I see in the comment section people asking, do I expect him to play the Isaiah Simmons role or the same role? And I think that at the end of the day, these guys are both athletic, versatile linebackers that can do a lot of things similarly. They can both rush the passer. They can both drop into coverage. They can both play the run. I think it's a nice pick. I don't think it's the best pick in the world. I would have rather seen them go, honestly, corner, even though Caleb Farley has his risks and might fall because of that. I think it's the biggest need for the Cardinals. especially after it was a weakness last year and they cut their best player at the position. So that's kind of my concern there. The Raiders here, it's going to be Kwity Paye, like Scott Grant says, or it's going to be Christian Darrisaw. I think you got to go offensive line or pass rush.
NFL
Those
draft.
are big needs for this team.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood.
Wow.
Alabama.
That's an overdraft in my opinion.
I had a late first, early second round grade on Alex Leatherwood. He's the pick here out of Alabama, more of a true right tackle for the Raiders is what they were getting. You know, the Raiders completely tore down their offensive line this offseason. And I think that it's something that had a fairly big impact on what they ended up doing today. Like I said, I would have went Darrisaw, and I'm honestly surprised they didn't go Darrisaw here. They do need a lot of positions, though. Corner is a huge need for these guys. Pass rush is a dire need, like I said. That's something they have to address. My instant draft grade, I'll give this one a C. I like Alex Leatherwood. I think he's a solid prospect, can be a really nice right tackle, but I think it's an overdraft. I think it's a reach here for them at 17.
This is the first pick that I'm really scratching my head at. I think that every team has actually done a pretty good job so far, and this is the first one where I'm like, that's not really appropriate. Like Zaven Collins, I can accept taking a talent and a guy like that, but as my father is saying right now, he's a really, really, really good run blocker. But in this day and age in the NFL, you need the pass blockers.
This is what they do in Oakland or Las Vegas, though.
Yep, but the one thing is, offensive linemen can be developed. So Alex Leatherwood has great size, and he's totally a Raiders guy. Like he's just that strong, gutsy.
That's what they love. Those are Gruden-style football players. And Alex Leatherwood is going to be a mauler in the run game. He's going to blow guys off the ball, and he's going to be a guy that is really great for that run blocking, like your dad said. But at the end of the day, I think that in terms of pass protection and what you ask from him and that asset, I think he's going to be average. I think that he's not going to be bad, and I don't think he's going to be a liability, but I don't think he goes above the bar. Really nice prospect, great size, really, really nice player. But like we talked about, a bit of a reach here at 17. I don't hate it, though. I still gave it a C. It's an average draft pick here. I personally like Christian Darrisaw a bit more, but they're both guys I've had a first-round grade on.
I feel like
the Dolphins pick here is interesting.
Yeah, I feel like Mayock just thinks he's doing something really special here, but I don't see it. I think Tevin Jenkins would have fit better, and he's also a mauler, kind of mean streak guy, so that would have made more sense to me because I just think he's more talented pass blocking as well. But again, who knows? He's got size. So yeah, this pick is really interesting too. This draft is absolutely fantastic. There's so many interesting things going on, things that we didn't expect at all that we've been working on all these weeks, and it makes it way more fun when we're wrong, to be honest.
Yeah, because it does. Head scratchers.
Yeah, head scratchers like Leatherwood. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Let us know, you guys. Drop down in the comment section. What do you think about the Las Vegas Raiders pick of Alex Leatherwood here? Is it a reach, or was this a good draft pick from him? Let us know, and why, down in the chat. Also, if you guys are just tuning in here, make sure to give this stream a thumbs up so other people can find us and watch our content here. The Dolphins pick is in. They're on the clock. I just put that up on the screen a minute ago. Baseball Kid 2016, where do you think JOK lands? I believe this is Stu again. I think that the Dolphins here, a versatile linebacker, fits Brian Flores' scheme quite well. Scott Grant says he mocked Kwity Paye here to Miami. I think that's a fine selection. I would personally go Jaylen Phillips over Kwity Paye for this particular fit. And here's Goodell with the pick.
21 NFL draft. The Miami Dolphins select Jaylen Phillips.
There it is, Jaylen Phillips. I just said it.
Miami.
Out of Miami, I think this is a great fit here. Awesome run player, a spark plug on the defensive side of the ball. Jaylen Phillips is a true athletic, physical specimen. He's good at rushing the passer. I think he has some question marks because he did have a brief end to his football career, but he was able to turn it around, come back, and now he was a star last season at Miami. So the Miami college prospect is the first pass rusher off the board, the first true pass rusher, and he heads to Miami to play for the Dolphins. So not too much movement here for him in terms of location. But I like this pick. I'll go as high as to put up an A on the screen, but A in terms of an A minus. I don't think that Jaylen Phillips is a sure thing here at the 18th overall selection, but I do think he has a ton of potential, and Brian Flores, as a very, very good defensive head coach, can do a lot of things with this guy in his system.
I think that this could be an absolutely fantastic pick for this defense that is kind of missing that pass rush to add on to that fantastic secondary. This defense will kind of be rounded out with a pick like this. We've discussed this in some of our mock drafts. You can look at it as, do you take a corner and protect and run your defense that way and just cover those receivers, or do you put pressure on those quarterbacks? I think that this is the best way to do it, with probably the best pass rusher in the draft, Kwity Paye probably being that number 2. This guy's a naturally great pass rusher, and he's going to be a nice guy to have on a defense that needs a little more excitement. He's a very exciting guy. He likes to talk, and he's got some emotion, which is exciting to see.
Yes, he does. So. Yeah, we're past the 3-hour marker here on the stream, you guys. If you haven't done so already, please give this video a thumbs up and go check out some of the stuff that we've got for you guys, like our Instagram, Sizzle Fantasy Sports, where you guys can get access to the 2021 Draft Guide giveaway. All you got to do is screenshot a photo of your account saying that you've subscribed to the SFS channel and that you have liked this video, and you'll be immediately entered to get a free season-long draft guide from us, which is what we specialize here on the channel, in addition to a dynasty and rookie draft kit. So go check that out, you guys. SizzleFantasy.com is where we put out our best work for you guys in terms of fantasy football strategy and analysis. We've got all kinds of exclusive stuff for you guys on there. And we've even got some merch if you've been around here with us for a while, if you'd like to check that out. Erik and I were both sporting it, but now he's got a Sam Darnold jersey on over his SFS gear.
It might be Colts time here. I'll switch it off. Just give me a sec.
So Xander G says the Raiders always take the weirdest picks. Yeah, I agree. They take head scratchers every year. It feels like the Raiders are in their own universe of scouting, and that they have opinions on people that vary completely astray from the rest of the pack. I think Colton Miller was a bit of a weird pick at the time. We look back last year, I can't even remember the name of the guy they took, the Ohio State corner that was not supposed to go that high. But nonetheless, the Raiders are an interesting drafting team. And then they took Cleveland Farrell at 4 in 2019. That was a weird one as well. I think JOK back to Baseball Kid 2016 out of Notre Dame. I think he lands. Honestly, I think Washington is the ideal fit for him with what's left on the board. JOK is very versatile, really fast guy, great in coverage and in the run game down in the box. I think he can do a lot of good things for that football team that needs help at the linebacker position. But with a player like Christian Darrisaw falling down here to 19, maybe we see them address the offensive line, or maybe we even see them go out, like Erik said, and take one of those quarterback picks still on the board in Kyle Trask or Kellen Mond. We think it would be a reach, but if a franchise likes a quarterback, they'll probably end up taking them. Nonetheless, we'll have to see here in just a moment as their pick is in. Thank you, Crescent, for helping me out here. Damon Arnett is the name of the Raiders cornerback out of Ohio State. They picked in the first round in the same year as Jeff Okudah. And quite frankly, neither of them look to be so hot right now as it stands. So that's what I have to say about that. I don't know. What's your prediction here, Erik?
As a kind of a closet Washington football team fan, I'm hoping that this isn't a reach kind of pick. I'm hoping that they're just doing honestly best value. I think that receiver would be really interesting to see here. It would be cool if they went with like Elijah Moore, or if they did get that Rashad Bateman that we had predicted a long time ago. I think that was, again, I think we should honestly just make a video looking back at our first mock and how close it was, because I feel like there's a lot of things that we discussed so long ago that we were like, wow, this seems like it's going to happen. And then every mock we'd get further away from that original. And Rashad Bateman was one of those guys we had around that 19 spot to a team that needs a really good receiver to go with Terry McLaurin. And I can just see a good route running speedy receiver, much like Terry and Rashad Bateman going on that team. I'd be very, very happy to see that. But there's a lot of receivers, and I think that the football team could also go offensive line. This could be that Darisaw pick. I think that, yeah, my dad's saying Barmore. I think it'd be a little high for Barmore, but it's possible that they go that interior defensive line, which is a need for a lot of teams. I think it would be respectable to take Barmore.
They also have a lot of depth in their front four, though.
With the 19th
Here we
pick
go.
in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects Jamin Davis.
Wow.
Wow.
So Jamin Davis out of the University of Kentucky.
Wow.
This is a pick that is a bit surprising considering I thought they really liked Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, which Stu, our buddy here who's been commenting recently, has been asking about. I thought JOK is the pick here, but Jamin Davis out of Kentucky, another versatile and athletic linebacking prospect. I think that, this could land flat on the Washington football team's face if it doesn't go well because he's got limited sample size and we don't exactly know who he is truly as a player because of that. But he does have really nice metrics, really nice size and speed. And you'll see, I think that he has made some really impressive plays in coverage especially, and he's also a nice player in the run game as well.
What I'm seeing here is the difference between guys who are going to play pure linebacker and guys who they don't expect to have the proper size. I think just the issue with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is that they're not seeing enough size. They're not seeing good enough tackling. They want to have a guy that they can coach up and be that new age, new era type of middle linebacker. They're tall, fast, can stretch the field. Those are the guys we're seeing going here. And Jamin Davis was not on anyone's top 32 boards for months and months and months until basically this month. And here he is. And another guy kind of like him is Joe Tryon, who is an edge rusher, but you didn't expect to see him in the first round. But he is a player that teams like. They see things on film that they want to see in an NFL player, and Jamin Davis has showed that. He can get picks, he can run into holes and take out the run, and I really like this pick. I like Jamin Davis a lot. I think that he's going to show those signs right away of an NFL-type middle linebacker.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head there. Teams are placing a higher value on. Wow, my chair is really sinking to the floor here. And we're back. All right. So you talked about Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, a bit of an undersized prospect, and I actually compared him in my last couple of mocks to like a Jamal Adams-esque player. He's a safety, but he's not really a safety, but he's like a linebacker, but really not a linebacker. Yeah, like a blitz boy.
More of a blitz boy. Yeah.
More of a blitz boy. And we're seeing teams, I think, value him a little bit less. And there you see Todd McShay. If you're watching the board or the online right, or excuse me, the cable broadcast right now, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is the best prospect available, and they just passed on him. So I think that's quite interesting that they ended up doing that with Jamin Davis instead of going JOK. But I don't know. I think it can work out for Washington. I'll give him a B on this pick. I think that it's not a home run at all, but he could be a really nice player if developed right, and that's a really solid defensive team that just got a little bit better.
Yeah, I really respect how much the football team drafts defense. Clearly, Chase was a no-brainer, but I think that they, even after seeing how well their defense can perform where it is, they know they still have some holes to fill, and they're going to keep. It's always important to keep young guys on your defense, because I think it gets so old so quickly, and defensive players age faster than people really think, and that defense is young and it keeps getting younger, and taking a linebacker makes so much difference compared to other positions if you can get him developed properly, because he will be, we saw it in Devin White, he will be like the pinnacle of the defense and make giant plays that completely change the game. And hopefully Jamin Davis can be kind of a field general. I would love to see that for that team. And I like where they're going. I am seeing the teams that were on the bottom doing the things they have to do to get to the top. I'm very happy with what these GMs are doing for the most part, besides Mike Mayock, because I don't know what he does. Why?
He's in his own realm of scouting. He's kind of
Yeah.
if you ask me. Him and Gruden combined for caveman football is what
They
those
really
teams
are. It's I don't know what it is.
So 20th selection overall. Here's where I would love to see my Packers move up, and I think someone actually might have because the clock just reset. I'd love to see my Packers jump the Colts here, and the pick is in for the Giants. I would have loved to see Green Bay hop over the Colts here and take a wide receiver, but especially Rashad Bateman. The pick is in for the New York Football Giants, though. I think the pick is going to be Kwity Paye out of Michigan, if you ask me, at this particular spot on the board. Other potential picks here, maybe they go Greg Newsome, get a long-term cornerback solution. Really good question here from Crescent. If the Vikings have the choice of JOK or Darisaw, which it looks like they probably will have a shot at least one of those guys, who do I think they should take? I would take the offensive lineman and protect Kirk Cousins, invest into that run game, and long-term figure out how you're going to protect the passing game and the running attack. I think that's going to be a big deal for the Vikings. You picked up 2 threes in this year's draft. Defensive players are falling because of how much offense is being taken. Capitalize right now, get the best offensive tackle available, and then let the defensive value fall down. And Mike Zimmer has a feel for defense, so that should play out pretty well if you're a Minnesota fan.
Here's the interesting thing here. We're expecting Najee Harris, at least that's been the talk, to go to the Steelers. What does that mean for Travis Etienne? Is he going to be paired with Najee? If Najee goes, does that mean Etienne is pressured to go? Does that mean he goes to the Buccaneers? Does that mean he goes to the Bills? Things I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Bills trade up and try to get that running back. There has been talk of that, which would be very interesting. The bottom of the draft here is going to get really, really good. I think we're going to see trades that we weren't really expecting.
I agree. All right, the pick is in for the Giants here. Erik, I'm going to turn the stream over to you in just a moment as I need to take a break to the restroom. So I'm going to run an ad.
Plan.
I'll run an ad quick and take myself off the screen after the Giants pick.
With the 20th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Kadarius Toney.
Wow. All right, I got to break this one down really quick. Kadarius Toney, an athletic freak, goes to the Giants, who just addressed wide receiver this offseason. I love Kadarius Toney. Is this the 4th wide receiver off the board here, Erik?
I think so.
All righty. I know you like yourself some Kadarius Toney, so I'll turn this over to you. Hold
Sounds
down
good.
the fort, Erik. You got this.
You know it. All right, everybody. I'm going to wait for Padre to see. What do you think? Kadarius Toney. So the thing with Kadarius Toney, he's a little bigger than people think. He's 5'11" and 5'8", which is really 6 foot. I just call him 6 foot. 193, which is good size. This guy is one of the best run after catch guys you'll see. He's got great route running. I think that this is kind of an overdraft. I wasn't expecting that. I like Rashad Bateman a little better, but yeah, Toney is a more powerful runner than people really know. I think that with the Giants taking him, they're adding that explosive factor that they needed. I think that going with Toney is respectable. Elijah Moore would have been the other option for an explosive guy like that. Bateman is as well. They've got Galladay, who's going to be that big boy, and Toney's going to be kind of that field stretcher. It's almost like that dynamic with Kyle Pitts and Toney there. So he can kind of see Galladay as his Kyle Pitts counterpart. So I do like this pick. I'm going to give this pick probably a B-. I'll give this pick a B- for the fact that it's kind of an overdraft because there are wide receivers like Rashad Bateman, welcome back, that we like better. But Kadarius Toney, definitely a respectable pick here by the Giants. I am loving how creative these teams are getting with their picks because they are surprising me. It's fantastic. I really enjoy this, how this is going. Let's see.
This is extremely fun for me. I love Kadarius Toney. I think that his athletic tape and what he does after the catch is probably some of the most entertaining in this draft class. Mm-hmm. He's a guy I would have loved to see head to my Packers. I think he could do big things for the Giants, man. They are putting everything around Daniel Jones. This guy has the poor guy. I mean, he has all these weapons, but no excuses because if he flunks and doesn't turn out here, you don't have the quarterback. You've got yourself Kenny Golladay, Kadarius Toney, Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, Saquon Barkley, Evan Ingram, and Devontae Booker as their reserve running back. So they have so much offensive talent. The only thing they can really improve at now is offensive line. Yeah. And you're in a highly winnable division in the NFC East. Yep. So you're out of excuses, Danny Dimes. I'm not necessarily calling for your job right now, and I'm not a hater, but I think that this is kind of a wake-up call that the Giants are kind of sick and tired of waiting around, and they want an answer on their quarterback today. I think we'll have a clear picture by like week 8 whether or not they've got their guy. Year 3, Danny Dimes should have some maturity, some development, and some improvement to his game. I think he should have a productive season with all these weapons around him.
This is an absolutely beautiful draft in my eyes. We're seeing players that we love go higher than we expected them to, which is exciting. I want to see Rashad Bateman get what he deserves and possibly go to the Colts here or the Titans. I think that we shouldn't be surprised if we see those corners going a lot in this bottom part, like Campbell and Stokes, as well as Newsome and Asante Samuel, who I was expecting to go to the Bears, and clearly that's not going to happen. But the nice thing for the Bears is that there is depth later on in the draft at those wide receiver and corner positions. But offensive line is the next thing that the Bears are going to have to address. So that should be it there. I'm just doing my Bears talk, I suppose. I kind of have to do that. But next to the Colts, I got the jersey on.
Please don't pick Rashad Bateman because I want him to fall to Green Bay.
Yeah, we'll see. Or maybe it turns out the Packers trade. Oh, there's only 3 minutes, but you never know. Packers trade up for Rashad Bateman. No,
the pick is in.
Packers are too boring for that.
If the Indianapolis Colts like Rashad Bateman, I don't think there is anything the Packers can do about it at this moment. However, unless something crazy happened while I was in the bathroom, Christian Darrisaw is still on the board and as my highest graded offensive lineman. And I've even heard talk over the past few days that Tevin Jenkins is of high interest to the Indianapolis Colts. You've got 2 really solid line prospects on the exterior where you have a pressing need with the retirement of Anthony Costanzo. Go out there and make that a 5-man wrecking crew. You've already got an elite offensive line. Give Carson Wentz a plethora of protection. You can't go wrong with this. Rick Frankie says Cormoa to the Colts, can't fall any further. Bateman possibly. I think it's offensive lineman over both of those guys. I think JOK is a nice versatile piece, which would really work well in that Tampa 2 defensive style, but I'm not so sure with the line prospects that have fallen to this point that they're going to go that direction. And depending on what the Colts pick here, I think that heavily impacts the Titans because of the offensive line players available and receiving threats, as well as the Vikings at 23, who are looking for similar players on the O-line and at defense. So if JOK is off the board, that kind of takes someone off for the Vikings. And I think that also impacts them if offensive line is the pick here. So we're going to have a special guest on the show here coming up before the Vikings pick. So stay tuned for that. I suppose while we have a little bit of a lull in the action, I'll show you guys our website, sizzlefantasy.com, and some of the stuff that we have to offer.
What's up, you guys? Gavin back here to talk about sizzlefantasy.com, Erik and I's brand new website.
On the site, you guys will find access to our 2021 Draft Guide collection, where you can find all the information you need for this year's draft, as well as SFS Gold, which is our monthly membership with our most premium and exclusive content, including videos and exclusive articles. Check it out, you guys, sizzlefantasy.com. Link is in the description. Alrighty, you guys, there you have it. Go check us out on sizzlefantasy.com. Get yourself hooked up with a 2021 SFS Draft Guide for either your redraft or dynasty leagues. You guys can also find our brand new merch, which I am repping one of our styles on here today. Erik has a shirt on as well, but his Quentin Nelson pride is covering that up, so you guys aren't able to see. Nonetheless, the pick is in for the Colts here, and there's a lot of directions they can go with a lot of solid players at positions of need falling into their laps here at 21. This is a really nice spot for them, and for a team that hopefully found their next quarterback in Carson Wentz, this is a big draft for them moving forward.
Yeah, I have Tevin Jenkins going to the Colts in my mock draft. I think that it is fair for him to go there, but Darisaw falling is definitely tempting. He is a guy that we had much, much higher. We had him at 14 at some point with the Vikings taking him. I think that he has everything you need. I personally think that he is Leatherwood, but better. He's just more technically sound than Leatherwood.
2021 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Penei.
Wow. Okay, so
Michigan.
none of the above. How about it for the Indianapolis Colts? I think their thought process here is there's so many solid line prospects that have fallen. Maybe they're gambling on a guy that they like in the second or third round to fall into their laps there. Penei being the best edge rusher left on the board, and in my opinion, the most NFL-ready guy in this draft class with his skill set and his refined technique. I think he can come in there day one in that 4-3 system and make an impact off the edge. These guys need some more oomph up front. They've got a really nice player. Remind me the name of DeForest Buckner is their stalwart up front. And then other than that, they had Justin Houston, but they're going to need a little bit more youth and talent inserted up there into the front seven. I think Penei is a nice power pickup here at 21.
Yeah, I think that defense needs a little more dynamic players on there. I think that they have a lot of solid players. I love Kenny Moore. He's probably the most dynamic player on their defense. He's kind of a ball hawk, exciting, but they don't have a very exciting pass rusher. So I think that Penei is an exciting guy to put in there.
Yeah, so the top two pass rushers off the board, at least the way I have them graded. This makes things interesting for Tennessee here. I talked about earlier on the stream how the pick I've struggled the most with here on the channel, and Cameron Simon giving a shout out to his Michigan player, Penei, rooting for him and his success there in Indianapolis. I've had trouble mocking this pick here for the Titans. I think there's so many directions they could go, so many team needs. I wouldn't be shocked to see a Greg Newsome here. I wouldn't be shocked at all, actually, because they need help in the secondary badly. As a matter of fact, I'll put the Titans up on the clock here. They need pass rush very bad. They also have a need for potentially an exterior offensive lineman, maybe another wide receiver. So a lot of ways that this could go. But if they are to pass on Rashad Bateman here, I'm not so sure there's many obstacles left in the way for the Packers to get a Rashad Bateman. And I'm going to put this up on the screen really quick here, and then we have a guest to join us. So without further ado, the Titans are on the clock, and welcome to the stream, Scotty.
All right. Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Hey, good job tonight. Very thorough coverage. Really impressed with the research you guys have done for this draft. I think you guys did a really good job. So,
thank you. There we go. We got all three of us in there now.
Awesome.
Hey, I was having some issues getting
crazy tonight.
Box here.
Yes, yeah. It's perfect. This is the way it should always be.
Yeah, I'm just glad that we didn't see at number 9 Aaron Rodgers going to Denver. So,
yeah,
if that would have happened, I probably would have tipped over anything that I had on this table that regarded food and or beverage. Erik, I do have to ask how your dad's doing right now.
He is. I think he's happy. He's happy with the Justin Fields pick. What do you think, Dad? What? he's loving it. He says he loves it.
I think it's an
do too.
A+ pick.
I can't hate on it.
I thought Justin Fields, to me, was the second best quarterback in this draft. And all along, I felt he should have been taken over Zach Wilson. But, again, GMs have their preference. They have their offensive systems. But I think, Ryan Pace, even though they gave up a decent amount, he might have hit a home run here. And I know that a lot of Bears fans are not happy with the job Ryan Pace has done, but that pick might solidify maybe some long-term Ryan Pace action at the GM spot. Who knows? So we'll see.
It is funny how those Bears, not even just Ryan Pace, but Matt Nagy are in hot water for a little bit. And then all of a sudden they do something that we really like, and we kind of forget. Same with Trubisky. It's almost like Trubisky has a good game, and Bears fans are like, you know what? Trubisky isn't that bad. And then we're like, oh, and then they hurt us again, and it always happens. It never fails.
Trubisky was great in his second year, and Nagy really did a good job with the talent that he had around him, but just the skill set that Justin Fields brings to Chicago is scary. And the two things that I think stand out for the NFC North is the Detroit Lions and the Chicago Bears are better already in this draft. And I know the Lions have been a laughing stock for years, but Brad Holmes, I think, was one of the best acquisitions that any organization could have made at a talent acquisition spot. And getting Penei Sewell where they got him that's staggering to me. Staggering.
Yeah. I think the Bengals made a mistake they will regret for many years if Joe Burrow isn't able to stay healthy and upright. And I think it was a mistake. Jamar Chase, don't get me wrong. He's a great player. He's a great prospect. He is going to catch a lot of passes from Joe Burrow and have a very productive career in Cincinnati. But if you're trying to win football games, if you're trying to keep your franchise healthy and have a consistent offense, I think you got to go out there and take the left tackle and hold it down so that you can at least have a franchise quarterback for an extended period of time. Because if he gets banged up, it's over for Cincy.
That's what the Chargers did. I felt like that was a great pick where they got Slater. That was a steal. And Herbert, the year he had last year, now you add Slater. And the Titans, I agree. I think it might be Greg Newsome here. I think they like him a lot, so we'll see what they do.
Greg Newsome is definitely a possibility.
The Titans need secondary and pass rush terribly bad. Their defense was a laughing stock last year. They brought in Jadeveon Clowney, 0 sacks as a Tennessee Titan, although he did have a season-ending injury. There's a lot of directions they could go. I don't know if you heard me say, Scotty, I've had a tough time mocking the Tennessee Titans because of all the different directions I could see them going. I think this is one of the more cloudy picks in my eyes. I wouldn't even be shocked to see a JOK come off the board here.
I would be shocked to see Rashad Bateman go with Corey Davis going to the Jets.
I'm afraid of that here. I'm really hoping he slips to Green Bay.
I think it'd be best for them to go offense, as like you said, there's a lot of defensive players falling. So I think it's fair to go to one of those top offensive guys. I still think Bateman is deserving of that first round pick. I don't think he should fall much further. So it would be right. And as a Bears fan, I would love to not see him go to the Packers. So this is hopefully Bateman.
Have we only seen 5 defensive players off the board? Pay, Phillips, Surtain, Horn, and Collins.
Jamin Davis as well.
And Davis. Okay, so we've seen a couple extra. So
Quiddy Pay just went.
Yep.
Surprising defensive players.
So that's still nearly 75% offense here, though, at the top of the board. According to Todd McShay, the top needs for the Titans are wide receiver, tight end, corner, offensive tackle, and strong safety. I think based off the value that's on the board right here, we're looking at wide receiver or corner, maybe offensive tackle potentially. But here is the commissioner with the pick. Sweet Caroline playing. And yet again, we are at the mercy of Roger Goodell taking his sweet time.
Rodgers pulling the chair out, and
he's dancing and giving hugs to vaccinated fans, doing their part.
Oh, I see the cheese heads.
Oh, you know they're
never gets old.
That was good. The 22nd pick.
Great analysis, Roger.
2021 NFL Draft. the Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley.
Okay,
Defensive back,
there you go.
Virginia Tech.
Caleb Farley, my immediate reaction to this is the Tennessee Titans just drafted a player who possesses exponentially great talent. This guy has a lot of great tools and the requisite technique that you need. He's in quarantine right now because he tested positive for coronavirus, so he's unable to be with anyone on draft day here. But this is the guy who I had as my top cornerback in the draft class prior to the back surgery. I think that he's very, very talented, as I already touched on. I think this could be a home run pick. It's a bit of a risky one, and the Titans have been doing that over the past couple of years and gotten burned with these picks. But I think if it turns out well, the Titans just got a steal here at pick 22.
I can imagine him in a Titans jersey. For some reason, I can just see that name on a Titans jersey. It just seems right. Yeah, he could be the best corner of any of them if he can stay healthy. I loved how the Bears stuck with clearly not a first-round pick, but Jaylen Johnson, a guy that had injury issues. You still know that they have that talent, and if anything, it gives them more of a chip on their shoulder if people don't think that they are going to be able to make it in the NFL with those injury concerns. It makes them work harder. It makes them put in more work and buy into the system to make sure that their team and their fans know that they're ready to go and that they deserve to be picked in that first round.
This could be an absolute steal for Tennessee. I think he is the best corner in the draft. I think that his read react, his recovery speed, how he reads a quarterback is tremendous. And, he's underrated at the line of scrimmage within 5 yards with hand contact. So fairly to me could be just an absolute monster steal for Tennessee, another organization that drafts really well if you look at their history. So again, I think that, they might have hit a home run here in the first round. We'll have to see. The injuries could come back to bite Fairley. I think that's the one thing everybody's concerned with. But overall, like the body of work and what he could bring to the table athletically is tremendous.
Yeah, he doesn't necessarily have some of those eye-popping highlights, the pick sixes that we see out of a Pat Surtain at Alabama, but in terms of what he's done on a consistent basis and just having tight coverage, play in and play out, I think he was the most impressive corner when I went through my scouting process, and I was hesitant to drop him down my board, but the more reports came out about the severity of the back injury and the caution that was making teams approach him with, I had to move him down my mock drafts, and I had him falling no later than typically the Cardinals pick. At 16, I actually had him fall to Chicago at 20 before, obviously, the trade-up. The Vikings pick is in, by the way, so we should get to that. But this is a great pick for Tennessee. I'll give him an A.
Yeah, I agree. I actually had him mocked to Green Bay at 29. I actually felt that the injuries were going to drop him that far, and it's too tempting to pair Jair Alexander and Caleb Fairley together in a Joe Barry defense. I mean, that would have been awesome for me to see. So we'll have to. I have to shatter that dream now, I guess. But there's a lot of other dreams that I can have.
That's all right. My Rashad Bateman dream is still alive as we speak. I honestly didn't think Bateman would still be here at this point. I did not think he would either.
I think Bateman is underrated in this draft. I think he should be a top 15 selection. If it was any other draft, I definitely would have looked at him in a top 15 mold. I mean, his route running is tremendous. I just feel like that his separation ability is underrated.
I believe he separated from man coverage on over 75% of his routes in his time at Minnesota. So just metrics like that show you that a guy who kind of flies under the radar is a player that can be a high-level contributor right off the bat, especially in an offense, hopefully led by Aaron Rodgers this coming season. But I don't know where the Packers are going with this pick. We're going to learn a lot from our round one selection tonight. I think that with the linemen still on the board, that's still absolutely in play. We haven't seen a guy like Christian Barmore come off the board, who I think is just about the consensus interior defensive lineman number one for a lot of people. Levi and Wuzurike is also a guy up there on some people's boards who has some nice ability.
I think Vikings, another fair player would be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who is falling, but they are potentially. The Vikings could definitely take him here because they lost Eric Kendricks, I believe. Is Anthony Barr back?
Well, they lost them to injury, so they're going to be coming back. But
I thought Kendricks was a free agent. And he left.
No, he just got injured last year.
Okay,
yep, he's still there.
Either way, I think it's fair to take him because even then he could play kind of a safety, kind of a hybrid guy. I think that would be nice for a defense that's kind of struggling to stop the run, that you get a guy that can move around, kind of be that Adams kind of guy, that blitz boy, even if that means you're making a first round pick into a kind of a gadget defensive player. I think that it's fair to take a talent like that and develop him.
So the Vikings pick is in here at the number 23 selection. I think that the pick here is either going to be a tackle in Tevin Jenkins or Christian Darrisaw, or I think they're going JOK here out of Notre Dame. Looking at the board here, a little bit of a Gavin's Rashad Bateman dream draft tracker. The biggest obstacles I see standing in the way for the Green Bay Packers to select one of the top receiver prospects on the board still available would be the Saints at 28 or the Ravens at 27, which I think would probably be the biggest issue for me.
I wouldn't count out Jacksonville either.
Jacksonville has been involved recently, though, in the receiver market. They do have DJ Chark. They spent a second rounder on Chenault last season. And Marvin Jones, they spent kind of a hefty price to get him in free agency.
Chenault's kind of more of a gadget player, though, so I don't know if he's really a solid wideout option.
A versatile weapon.
I think it would be better for that team to go defense here, but it is definitely possible.
23rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft.
Yeah, Trayvon Merrick, for sure.
The Minnesota Vikings select Christian Darrisaw.
There it is. So Christian Darrisaw was one of my near consensus mock picks for the Vikings. Whenever he'd fall there, that was the pick for me. All the way back up at 14, though. So they get him here at 23. I think that's pretty good value for the Vikings, getting their offensive lineman to help that passing game out.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that's one of their biggest weaknesses, and Darrisaw improves that offensive line tremendously right off the bat. So, I mean, for him to fall to 23, I mean, there's a lot of interesting selections. And again, we're not GMs. We don't run teams. Okay. So we're not NFL evaluators. Let's face it, guys, we're all armchair quarterbacks here. Okay. So, we're not in a front office looking at these things, but if you look at the tape on Darrisaw, his technique, his footwork, he's fluid. I mean, he gets to the second level consistently. Very good offensive line prospect. I didn't have him higher than Slater or Sewell. I'm sure you guys didn't either, but I had him third. I had him ahead of Vera-Tucker, and I like Vera-Tucker. So, I mean, the Vikings are getting a really good prospect here.
Yeah, I said, we had Darrisaw at 14 often going to the Vikings. They were smart here to trade down and know that value was going to be there. I think that it's definitely acceptable for a team to think like that, because we saw Tevin Jenkins in almost every single mock fall down to that level, and we see him as a prospect that's just as good as a lot of these tackles, or at least can be developed. He shows that skill and that athleticism. I think that Christian Darrisaw should have been the one going to the Raiders instead of Leatherwood, and Leatherwood would be appropriate at 23. In some cases, I still think Tevin Jenkins should even go before him, but I think Christian Darrisaw is definitely a good pick, because he will add more athleticism to that team now. I think the tackle position was kind of sluggish. I think that this is what they needed.
Yeah, so there I put up the A for awesome. There we go. For
A for effort.
An A for effort. An A for awesome for the Minnesota Vikings, capitalizing on great value to move back and get who might have been their guy from the get-go at that 14 spot. I think Darrisaw is going to be a mauler who's going to help Cook hit the edge and hit it hard, because he is an explosive back that can get out there in space and do some electric things with the football. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock, and the pick is in. I'm expecting Najee Harris here, although I do think the pick should be Tevin Jenkins or an offensive lineman, because you can't run the football without the big boys and the gridiron to get that push for you. Harris is a special running back, but I don't think at the end of the day it's worth the selection here without the line.
Yeah. Villanueva is a free agent. I know he's been talking to the Ravens.
The Ravens, yeah.
But I mean, it would be smart for them to draft O-line. But at the same time, I mean, it's hard to pass on a guy like Harris here if that's what they need. Yeah. I mean, you look how they ran that offense with Le'Veon Bell, and Harris is kind of similar to him in some ways in his game. He's a patient runner, just like Bell, catches the ball out of the backfield just as well as Le'Veon did. I mean, I think they're missing that, honestly. And I don't know what you guys think, but I think the O-line depth is excellent. So you can get one later if you need to.
There is very good.
The 2021 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Najee Harris, running back.
Yep,
Alabama.
that was a pretty easy one to predict there. Najee Harris, the best running back, I think, for a scheme fit and probably on the Pittsburgh Steelers board, obviously taking him over Travis Etienne, which now begs the question, will we see Travis Etienne go in round one?
I don't think he's a round one back.
Talent-wise?
He's got a lot of tread on the tires. I actually, oh man, I just don't know. I don't know if maybe Buffalo takes him just because, but I can't see another team needing a running back other than Buffalo right now. Maybe Tampa? But those are the two teams. Those are the two teams that are going to take ETN if they take him.
That's kind of what I was saying. It puts pressure on those other teams to get Najee because he is that 1B or 1A, whichever one you want. And I truly think Devonta is the 1C. I think that all three of those players deserve to be starting running back straight out of the draft. And I think the most value is going to be from Devonta. So Buccaneers or Bills are the only two.
I like Javonte Williams. His explosiveness out of point of contact and breaking tackles is better than Harris and ETN. So, I mean, I can see him fitting in with the Tampa Bay, honestly, with the offensive line they have and what they want to run for scheme. I think he's a better prospect than ETN personally. That's just me. I am a Ronald
Jones fan, so it really would hurt for it to happen, as I've seen a lot of mocks having them take a running back. But
don't have him too high in your guide, guys. Ronald Jones, please. You're just gonna.
I can't put him up there. They brought Lenny back, so I can't. You guys do
a great job, but if Ronald Jones is like in your top 20, I'm gonna look at you two and be like, "Are you nuts?"
He's a low end RB2 at best. He puts up RB1 numbers when he gets the backfield to himself, but that doesn't happen all that much. So It only really happened when Lenny went down for a bit last year, and I think he broke off a 98-yard run in a week and had some other big plays. But Xander G says that ETN is a better prospect than Najee Harris. I tend to side with I love ETN's skill set as a Kamara-type player, but I think Harris is the fit for the Steelers there. Preston loves the Vikings getting the draft capital and having Darrisaw fall to them at 24. He says they definitely outsmarted some teams. I got to agree with you there. I think that for an offensive tackle prospect that I had going 10 picks earlier to the same team and they trade back at draft capital and the same player I had them taking, that's a pretty good deal if you ask me. The last 2 years, very smart picks with Justin Jefferson, and I think Darrisaw will pay dividends as well. Unfortunately, that Jeff Gladney pick didn't go as planned. Here at 25, the Jags, there's a lot of raw prospects back on the board, but I don't think there's a concise consensus pick here for them. We're getting close to that Green Bay pick that we've been waiting for all night, but a few people left on the board that could make some moves that impact how we draft or potentially move on the board here.
We were discussing Trayvon Merrick. I think he's the best safety on the board. I think there's a lot of safety depth, but he's the only one I would truly want to take in the first round. I think that at this point, if you're going to take secondary, you take a corner like Newsome or Asante Samuel or possibly one of those Georgia guys. I don't personally love taking one of those Georgia corners. I think they're kind of speedsters and not as much NFL-ready guys.
They're track athletes.
Yep, I think Newsome is more of that prototype NFL corner, so it would be respectable for the Jags to take a corner or to take Merrick here. I think the defense is the way to go.
Not according to your dad.
No. I bet not.
Hey, I wouldn't rule out JOK here at this pick. He's fallen very far down the board. I think that for a versatile linebacking prospect and a head coach in Urban Meyer who likes those college prospects, and obviously he's seen a heck of a lot of it from coaching at the collegiate level, I think that might be an under the radar pick here that we might finally see come off the board. Otherwise,
wouldn't be a bad pick for him either.
I don't think it would be. I think that he's a high upside talent that could add some spark to that team. Undersized guy, kind of that safety linebacker hybrid per se, I think is how teams are viewing him. And I think that's reflecting his slip here a little bit. So I wouldn't be shocked to see him taken here. And I think it would actually be a smart investment for the Jags at 25.
So the thing I don't want to see is Trayvon Merrick slip to Baltimore. Because here's the thing, Baltimore is going to scoop him up like a bad habit if he's sitting around, because they haven't had a playmaking safety legitimately since Ed Reed. I mean, you can say Earl Thomas, but Earl Thomas was not the guy that he was, when he went to Baltimore. But the way that Baltimore runs that defense, if they can pick up a Trayvon Merrick at 27 and they already have a lot of pieces in place, I would be very scared of an already really good Baltimore defense if they get him at 27.
Yeah, I think it's right for the Jags to go Merrick here. I think that it covers more issues than a lot of other positions on the defense. If they take a guy who can be, like we've talked about several times, that Antoine Winfield, he can add a new dimension to the defense, a defense that's kind of lacking power, which is odd because they've got Miles Jack, who was supposed to be some kind of spark plug. Same with Josh Allen. We expected more from them, but what you're getting out of Trayvon Merrick is a dependable safety. At least that's what you're hoping, that can also make those big plays that kind of light up the defense and bring those young players together.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what kind of I look for in my mock draft for the Jags here. It's another team that they're just a really young squad, and I don't think they know exactly what they have in a lot of the pieces on their team. Even guys that have been there for 2-3 years, they're all still in their very early 20s, and we don't know what heights these guys could reach. I think that Doug Marrone and his coaching staff was kind of a joke and really poorly utilized the positions that they had there. This is not good.
We lost.
There we go.
We go. We're back.
I don't know what happened there. All of a sudden,
Trayvon Merrick got on and he's cutting it down.
I think, Trayvon Merrick heard us talking about him, and
He's such a Swiss Army knife. He can cut down the internet too. I guess. I don't know.
Yes, that's true.
Jags may take Trevor's safety valve and ETN after the Harris pick. I think that honestly is a nice sleeper potential pick here.
They got James Robinson though.
He's one of the least explosive backs that's starting in the NFL right now. Lots of miles on his legs if you want to talk about that. He has some of the highest carry counts of anyone as a rookie last year. Commissioner Goodell, is he's walking down the aisle here, getting ready to make the next pick. I think it's interesting that he brought his chair out.
That feels good.
He's sitting in a chair for this one, looks like.
With the 25th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne.
Wow. From Rick Frankie.
You got it.
A mastermind.
Yeah, you got it.
A mastermind call. The Jags.
Mastermind. Come on.
The Jags give Trevor Lawrence.
That is so funny.
I respect Rick Frankie, but I think he just took a dart and he threw it.
Scott Grant says you threw a dart on that one. That's good.
Alvin Kamara to his Drew Brees is now a Jacksonville Jaguar, and I don't know if we knew he was going to go in round one. We just talked about it, and here he goes.
So what does that mean fantasy football-wise for James Robinson and especially Travis Etienne?
It means James Robinson no longer matters, and he is as good as gone.
You think he won't play at all? It won't be a committee at all?
No. He'll play.
The senior guys who played so
He'll play, but he will be a rotation back, and he will probably fall down the board significantly. Maybe he keeps his job early on in the season, but I don't see him having. Think of it almost like last season, what we saw from Cam Akers. They don't necessarily toss him into the fire right away. They use a nice committee-style system, feed the hot hand, and once he's ready, he's learned the offense. They let him take over, and they give him the workhorse load.
Do we see this same kind of issue happening to Antoine Gibson as well? Antonio Gibson. I've been talking about Antoine Winfield so much that I am just calling him Antonio.
Possibly.
Yeah, a lower pick guy that just shows really good flashes of true NFL talent, but
lots of miles on the legs, though, just like Gavin said.
Yep. So, do they pick a guy later on?
I really like Antonio Gibson, but I think that he doesn't have too much draft capital invested into his selection for the Washington football team. So I think what that means is not necessarily that he's not a talented player, but I think that means that there's low commitment to having him as a workhorse back, and I think it makes it easier for them to move on or address the position with another pick.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the move around, run around.
So the Browns here, we're winding down last 7 picks here.
I'm excited for the Packers pick. Man, am I excited.
It could be an absolute disaster. It could be a celebration. Who knows?
After last year, I don't know how excited I am anymore.
So, Scotty, I think that if the Browns here, they did address the safety position, which was a need. They got John Johnson from the LA Rams.
Mm-hmm.
They could still take Trayvon Merrick, though, potentially.
Maybe.
Other than that, though, it looks like the Ravens are going to snatch him up.
Yeah, I actually think if the Browns were smart, they'd take Christian Barmore here, just because they lost Richardson. That's a salary cut, and they need some interior linemen here. I wouldn't be shocked if that's the pick, but JOK is still running around too.
JOK is still falling.
Interior line and linebacker, I think, are big deals for these guys.
Yeah.
Other than that, the roster is really strong.
And let's face it, Jadeveon Clowney has never been able to stay healthy his entire NFL career. So, I mean, you're paying a guy $10 million to show up pretty much this year and hope that he gets production. So I think the Browns would be smart to have something in their back pocket if he's not going to stay there long term after this season.
Let's see. I have Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah typed in right now. I'm wishing it into existence. I feel like that's what it should be. Also, I spelt it properly. Are you proud of me, Mom? I spelt Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah properly. It is. I have typed it so many times, I can't get it wrong.
I would just like to say that the mastermind, Rick Franke, has locked in JOK as the pick here. So
it has to be right then.
Are we going to keep calling him mastermind?
It's the undisputed. He's the undisputed mastermind if he gets this pick correct. So
no.
Hold on to your sassy, Rick. You might have a coronation coming for you.
Oh man.
Here it is. The Browns are ready to go for their pick. They are loud and proud there. I guess they're hosting the draft, so they've been waiting all night for this. They made their pick fairly quick too, so this could be Hudson tuning into the stream, agrees with Rick. He thinks that JOK is the pick here, and here is the pick.
The pandemic revealed the depths of the digital divide for underserved
and
students.
Goodell strikes back.
Hudson, isn't it past your bedtime?
Cue the Undertaker music
part of
for Goodell.
Draft-a-thon to bridge the divide.
Gone.
Maya Tomoto and her class at Shaw High School here in Cleveland have faced this challenge during remote learning. She has worked overtime to assist other students, not only preparing and distributing computers, but teaching other students how to use them.
Excellent.
I'm proud to introduce Maya to make the Cleveland Browns pick.
Oh, Oh, Nux from Mr. Goodell.
What's up, Cleveland? Are y'all ready for this? All right. Are you guys ready for the best in the land with the 26th pick for the 2021 NFL
Jeremiah
Draft for the
Owusu-Koramoah.
Cleveland Browns? We have Gregory Newsome II.
Oh.
Alrighty. So maybe that tells us what they think about.
So no mastermind.
I'm sorry, Rick.
No mastermind. Sorry.
I tried. So that tells me a little bit what they think about Greedy Williams, who they took in last year's draft class, or was that 2 years ago now in the second round? Denzel Ward's there, but he's a bit undersized. He gets bullied by some bigger receivers. I think, Greg Newsome's a pretty solid pick here. I would have liked to seen them go linebacker or interior D-line like we talked about, but this allows the Ravens to have Merrick fall right in their laps. What do you make of that, guys?
Yeah.
Well, just to recap this pick, though, I think that Cleveland knows the importance of having two quality corners in the secondary, and Newsome could be an excellent draft pick. I like Newsome a lot. I think he's one of the most underrated talents in this entire draft. So for Cleveland to get him here, that actually may be a steal. But then, going back to what you're saying about Mary going to Baltimore, that's a scary, scary thought, I think, if you're in the AFC North. I think that they could utilize him in so many different ways. And I actually was kind of hoping, Gavin, that he'd be sitting there at 29 because Joe Barry likes to run that star defender in his defenses. And that would be a sneaky pick for Green Bay in their secondary because he's excellent at covering players, not just as a safety, but he's an excellent coverage guy, period. So, he brings a lot to the table. And if Baltimore gets him here, that's a great pick for them.
Colton Hogum tuned into the stream tonight, asked if the Saints, who did not trade up from their position at the back end of the first round, will go out and select Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. That's what it looks like right now, Colton. I've had the Saints taking a linebacker in the majority of my mock drafts, and all the linebackers I've had them mocked taking are now off the board. So Jamin Davis is gone. Zaven Collins is gone. JOK, that versatile linebacker, safety hybrid type dude, is going to be the last guy up on the board for the Saints. I think that would go as a round one, a day one prospect.
Oh, it's perfect.
So we've got. Oh, go ahead.
I had Jamin Davis going 28 too to the Saints. I didn't think he'd go that early.
Yeah,
to
in the
Washington
teens.
football team.
That was surprising. Oh, if the Ravens take a receiver, Rick, I'll be very disappointed, especially if they take my boy Rashad Bateman out of Minnesota off the board. I'd be very, very sad. Hudson,
Very
if you're
possible.
still tuned into the stream, we've got both of our options, Elijah Moore and Rashad Bateman, still on the table for us to take here. So it's a good day to be a Packer fan, unless you read any tweets today.
Yeah, if you stayed off Twitter, it was okay.
If you've never seen a Twitter or an ESPN notification in your life, it's a great day to be a Packer
It's
fan.
a fantastic day. Well, it could change, though. Even if you didn't look at Twitter. Who knows?
Bateman.
I would be scared if Bateman did get chosen by the Packers. Maybe the whole league is letting it happen. Who knows? Or it happens
Adams
right here.
Jr. Yeah, Hudson Weber says, woohoo, he would love either of those guys in the green and gold, as would I, and maybe Aaron Rodgers could stop throwing a hissy fit if we got him another receiver to throw the ball to.
That's probably what he's doing.
I'm sorry, Aaron. We couldn't draft Kyle Pitts. We didn't have the 4th overall pick. My bad.
Yeah, it's
My
all
sincere
indirect.
condolences.
It's all for him to make sure that they draft a receiver. Him pulling this right before the draft, it's so that he can get that guy.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting on the timing, isn't it? I don't think anybody's really talked about that. It's
know.
All of a sudden, the day of the draft, hey, guess what? I don't want to come back anymore. I want to go play on the West Coast so I can host Jeopardy and play football at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Roy Kim, what's going on, man? I haven't seen you in a long time since back in fantasy
Roy
season.
Kim.
Here we are, the 2021 NFL Draft Show here on Sizzle Fantasy Sports, and Roy Kim is back in the building here. We are live with the Ravens on the clock. The pick is reportedly in. It's good to see you again, man. I hope you stick around and check out some of our fantasy content that's coming out here. And you know what? Yeah, let's draft Hudson Weber here with this pick.
Let's get Hudson on these.
Roy Kim, just for you, we'll drop a little SFS commercial and show you some of the stuff that we've been working on while we've been busy here this offseason working on some stuff.
A big announcement today, you guys. SFS merch is officially here. Head over to sizzlefantasy.com and click on SFS Shop, where you'll be redirected to our merchandise home screen. You'll find t-shirts, crew necks, hoodies, hats, and more, all with different colors, styles, and logos to choose from. So head over, rep the brand and style today, and be a consistency king with us in 2021. We'll see you there.
All righty, we've got all that and much, much more for you guys. And Erik, Roy Kim, he is an Ohio State Buckeye fan. I remember that from last season, going to his Chicago Bears. So, yeah, I remember that about you, Roy. You get the double whammy there. Chicago gets his alma mater's quarterback there, and they end up picking a franchise quarterback. So it's a good day to be an Ohio State Buckeye and Chicago Bears fan, I suppose. Myself as a Green Bay Packer fan, I'm reminiscing in the days of Randall Cobb, as you see behind me. I miss and appeased Aaron Rodgers with a healthy three-headed monster at wide receiver.
Now you just get three-headed monsters that are 6'5" and can't catch.
That is true.
Sorry, had to do it. Sorry.
MVS has too many eyes watching the football.
Yeah. The concentration drops are intense with that guy.
Yeah, Equanimous thinks he's his brother.
Yeah, I like
Amon-Ra St.
Brown a lot more.
If we pick Amon-Ra St. Brown, that's just an embarrassment, and it's going to be really embarrassing when the Packers draft your brother and then cut your brother in the same offseason.
Yeah, exactly. Amon-Ra will instantly start over.
That might be the most awkward conversation in the history of pro football. Hey, we drafted your brother, but we're cutting you.
Here we go, Trayvon Merrick.
With the 27th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select.
Don't you dare.
Rashawn.
No!
Receiver, Minnesota.
Yep, good pick.
That is just fantastic. The Frankie household can sleep tonight.
Just a bad day.
I just wanted to say Trayvon Merrick so then they'd take him.
They did justice by Lamar Jackson. You know what? Let's toss it up right on the screen right now. Let's not waste any time. Boom. A+ draft grade for the Baltimore Ravens. Doing right by their quarterback, finally giving him a wide receiver one option to throw the ball to. Rashad Bateman is the best route runner in this draft class that doesn't have that top three draft what do you want to call it, the top three wide receiver draft stock. This guy's highly underrated. He's not necessarily your freakish athlete, but his separation numbers are out of this world, and Lamar deserves a receiver of this caliber. So they go out there and finally get him his guy. I think Rashad Bateman instantly vaults up the board as a top fantasy football wide receiver in this 2021 rookie draft class. Not a super high volume passing offense, but I expect him to be very productive and right behind Mark Andrews as the most productive pass catcher on that team. And yes, Roy Kim right here is reacting to my somber and also very loud reaction to Rashad Bateman being picked there. Hudson is also disappointed. Xander G says, great pick. I agree. That's a fantastic one. And Rick Frankie states the obvious that Amon-Ra St. Brown is superior to Equanimous St. Brown. So, got some good audience participation. You guys, let us know. Who do you predict the Saints to pick here? The pick is already in. It's got to be JOK. Biggest pick of the night. Colton Hogan calls it here. The Saints at pick 28. I think it's got to be JOK. Maybe do they shock us and take Merrick? I think it's got to be JOK though.
He's gonna spell it properly again.
Boom, Rashad Bateman. And just like that, Gavin's hopes and dreams were crushed, and Hudson Weber suggests that the Saints select Sarah Fuller with their pick in this draft.
All right.
I don't think she's currently eligible for NFL play. I think she needs to play a couple more seasons before she can do that. Who are they picking? Cameron Simon asks. I'm assuming the New Orleans Saints. I'm going to go Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah right here for the New Orleans Saints as my prediction. If you had to give him a second choice, Scott, who would you go with here as an underdog to JOK?
Nick Bolton.
Nick Bolton. I like that.
That'd be a big underdog. But JOK is superior to Bolton. I think Bolton is more of a traditional inside linebacker. JOK can, just kind of like what Erik said, he can play anywhere. He can play inside. He can play outside. He could be just one of those guys that an all 3-down defender, where I think Bolton is more of a 2-down defender and is not really a 3rd-down type linebacker. He struggles in coverage. JOK is way better in coverage. It makes sense for what the Saints run defensively to me.
Yeah, I had Nick Bolton. I'll say it really quick, Erik. I had Nick Bolton as my early mock draft pick back in January, February to the Saints, but I've since moved on to greener pastures. I think JOK is the top pick here.
Azeez Ojulari is what Rick Frankie is saying, and I think that it is respectable for them to go with an edge rusher here. It is a need as they lost Hendrickson and they've only got Cam Jordan here. We have some music going on.
Yeah, you got some music fishing through the stream here. Hopefully we don't get shot down again from the YouTube masterminds who somehow caught us just like that and closed this operation down for a hot sec there. But
we're good now. We're good.
Here we go, Saints on the clock.
I've got it ready to go. Yeah, a pass rusher would be possible here. It's a need, but I think that going linebacker is more important for the Saints right now. Like I said earlier, linebacker and safety are more hard-hitting positions to draft, especially in the first round. With the talent and potential of Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I think it's a no-brainer to take him at 28 overall.
What about Joe Tryon?
And Tryon is definitely – he's kind of that in-between if you do want to get a pass rusher, but also a guy who can drop into coverage. He's a guy that NFL teams really like because he has shown that NFL readiness with reading the plays, not just being a pure pass rusher, but being able to be coachable. Smart. And and show that he knows the game well and that he can be worthy of being that first overall pick or first round pick, I should say, and that you're going to get the value out of him, and he's not just going to be that player that goes in and uses their talent only, but uses their mind and learns and grows in the system.
All righty, we've got a little bit of time here before the Saints are up to announce their pick. So remember, you guys, you've got the SFS Draft Guide Collection giveaway tonight. All you got to do is take a screenshot or photo that you have liked this stream and subscribe to the SFS channel and DM me a picture of that on Instagram at Sizzle Fantasy Sports. It looks like we're back to the draft coverage. I was going to run a quick commercial for you guys, but I don't want to miss this pick. So we'll have that immediately following the selection here for the New Orleans Saints, who have their pick in and ready to go. And after that, it's our faithful Green Bay Packers. So we'll run a quick ad after this potentially. We'll see if we got time for it. No big deal. So let's put this in the chat. For those of you guys watching this at home, who should the opening day starter be for the Saints at quarterback? And with that, here is the dog.
With the 28th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner, defensive end, Houston.
Really?
Well, of the top 55 prospects that I had film prepared and highlights prepared for tonight's episode, that was not one of them. Colton Hogan says, no way we go edge. Well, there you have it. Wow. Peyton Turner out of Houston is your edge rusher headed to the New Orleans Saints. Very interesting. Colton says he has no words. That's an embarrassing pick, in my opinion. Just for Saints Nation out there, there you have it. F for Flunkerton.
Well, hey, the Packers have made picks like that in the past, and people have been a little less harsh, at least.
He's one of those typical Saints draft picks. He's your super athletic prospect off the edge who potentially could be a phenom if it works out well, but he is a bit raw. It looks like he's had some pretty insane highlights. But, wow, instantly, Packers pick is already in. All right. Scott, who do you think it's going to be? We're not going to run an ad after this pick here. I want to wait and get your breakdown of the Packers pick.
I'm going to say either Elijah Moore or Tevin Jenkins.
I'm going to say Tevin Jenkins is the pick here for Green Bay. Not a flashy pick here, but I think
which sounds like Green Bay.
Yeah, it's a Green Bay-esque pick. He's fallen this far, which is kind of unexpected in my book.
Yep.
My top receiver prospects are off the board. I'm not really interested in anyone outside of Elijah Moore at this particular juncture of the draft. Packer Nation is going wild in Cleveland right now. They already made their pick. Yep, there's Mark Murphy. They all look like a bunch of geniuses right now.
Most of them are hiding in the other room to the left, and it's just Mark Murphy.
Yeah. That's how you know that they know they messed up.
They're probably talking to Rodgers right now.
Frankie's saying Asante Samuel.
Who do you want us to pick?
Asante Samuel is definitely a possibility because corner is a need for the Packers here. But maybe. I do think Tevin Jenkins is the best value here, as we expected him to go a little higher, and he is very, very good. And it's not flashy, which is kind of how the Packers roll.
So Creston puts in a nice, interesting comment here in the comment section. He says, this draft is crazy when the analysts on all platforms say, at least 10 to 15 times after the draft picks. And I think that's what we've done here tonight. I mean, there's been quite a few head scratchers. I think that, maybe some of these guys hit, but I think there's a great chance that these are some risky pieces and maybe things don't turn out the best for these teams. So, Cameron Simon also says that Jameis is his starting quarterback for the Saints next season. I got to agree with you there. I think that you got to hope that the former first overall pick has cleaned up his play style under Sean Payton and can thrive. He's got all the talent in the world. He's been such a productive player in the touchdown category. His issue has just been he's hyper aggressive and pushes that ball downfield and turns it over just as frequently. So Jameis could be a big shot for the Saints here. I think it would certainly be interesting seeing him and MT paired up next season. I think that would be the best thing for that offense as a whole as well, because I don't think you can get through a whole season or use a Taysom Hill, who I just see as Tim Tebow 2 running that offense.
Yeah, I think that Sean Payton could develop, even though Jameis Winston has been around for a while now. I think that Sean Payton is the right coach to give him the right tools, because Jameis Winston has all the talent. His arm is great, and the issue is just that he throws interceptions, because the guy was absolutely fantastic with the Buccaneers. Besides those picks, he was a fantasy monster. Even again, besides those picks, he was throwing all those touchdowns, and I believe he has one of the top passing yards in a season. As a record or something. I don't know, but it's a lot, and and that's part of who he is. I think that team needs probably another receiver in this draft, which is the perfect draft to do it, because the second round they can get another receiver to go with Michael Thomas. But I think that Jameis needs another receiver on that team. Traquan Smith is not enough. I think he's fine, but they need another guy because the rest are kind of schlubs. And
ooh, here we go. Goodell up to the board with the Packers pick.
And that team's going to have to pass a lot.
I want to plug my ears.
29th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Erik Stokes, defensive
Wow. Why?
All right, you guys. And with that, it's been a really great night. I will see. I'm just kidding. I'm not about to turn it off. I think I'm seriously going to have to consider my fandom as a Green Bay Packers fan, though. That is a clownish draft pick right here. Erik Stokes, yeah, he runs really fast, but
he does run very fast.
He sucks at staying with receivers. I've seen him be absolutely left in the dust when people run simple hitch patterns and whatnot. He is a third-round prospect to me. I think this pick is quite – of all positions, we went defensive back after the amount of draft capital we've already invested into this group. This is just a hopeful draft choice, going out there and reaching for a guy we hope can be a cheap Jair Alexander after a year when his fifth-year option expires. What say you, Scott?
Well, I feel like we drafted Ahmad Carroll all over again. Hopefully we don't have to put boxing gloves on this guy so he doesn't get pass interference calls constantly. I'm really concerned about this pick. I mean, they had a lot better options on the board right now. Mm-hmm. To me, I think that they could have waited to get Stokes in the second round if they really wanted him. I don't know. I think this is a big stretch for me. Tevin Jenkins had too much value to me. JOK had too much value. Trayvon Merrick had too much value. Elijah Moore had too much value. I don't know. Maybe it'll end up being a good pick, but right now I'm a little disappointed. Not going to lie to you.
If I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm sending out a tweet right now saying, "Get me the heck out of there," because you just did that. I mean,
yes, this was not the Aaron Rodgers pleaser pick that he was probably hoping, because if it really was planned out that way, like, I don't want to play here. You guys have not drafted a receiver the last few years, and I want a receiver, and they didn't do it again. And if you're gonna do that, you better take the best player available and
take
not
Asante Samuel. Please.
Yeah, you take.
I at least couldn't have hated that much on Asante Samuel.
Or you take JOK, who dropped in the draft. You take him, and he's got a chip on his shoulder. He's got great athleticism, and he's the best player available. So it's a little more fair. You can explain to Aaron, yeah, we thought that this guy shouldn't have fallen this far, and he's going to add another dynamic part of our defense. I think that would have been a much more acceptable pick if you weren't going to go receiver here. I definitely think there are more receivers in the draft, so that is what they're thinking. But with the Packers being at the 29, I think a lot of those good receivers in the second round are going to be gone. But again, I think receivers really deep, but I think it's only fair to Rodgers to get one of those top receivers, at least the top 10, which aren't going to be there at the 29 in the second round.
Yeah, I'm kind of speechless right now. I'm just trying to process it all. My disappointment, letdown pick that I wasn't going to be overly excited about was going to be a Christian Barmore, an interior lineman, when we have absolutely no prayer to stop the run game. And do they go out there and get a guy who can fill up blockers? No, they pick the same position that we just re-signed Kevin King to, that we spent a second-round pick on Josh Jackson, who virtually never got the opportunity to see the football field. Cornerback wasn't such a glaring need that we had to invest a first-round pick into it. I think it would have been much more worth our while to wait. And Stokes, like Scott said, I think would have been there in the second. I had him as an early to mid-third-round prospect. Yeah, he ran a super fast 40-yard dash. So what? Doesn't matter if you can't run. Yes, you're right. It's a good day to be a Bears fan, Alex. That's a tough one.
The NFC North tides are changing.
These are good.
Yeah. All right. With that being said, I need a minute to gather myself.
So in other words, are the Packers doing a daily double to San Francisco to see what they can get for him right now?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say at this point. I'm thoroughly disappointed with Goot. I loved his drafts up till this year. And even last year I defended the Jordan Love pick, but I can defend no longer.
He's not a Packer player. Like, I don't see him as a Packer player. Like, Jair is a total Packer player because of his he's not flashy. He does his job. He's not a ball hawk. He has very good coverage. And Stokes is kind of like flashy, fast guy who can get burnt. Like, Kevin King is not a guy you want to see on you re-signed him, but he was the kind of guy, it's not as reliable. He's more of the flashy guy.
Well, you got to remember now, though, this is a different defensive scheme with Joe Barry. I'm not defending this pick in any way, shape, or form. Mm-hmm. I think they could have got him later. I think they could have did better. Okay, but Joe Barry's system runs with corners that are a little smaller that are quicker to the football. Okay, so I don't know if he influenced this pick some way somehow, but Asante Samuel would have been the same guy to me, but a little bit better. But
more skilled, yes, for sure.
I just don't understand it, but I guess I can see a defensive thing to it, and we can't really say it's a bad pick until maybe 2 or 3 years down the road. I still don't like it, but at the same time, it is what it is. So, I mean, obviously, like you said, though, Gavin, I mean, Goody's done an okay job for the most part. It's not terrible. I defended Ted Thompson for years until he started needing more Ovaltine and sitting in the back office and not doing anything. But it's one of those things that it's one of
Here
those
comes
things
Goodell. We got to pick.
With the 30th
This
pick,
pick is very interesting.
2021 NFL Draft,
Joe
the
Tryon.
Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Okay.
Defensive
That's
back,
very interesting. I
Miami.
like that pick. Get
It's not a bad
yourself an
pick.
athletic edge player. Probably a really raw prospect. We haven't seen him in over a year, but if he reaches his ceiling, I think the Bills just got a heck of a pass rusher, potentially, but he is a project.
He takes plays off. I don't know if you guys seen the same thing I did in some of the film that I watched, but I mean, there's some plays that his potential is a top 10 player, but he doesn't play to that potential every play. So that's why he's where he's at in this draft. He fell a ton just because of the fact that he's lazy sometimes. And I'm just going to flat out say it. He's lazy. I think he could be great under the right tutelage, but we'll have to see. And I think he's going to a good team that can build his skills in Buffalo. It's a smart move on the fact that they can get all the potential they can get out of him, because now that front seven in Buffalo, if he develops into the player they think he can be, that's a scary, scary front seven.
Well, yeah, we did expect more from Epinesa, and we haven't really seen it yet. Yeah, and it could honestly be the same kind of case with Rousseau. I'm hoping that those two can develop together, because that would be fantastic. They're both athletic freaks. They're expected to be those crazy bender big boy pass rushers that get at the ball. But I don't love Gregory Rousseau as a first-round pick. I think he truly should have fallen to the second round, when there's guys like Wuzurike who have a little more, Ojulari, who have a little more true edge, true edge rusher ability. I think that Rousseau is just a little raw, and I just haven't seen enough development out of Epinesa to show that the Bills can develop those edge rushers yet. But I would love to see him develop well, because I think he is an interesting prospect, and again, he's an athletic freak. So you always love to see players like that develop, because it's just really fun and exciting to watch an edge rusher that can do that. But I think he needs to become far more skilled before he's worth the first round pick.
Well, I want to thank you guys for having me, first and foremost. I appreciate it. You guys did a good job putting the show together. Gavin, it'll be okay. Hopefully the second round and the third round is better for the Packers. I'm not holding my breath right now. But again, good job. I need to get something to wind me down so I actually go to bed and get up in the morning. I'm that fired up right now. So you guys have a good night, and thank you very much for having me.
Hey, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, man.
Have a good one.
Good stuff.
Nice.
Alrighty. So, well, you guys, that was some crazy stuff that just went down right there. I would be lying if I said I was pleased with that pick. If you're just coming into the stream here, make sure to give it a thumbs up to give me some pity for that terrible pick that my Green Bay Packers just made. So, those of you guys that have been sticking around here throughout the night, thank you so much for tuning in. We've got 2 more picks here on the board. And once again, I will give another shout out to our brand new website, sizzlefantasy.com. And I'll give you guys a look into our draft guide collection for the 2021 season.
What's up, you guys? Gavin back here to talk about sizzlefantasy.com, Erik and I's brand new website. On the site, you guys will find access to our 2021 draft guide collection, where you can find all the information you need for this year's draft, as well as SFS Gold, which is our monthly membership with our most premium and exclusive content, including videos and exclusive articles. Check it out, you guys, sizzlefantasy.com. Link is in the description.
All right, you guys.
Gotta talk about this. Cody, you made me laugh with this one. This was good. Yeah, I was very excited about that pick. And then Creston's got a comment here. Surprising player that may fall out of round one. Tevin Jenkins could definitely fall out. I think that, we got Orlando Brown that went to the Chiefs. So, who are we expecting the Ravens would have to take.
The Ravens could take Tevin Jenkins to play right tackle
the Ravens could be the ones who take Tevin Jenkins.
But Merrick is still on the board.
Merrick could also fall, which is not super surprising, but it's definitely fair that he would fall. The safeties in this draft are not near as dynamic, I suppose, but Merrick is very exciting.
All right, I just got a text message from my uncle Jason Martin, who is a Dallas Cowboys fan and enjoyed the pickup of Micah Parsons. He wants to know what my official draft grade is for the Green Bay Packers. This is optimism here, you guys. Check it out. A D.
Oh, a D.
Big old D. A big old D in the Packers.
A big old D for the Packers, huh?
I don't love the pick at all. I think it was a mistake. I think that the value is not there. I don't think it was the most needed position on the board for the Packers at that spot. I think that, Eric Stokes is a really fast corner, but like I talked about, he gets fried on hitch routes. Like the dude can't stay with a guy on a comeback or a hitch route. And when I watched his tape, he was the guy getting exposed on other people's highlight tapes, which is not exactly what I call. He's Kevin King 2.0, maybe even a little bit worse if you want to put it in perspective. He's a faster Kevin King that somehow finds a way to get burned more. So that's my thoughts on the Packers' newest acquisition.
Hank Olson's thought was he was glad that the Packers stood their ground and didn't let Rodgers push him around. They took the guy they wanted. I don't know if the guy they wanted should be that player. I do think it's fair for them to stand their ground, as there are a lot of receivers in the second round that are falling. So if the Packers were to trade up in the second round, I would respect that. But I just feel like if they had taken just someone else instead of Eric Stokes, it would have been a respectable pick. I think that Stokes is not worth that pick there.
Yeah, it's really depressing when the Packers do all this research into these players that you really like as prospects. And then they turn around and pick Eric Stokes. Rashad Bateman had me really intrigued. Kadarius Toney, Elijah Moore, and then we go out and make that pick. That's baffling to me, and I don't understand it. Cody, Creston, Erik, Alex, all of you fellow NFC North fan people, even Ethan, but I'm sure he's not watching anymore. You guys had great drafts, and here's the Packers at the end throwing up deuces saying, see you later, NFC North crown, because that's what's about to happen. That's what's about to happen when Aaron Rodgers demands a trade next week. So Colton says he'd rather have Stokes than Peyton Turner. I'm not so sure you would, Colton. Have you watched Eric Stokes on tape? He's a crop duster. He gets dusted.
No, okay. We're a little hard on Eric Stokes. I think that he could develop, but he definitely is not going to be good right away. I think he relies too much on his athleticism at this point. I think that I think you can't really knock out a player's potential right away, no matter what. Even if it's Peyton, what the heck is his name? Peyton Turner. Peyton Turner, I don't know. It seems like he's kind of like that Jason Owa guy, and I'm glad Jason Owa hasn't gone in the first round. It's possible that he does here soon. Yeah. I am not a Jason Owa fan. As I said earlier in the show, maybe like 4 hours ago. And he's just he's very athletic, but he didn't have any sacks, which really doesn't bother me. It's just that he doesn't show enough of an NFL type rusher that I
don't see enough intangibles. I see really nice physicality and really nice physical traits,
which is kind of how Rousseau is. But Rousseau is just so big and has that giant wingspan that it may be.
The 2021 NFL Draft.
Not bad.
The Baltimore Ravens select Jason Owe, linebacker.
Jason Owa.
Jason Owa, defensive end from Penn State.
Oh, goodness.
Scott's probably hitting himself even harder now after realizing that they passed on Merrick yet again after he thought
Look at me prophesizing.
Drooling over him. No sacks for you, Baltimore. Please stand by for this quick message brought to you by the Green Bay Packers.
A big announcement today, you guys. SFS merch is officially here. Head over to sizzlefantasy.com and click on SFS Shop, where you'll be redirected to our merchandise home screen. You'll find t-shirts, crew necks, hoodies, hats, and more, all with different colors, styles, and logos to choose from. So head over, rep the brand and style today, and be a consistency king with us in 2021. We'll see you there.
There you heard it, you guys. Be a consistency king with Erik and I in 2021 throughout the fantasy football season. Unlike the Green Bay Packers, who will unlikely be repping our merch because unlike us fantasy analysts, they fail to be consistent on a day-to-day basis and can't consistently please their star quarterback, who is the face of their franchise. All right, I've had enough Packers slander for tonight. Erik, tell us about Jason Owa and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who already have their 32nd overall pick in.
Oh, wow. They're saving us some time, the Buccaneers. Jason Owa like I said, he didn't have any sacks. I think that he is not worth a first-round pick just because I didn't see enough skill. I think he has a lot of athleticism, but he's kind of stands up from what I've seen. He has a lot of strength, but I think he just doesn't use his body properly, which is something that could be coached, but I don't think it's worth the first round pick for Owa. He is a beast. Oh, he is an absolute monster, but it's not enough for me to think he's worth a first round pick.
All right, I just saw the best take of the entire draft show. Nope, it didn't come out of my mouth. Nope, it didn't come out of Erik's mouth. It came out of Creston Reynolds' chat box. Stokes is going to see Justin Jefferson and Darnell Mooney's name on the back of his jersey. Add an Allen Robinson and Adam Thielen on that list. Maybe even Quintez Cephas from the Lions, their wide receiver one, because he will be torched. I couldn't agree more, Creston. I think that's an excellent take there. Oh, and the Buccaneers are on the clock.
Second pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Joe Tryon.
Yeah, Joe Tryon. Oh, nice.
The last pick in the mock for my final fantasy mock is the pick for the Buccaneers here at 32. Joe Tryon out of Washington. I love this pick a lot by the Buccaneers. I said it. Go out there, and if you're going to invest in a luxury pick, you're bringing back all 22 starters. Get a pass rusher. You can never have too much pass rush in the National Football League. I think this is a great pick, a guy who really mirrors what Shaq Barrett does. He can play off ball and in coverage at times. I've seen him make plays on his highlight tape in that facet of the game. He's also a pretty solid bull rusher and even has some interior pass rushing moves. Very long, very physical, and he's got a nice athletic profile. I think he could be developed into a very good pass rusher for an already dominant defense.
Yeah, Joe Tryon, like I talked about earlier, super coachable, super smart. He can play in coverage. He can bend the edge. So I think that's a perfect luxury pick with a team that's full of smart defensive players in Levante David, Devin White, and Shaq Barrett being one of the best studiers. I think that Tryon could end up being one of those young guys that comes up right after JPP heads out, and no one really remembers him as that guy who's supposed to be an elite pass rusher, but he's got all that knowledge built up. We saw it with Shaq Barrett, who sat behind Von Miller, and when they had Chubb drafted, he didn't even get to play, and then he goes to the Buccaneers, and that studying guy gets in there, and he does his job right, even if he's not the perfect athlete.
Alrighty, so I agree with that. I think that Joe Tryon, if you can get these really highly athletic linebackers, edge rushers, and develop them and refine their technique, that's where you can get some of these stars that come in the middle to later rounds of the draft. It's time for final thoughts, Erik. Biggest takeaway from the draft. Give me your winners and losers of the draft, and don't be too harsh on the Packers. Wink, wink. Go for it.
Yeah, so winners of the draft. I think, I don't know if this is winner. I just glad they didn't do what everyone thought they would do. I think 49ers going with Trey Lance is the proper thing. They need a dynamic quarterback instead of a statue. They need someone who's going to add that extra element to a very strong run game. They need that passing game that can be a little more dynamic. I think that's definitely a win. Another win would have to be Lions going with Penei Sewell. It's almost a no-brainer, I will say that, but they stood their ground at 7, didn't trade. They probably predicted with all this quarterback nonsense that they would be able to get Penei Sewell or Rashawn Slater. So I think they got huge value there, especially being a team that wants to be a run team. I think a not great pick is Jamar Chase to the Bengals. I think Jamar Chase should have never gone to the Bengals because Penei Sewell should have been the one that went there. Penei Sewell is I'm getting the Travis Etienne talk over here. My other one would be the Bears trading up for Justin Fields was very, very smart in that there was probably a lot of competition, and Pace had been saying he wanted to trade up, and this was the perfect situation. Justin Fields fell, and Trey Lance was picked instead of Mac Jones, so it lined up very well. I think that the Bears being aggressive there shows that they truly want to win, and that Pace is willing to make a change at QB. Just getting Andy Dalton was kind of a joke, and he realized that, and he said, "You know what? We're going to get a young talent. We're going to get Russell Wilson Jr. kind of, and even if we didn't get Russell, we'll get like his child and trade up for him." So I respect that Pace did that, and I'm hoping that the Bears can address offensive line in the second round, and then third round maybe get a sneaky corner again. I think it's looking bright for the Bears in this draft. I don't know if this draft is going to be the complete change this year. I think that Fields is not going to be the end-all be-all this season, and it's going to be a Super Bowl run for the Bears. But I think it's a future. It's a nice bright light that Pace has put up for the Bears fans who have been struggling to watch games ran by different QBs that just are like chickens with their heads cut off sometimes, and other times they're reliable, and then they hurt us every time. But so who are your winners and losers, Gavin?
So I'm going to start off right away talking about the absolute top of the draft board with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think they had a really highly underrated stack by getting Travis Etienne and Trevor Lawrence to start off this draft in the first round. I think that's going to be really beneficial for Trevor Lawrence, having a safety valve, having a guy that he's depended on throughout his collegiate career, and having a guy that I think can be the next Alvin Kamara-esque prospect. I don't necessarily think that he will be as good as Alvin Kamara has been in the National Football League, but I think that he's going to be really productive in that offense and should have a lot of impactful plays for that football team. Then my next winner is the San Francisco 49ers, obviously, as you touched on, simply for the fact that they didn't pick Mac Jones. I think Mac Jones is one-dimensional, and we saw that. He was the 5th quarterback off the board, and we've kind of been echoing that point throughout the whole offseason, and we got hate a lot throughout the offseason for our takes on Mac Jones. But it's the reality of the situation. Mac Jones is the worst quarterback of the top 5 in this class. At least he's the most contained and has the most limited ceiling because he's a statue. He can't move outside the pocket, and Kyle Shanahan came to his senses and picked the high ceiling play. And I think that's going to work out really well long-term for them. The Bengals, I think, made a mistake at number 5, taking Jamar Chase, who is undoubtedly a great talent, but I don't think it's going to add up to more wins in the win column for this football team. And I think ultimately they failed to protect Joe Burrow, which should have been their top priority in this draft. The Lions, as a result of that Bengals pick, huge winners. Penei Sewell, a dominant run blocker. Dan Campbell is going to have a heck of a lot of improvement in the run game because of that pick alone and give Jared Goff a lot of time in that pocket. I think the Bears, you can't discount the Bears as huge winners in this draft. No one expected the Bears to swoop in and get a franchise quarterback in this draft class, but that's what ended up happening. The Chicago Bears went out there, traded up for Justin Fields, and now we're talking about the Bears in a completely different light than we did literally 5 hours ago before we started this draft. So the Chicago Bears are easy winners there. I think the Chargers got a great pickup in Rashawn Slater, falling to them at the 13th overall pick. I think that the Vikings, moving backwards, acquiring some extra draft capital. Everyone in the NFC North, except for the Packers, you'll hear here in a second. The Raiders, I think, made a bit of a clunker when they went out and reached on offensive linemen.
A clunker.
I think Alex Leatherwood's a later first round, mid to second, or early to mid second round talent. I don't know why they picked him, especially over a guy like a Tevin Jenkins, who is by all counts a great prospect, and everyone seems to love him, but he falls out of the day one pickups. I'm trying to remember who else teams took here.
Peyton Turner was a very odd pick by the Saints.
I think Peyton Turner was an odd pick. Really, there wasn't many picks I disliked. I strongly disliked the Packers pick. If you haven't gathered that throughout the stream, if you're still tuning in here, I think the Packers made an absolute blunder there by taking Eric Stokes when I think they could have gotten him in the second round. Maybe not. That's just my opinion. I would have taken Asante Samuel over him or invested into a different position, either going Elijah Moore, wide receiver out of Ole Miss, or maybe going with the interior defensive line prospect out of Alabama, who I think could have been really solid, Christian Barmore. So there's a lot of ways that this could have went. We'll wrap up the comments section here. That Saints pick was kind of a head scratcher too. So Colton and I are feeling the burn on that. Thank you guys so much for stopping by the stream tonight. It means a lot to us. It was a great night. We had a lot of fun. Cody Skipton says, Eric, once Rodgers gets traded and the Packers suck, I look forward to fighting for the NFC North every year and watching the Packer fans suffer. That's okay, because I won't be a part of the Packer fans to suffer along with, because I think that I'm going to have to choose a new team. I might go full ride on the Jets here.
Yeah.
The biggest takeaway from this in Creston's eyes is that round 2 will be the most interesting it has been in a while. There will be a lot of steals in round 2, and teams will get some quick impact players. I agree. I think that there's a lot of wide receivers that I expected to go in day one that fell. There's a lot of really talented guys, and maybe teams are thinking of that in mind, so they wanted to capitalize on other positions and the value and depth they had there over a position like wide receiver that they knew was going to be there, and that might have just driven the value down the board even further when it was expected to be a historically great class. So we saw Kadarius Toney, Rashad Bateman, Jaylen Waddle, Devonta Smith, and Jamar Chase come off the board. 5 receivers is still no small number, but I think that is certainly a lower number than we expected. Maybe in that 7 to 8 round or 7 to 8 receiver range was maybe where I was expecting to see the upwards of that go. We should react to our first mock draft and see how you did based off of Alex. I think that would work off pretty good, actually. I think I had Mac Jones maybe going somewhere around 15 in that.
Yeah,
or something like that to the
we had a lot that were really close, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, Lucas says he hates the Packers. I do too, man. This is frustrating. It's a frustrating day to be a Green Bay Packer fan. First of all, when you hear that Aaron Rodgers wants out of your organization, that's a huge concern. F for failure. F for Flonkerton. F for whatever you want to say.
F is for friends.
F is for fudge nuggets. We are screwed. Green Bay's got to do something about the Aaron Rodgers situation. That has to be top priority one, and they should have just invested into something. I hope they consulted Aaron Rodgers about the Eric Stokes pick. Maybe I hate it less if Aaron Rodgers gave him the okay, but it by no means was all that great of a pick here. Yeah, Lucas, I waited 4 hours too. I've been live for 4 hours and 55 minutes. We'll wrap this up right when we hit that 5-hour marker. So it's been a long night. It's been a fun night nonetheless, but there's been a lot of nonsense that's went down tonight.
Yep.
Cody wants to know who we're taking with the first pick in Dynasty after tonight. I don't know.
Now it's kind of different. I'm curious to see where Devonta goes. I think Waddle definitely is interesting. Chase is still really interesting. There is a lot of receivers there with the Bengals, but they throw a lot. Like Burrow throws so much. So Chase would be interesting. Higgins gets a lot of red zone targets too. So I'm curious with that. I don't know. The rookies right now, oh man, it's tough. I have a feeling that Javonte is going to go way up my board, and I'm just going to end up going with Javonte Williams at number 1 overall. But Najee is possibly my guy. I don't know. The O-line is a little untrustworthy with the Steelers, but that run game should be fine with him because he'll catch too. And I don't know. I think it's interesting. Najee is right now my number 1.
Yeah, I really like the fit. Oop, I just really the doozy on my hair there. I really like the fit with ETN and Jacksonville, but just having James Robinson being there off the bat immediately, it kind of de-incentivizes how I think he will have an impact immediately day one. Now, do I eventually think he'll take over the starting role? Absolutely. A first rounder versus an undrafted free agent. There is going to be a lot more work to be had for a guy the caliber of a Travis Etienne. I think Najee Harris today is in the best spot of the two. He's got the backfield virtually to himself. Benny Snell isn't going to impede on his workload too much. I think they need to upgrade their offensive line, but who knows? I'm not so sure there's a better landing spot for even Javonte Williams. Maybe the Falcons snatch him up in round 2 or 3, and he has a starting role there. But team in the best position for the rest of the draft after round 1. Well, I think, honestly, the Vikings. And Creston, you're a Vikings fan, so that caters well to you. This is a draft where we're seeing defensive players fall like crazy, and you picked up 2 third-round picks to trade back and select a tackle who I would have had you take at 14. What else can you do? Mike Zimmer has a feel for defense. Your defense is struggling right now. Go out and invest that draft capital into picking up guys there, or maybe go invest that into your offensive line or something.
They could even trade those third-round picks to get up in the second round.
They could do that too, and get some extra talent. There's a lot of directions you could go with this. I think this has been a really interesting day 1, and there's definitely a lot of things that could happen day 2. We won't be live for day 2 with you guys, but we'll certainly be actively posting about fantasy impacts of these players. Yeah. Hopefully, within the next day or 2, we'll have instant breakdowns and analysis of some of these guys.
I think we'd pass away if we did day 2 and day 3.
Yeah, it's been a long night. It has been. And we had some struggles. We got banned for a while. We got shadow banned because we had film up on the screen, and somehow they caught us like instantly. So that sucked.
All right.
They don't currently have a second-round pick, so Creston says, would trading those 2/3 help? So do the Vikings currently have 3 third-round picks then? Is that the situation that I'm gathering?
Yeah, I think so.
So, yeah, why don't you trade up 2/3 into the second round?
Yep.
And then have a second and a third-round pick and even things out a little bit more. Even if you want to take the drop-off might not be that big if you want to take 3 guys in the third round. I mean, who did they trade back with?
What, the Jets?
The Jets. Yeah. So those are early third round picks. I think it's the Rams, the Jets, and they have their own third round pick. I mean, the Vikings and the Jets third round pick are going to be high third round picks. Yeah. 66, 72, and 86. Yeah. That's a pretty nice haul right there if you're the Vikings. So yeah. All right. You guys, it's been a great night. I've enjoyed doing this stream with you guys. And we will definitely look to do live stuff like this in the future with you all. Thank you so much for stopping by on your way out. If you haven't already, give this video a thumbs up. And thank you again for stopping by. We'll see you all next time. It's officially fantasy season, baby. Dynasty content coming your way at the top of next week. Fantasy mock season is over. Or excuse me, NFL mock season is over. So it's back to fantasy football full time for your boys, Erik and Gavin here on the SFS channel. So get ready for an even bigger, bolder, and better 2021. We're going to come at you guys with all the sizzling hot takes and fantasy analysis, and we'll see you guys later. Peace out. Thanks for coming.